Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 in Chapter 196 Master the power of the soul fruit and prepare to send Andy into the world of songs. Andy lay heavily in the huge pit on the Cake Island, her whole body in a miserable state. But her eyes still burned with anger. She would never allow herself to be defeated in such a humiliating manner in front of Ning Chuan. In a fit of rage, Andy unleashed her soul fruit ability again. But this time, the power of the soul fruit is far more terrifying and violent than before. With her roar, the entire Cake Island seemed to fall into a strange, low atmosphere and the air was filled with the breath of death. You trash, since you can't help me, then become my source of strength. Andy's voice was as shocking as thunder, with overwhelming anger. The next moment, everyone on Cake Island suddenly felt an irresistible force pulling on their souls. No matter whether they are soldiers, desert ministers, or ordinary people living on Cake Island, no one is spared. Their souls were forcibly pulled and gathered uncontrollably in the direction of Big Mom. People on the entire island began to scream in terror, feeling the fear of their souls leaving their bodies, which plunged them into despair. Don't do this. Mom, please spare us. I don't want to die. Please, Mom, let me go. My soul, I can feel it leaving my body. Please spare us. We are your children. The soldiers and desert ministers made shrill pleas for mercy. He watched with horror on his face as his soul was being sucked away by his aunt. They used to be loyal to Big Mom, but now they are helpless in the face of her soul fruit ability. Their souls were stripped out of their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye and rushed towards Andy crazily. And Andy is like a greedy demon at this moment, absorbing everyone's souls without mercy. Under the nourishment of these souls, Andy's body began to strengthen at an alarming rate. The body that was originally covered in scars quickly recovered and became even stronger and stronger than before. Her aura is also constantly rising, as if she wants to absorb the souls of everyone on the island in exchange for her own terrifying improvement. He ignored the wailing of others and continued to improve his strength crazily. This scene plunged the entire Cake Island into unprecedented panic and despair. Everyone was shrouded in fear of having their souls stripped away, and they whined in pain. Ning Chuan stood in midair, looking down at all this, but had no intention of stopping it. On the contrary, he narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a somewhat curious look. He is extremely interested in Big Mom's soul fruit ability. Therefore, I decided to observe the entire process of using the soul fruit to absorb souls and strengthen herself with Shishan's Hawkeye. Soul fruit, so that's what it is. Ning Chuan thought secretly in his heart, and then mobilized his domineering power to observe the ant's every move attentively. Don't miss any detail. He watched how Big Mom controlled the flow of souls, and how she infused the power of these souls into his body to enhance and repair it. System, start settlement. Ning Chuan silently gave the order in his heart. Immediately, the system's beat began to sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the soul fruit for 5 minutes and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the ability to feel the soul fruit and 50,000 minutes of cultivation will be returned. Host's understanding of soul fruit's abilities has improved. After confirming that my understanding of soul fruit has deepened, Ning Chuan is not satisfied with this level. What he wants to get is the power of the entire soul fruit. Ning Chuan knew that Andy's power had not fully exploded yet. She's still absorbing the souls of everyone on Cake Island. The true peak state of the soul fruit will be when she completely transforms the soul energy into physical power. Ning Chuan continued to watch the process calmly, waiting patiently for Andy to finish absorbing everyone's souls. System, continue settlement. Congratulations to host for reaching a new level in understanding the power of soul fruit. System, continue settlement. An hour later, as Big Mom absorbed all the souls on the entire Cake Island, her aura finally reached an unprecedented peak. Her body swelled nearly 10 times, as if her whole body was filled with infinite power, like an unshakable giant. The other people on Cake Island have long lost their mobility, and their souls have been stripped away, leaving only empty bodies. If eating more makes you invincible, then Moria would have dominated the world long ago. I am the strongest now. The huge impact caused her to fall directly from midair and hit the ground heavily, shaking the entire Cake Island. After tasting the delicious food of the soul, she has regarded Ning Chuan as her new food. Ning Chuan sneered, completely ignoring Andy's attack, and waved his palm lightly. As Ning Chuan finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Lousy is the strongest. The shadows he ate back then were much more than the souls you swallowed. Having said that, Ning Chuan was no longer prepared to hold back. Ning Chuan said softly, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. The smile on Ning Chuan's face deepened. Ning Chuan had already appeared behind Andy, with the powerful conqueror's Hawkeye wrapped around his fist, and punched Andy on the back mercilessly. And next, it's time for him to send Andy into the world of songs. Ning Chuan smiled coldly. I will tear you to pieces and eat you with your soul. Invincible, he is going to use the ability he had when he blasted Moria to beat up Big Mom again. The ant let out a crazy laugh and looked at Ning Chuan with greed in her eyes. Andy didn't have time to react. This moment, the power of the barrier fruit unfolded instantly, forming an invisible barrier that easily blocked Big Mom's attack again. Auntie's value has been completely drained. The strongest. Congratulations to host for successfully mastering the power of soul fruit. It's just different from others. Ha ha ha, I am invincible now. Auntie not only wants to eat Ning Chuan's soul, she also wants to swallow him whole. The ant turned her head, looked at Ning Chuan with sharp eyes, and roared. At this time, just as another system settlement was completed, the prompt sounded again. Even if his body expanded 10 times, he was still severely blown away by Ning Chuan's punch. If I beat you crooked people, it would be better to transform into a giant Buddha. Ning Chuan looked at all this with a faint smile on his face. How dare you underestimate me? Not enough. Andy waved the big sword in her hand again, slashing at Ning Chuan with the violent soul fruit power. Chapter 197 let you see the true horror. Take down the Cake Island. Ning Chuan looked at the 4 emperors ant in front of him with a sneer in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly used the Buddha form and transformed into a golden Buddha that was hundreds of feet tall. The huge Buddha statue shines with golden light and is extremely majestic. It's really like a god descending from the sky. This moment, Ning Chuan's momentum seemed to have reached its peak, and even the air seemed to solidify. Even the 4 emperors ant who has expanded several times in size at this moment. When facing this towering golden Buddha, I couldn't help but feel a little shocked. She had to look up at Ning Chuan, her heart filled with helpless anger and fear. The majesty of the 4 emperors seemed to be crushed to pieces at this moment. Do you really think you can win me over? The ant roared angrily, her face twisted with anger, but Ning Chuan ignored her provocation at all. Instead, we took the most direct approach. The golden Buddha raised his huge fist and hit the ant directly. This punch was unstoppable, and there was even a deafening sound of breaking through the air. The whole world was trembling with the power of this punch. The ant's pupils shrank suddenly, and she understood that the power of this punch was definitely not something she could resist. She quickly wrapped Conqueror's Hawkeye around her arms, trying to resist Ning Chuan's attack with all her strength. However, the power of Ning Chuan's punch far exceeded her imagination. When the fist fell, the domineering force that was fully engaged in defense was directly defeated by Ning Chuan's punch. Auntie's body suddenly shook, and her soul began to spit out involuntarily. This giant Buddha actually restrained my soul fruit ability. The ant felt panic in her heart. She had never felt such oppression. However, Ning Chuan didn't give her any time to think. The second punch soon came to Auntie's face. Every time Ning Chuan's punch landed, the soul accumulated in the 4 emperors ant's body would be forcibly ejected. As a large number of souls passed away, her body gradually began to shrink. The originally huge body became weaker and smaller with the loss of soul. Souls are like white light spots, flying out of the ant's mouth continuously. Gradually returned to the bodies of the soldiers and desert ministers whose souls were taken away by Big Mom. The ant's face became even paler, and souls kept spewing out of her mouth. The body that was originally full of strength was no longer able to withstand Ning Chuan's stormy attack. She no longer had the ability to stand up and resist. Being suppressed heavily by every punch of Ning Chuan, the whole person slowly fell into coma. Ning Chuan's violent fists completely suppressed the 4 emperors ant to the ground, unable to even move. At the same time, with the return of their souls, those on Cake Island whose souls were devoured by Big Mom began to gradually wake up. They wake up from their coma. As soon as they opened their eyes, they found that the scene in front of them horrified them beyond measure. Ning Chuan's 100-foot-tall golden Buddha towers over the 4 emperors like a god. They are frantically beating the once arrogant 4 emperors. As this, the coming of a god. Oh my god, my mother was beaten like this. Who is this giant Buddha? It should be Ning Chuan. Is he a god? Is he actually beating my mother? ... The faces of the people who woke up were all pale, and their hearts were filled with endless fear and shock. They originally thought that the 4 emperors ant was invincible. But now, the 4 emperors who once awed them were helpless in front of this huge golden Buddha. The status of the 4 emperors collapsed at this moment, replaced by the godlike honor of Ning Chuan. Just when everyone was in shock, Ning Chuan's eyes scanned the surroundings. After seeing the panic expressions on everyone's faces, he slowly showed a meaningful smile. Immediately, he waved his giant Buddha's giant hand and directly displayed the ability of the soul fruit. This time, everyone's souls felt the feeling of being pulled again. Everyone feels the familiar pull. However, this time the target is not Auntie, but Ning Chuan. Everyone on Cake Island felt that their souls were being controlled by Ning Chuan's power. No, please spare us. We didn't do anything. I don't want to die. I don't want to lose my soul anymore. Please, please let us go. We don't want to die. Help, help. Who can come and save me? I never want to experience the feeling of losing my soul again. ... Everyone fell into extreme panic again and fell to their knees, trembling all over. They didn't dare to look up at the huge golden Buddha, let alone make any resistance. At this moment, Ning Chuan is no longer a human being in their eyes, but a god who controls their life and death. There was only endless fear left in their hearts. I am afraid that my soul will be deprived again and I will become a prisoner of this giant Buddha. Ning Chuan looked at the trembling crowd with a sneer on his lips. He was under everyone's horrified gaze. He once again used the power of the soul fruit to forcefully pull the souls of Auntie and her desert ministers, completely immobilizing their bodies. Immediately afterwards, Ning Chuan waved his hand and directly opened the door to the world of Zhe. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, Ning Chuan threw the 4 emperor's aunt and all her desert ministers into the world of singing without mercy. After doing this, Ning Chuan glanced at everyone on the Cake Island and said lightly, "The Big Mom pirates no longer exist, and you can no longer be pirates in the future. From now on, this island is my territory, Ning Chuan. All of you had better remember my words. I, Ning Chuan, have become familiar with your souls. If I see you next time and you are still a hateful pirate, then the only thing waiting for you is for me to take away your soul." Ning Chuan's voice echoed on Cake Island like thunder. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of oppression that they could not resist. The soldiers and desert ministers were already shaking with fear, and it was difficult to even stand. They all knelt on the ground, not daring to say another word. They knew that they would never dare to disobey Ning Chuan's orders again. Cake Island already belongs to him. We must escape from here. If we stay any longer, we won't even be able to save our souls. Run, run quickly. Find a boat. Where are the boats? All the boats were smashed to pieces by one shot. You have to swim even if you don't have a boat. ... Fear completely defeated their will. Everyone at this moment is desperately looking for a ship, trying to get away from this terrifying place. Even those who don't have a boat would rather risk their lives and jump directly into the sea to try to swim away from the island. No one dared to stay anymore, because they all know that if they face Ning Chuan again, even if the other party doesn't take action, then they might be scared to death by Ning Chuan. Chapter 198 Marine expansion is completed and the dark fruit is obtained. 1 month later, Ning Chuan's achievements in New World have spread all over the world. His fame shook the entire sea. There are a total of 4 people on the sea in New World called 4 emperors. Ning Chuan himself defeated 4 emperors and took over their territory. Now he has become almost the undisputed emperor of the sea in the entire New World. People initially thought that the last of the 4 emperors was the red-haired Shanks. Maybe we can have a final showdown with Ning Chuan and compete. However, what shocked everyone was, a week ago, Shanks actually announced through Morgan's newspaper that he was no match for Ning Chuan. And he has no intention of competing with his friend for that false reputation. His statement completely dispelled everyone's speculation. Let Ning Chuan firmly sit on the throne of the only king of the New World. I didn't expect that in less than a year, Ning Chuan would already become the maritime overlord. Baramal, who is far away in Coco West Island, is holding a newspaper in his hand with a look of surprise on his face. In her heart, she was both proud and a little unbelievable for Nami and Nashigao's partners. The villagers of Kokoyasi village behind Baramal also had extremely excited expressions on their faces. The emergence of such a leading figure in their Kokoyasi village really makes their village feel a little proud. Not long after, everyone in the whole village gathered together. The party started. ... That kid is really awesome. Kuina is really not with the wrong person. Koshiro from Shimotsuki village sighed, admiration in his eyes. Kozaburo touched the supreme sharp knife given to him by Ning Chuan and smiled seriously at the side. I remember that's not what you said when they left. Kozaburo. ... In the land of music, in the palace of the king. Gordon stroked his beard and said, Ning Chuan, that young brat, actually stood at the top of the New World in this short period of time. He recalled the scene where Ning Chuan once helped the country of music deal with demons. I miss it very much. How about making a special song for him? ... Alabasta, King Cobra sat on the throne, clasped his hands and said softly. This boy is really not simple. I hope Vivi can always be happy by his side. Fishman Island, Wano Country, Water City. Everyone is excited that Ning Chuan has become the emperor of the New World. At the same time, inside the Marine headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. An important meeting has just been held. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the conference table with a stern look on his face. The theme of this meeting is to discuss the newly rising New World Emperor Ning Chuan. At the meeting, the 3 current Marine generals, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, all remained silent. No one was willing to take the initiative to express their opinion. They all know very well about Ning Chuan's strength. Since the last time all Marine senior leaders joined forces and were beaten to a pulp by Ning Chuan. Then they recognized themselves. They knew that they were no match for Ning Chuan. To rush into confrontation will only be self-defeating. Warring State's eyes swept over everyone, with a trace of unwillingness. Everyone, are we just going to sit idly by and let New World fall completely into Ning Chuan's hands? Just when Warring States asked, 2 figures in the conference room stood up. They are the 2 newly recruited Marine generals after the expansion of the army, Fujitora and Green Bull. At this moment, the eyes of these 2 people showed eagerness to try. It seems that he is not as afraid of Ning Chuan's rumored power as other generals. After Fujitora thought for a moment, he spoke calmly. Fleet Admiral, Ning Chuan is indeed a strong enemy, but we cannot sit still and wait for death. We might as well send Marines to increase the number of troops in countries that have not yet fallen into Ning Chuan's hands to prevent him from further expansion. Green Bull also nodded in agreement. Yes, we can build a line of defense in New World and gradually weaken his power. Moreover, I am willing to take action myself to test his strength first. Looking at these 2 newcomers, I wonder how powerful Ning Chuan is. The original 3 generals glanced at them in surprise, then shook their heads helplessly. A look of schadenfreude flashed in his eyes. These 2 new colleagues really don't know how powerful Ning Chuan is. Warring States pondered for a moment. He was very afraid of Ning Chuan's fighting power. But he is not willing to sit back and watch Ning Chuan's power expand unscrupulously in the new world. In desperation, he could only glare at the three original generals. Then he turned his attention to the newcomers Fujitora and Green Ox. I think Ning Chuan's next target should be the Empress on Nine Snakes Island. After all, with the Empress's appeal, Ning Chuan can cooperate with her, so Ning Chuan's future expansion will be much easier. He thought of Empress Shichibukai who cooperated with the world government, and Nine Snake Island may be Ning Chuan's next target. He was full of expectations for the power of this fruit. Pluton is very fast. From the current location, they rushed to the sea area where the two of them discovered the dark fruit. Turn Pluton's direction and head towards Doflamingo's location. Ning Chuan didn't care about the shocked faces of these people. Looking at the look on Blackbeard's face, Ning Chuan opened the box with a slight smile. Fujitora, Green Bull, you go to Nine Snakes Island and coordinate defense with the Empress. When Pluton stopped near the ship of Doflamingo and others. However, Ning Chuan did not go to Nine Snake Island as he expected. A fruit covered in black and exuding a strange aura appeared in front of everyone. That urgent letter contained a piece of news that made Ning Chuan's eyes light up. Ning Chuan immediately ordered to stop the plan to go to Nine Snake Island. Although all of them had seen Pluton more than once, they were still shocked by Pluton's appearance. This dark fruit that he had been thinking about for a long time finally appeared. But Ning Chuan was there, even if he gave Blackbeard 10 courages. In fact, Ning Chuan did consider going to Nine Snake Island. He didn't even dare to snatch the devil fruit that he had been thinking about all his life in front of Ning Chuan. As soon as the box was taken out, the Blackbeard on the side had an urge to snatch it in his eyes. Doflamingo has been wandering around the sea with a black beard for a month. Fujitora and Green Bull are also ready to go. Sengoku made up his mind. If Ning Chuan really intends to invade Nine Snakes Island, you will fight him here. This is the most critical step to complete the energy conversion on your own battleship. Doflamingo did not hesitate and took out a box from his arms. I saw him jumping off Pluton and landing firmly next to Doflamingo and Blackbeard. The dark fruit was finally found by them. After Ning Chuan read the letter, a smile appeared on his lips. But just when he was about to start Pluton and set off, Doflamingo suddenly received an urgent message. It only took less than 3 hours in total. However, just when the Warring States period was carefully arranged, saw Ning Chuan arriving. Remember, if you lose, don't fight to the death. The next moment, as the order was issued, Marine's elite forces began to assemble towards Nine Snakes Island. Chapter 199. Just after eating the dark fruit, you want to rebel. Ning Chuan held the dark fruit in his hand and carefully looked at this mysterious devil fruit. Blackbeard stood aside, staring at the fruit, almost following Ning Chuan's gestures. The longing in Blackbeard's heart was beyond words. His eyes were full of greed and desire, and he wished he could take the fruit for himself immediately. Ning Chuan noticed Blackbeard's ambition, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly handed the dark fruit to Blackbeard. When Blackbeard saw this scene, his heart beat faster and he almost rushed forward to grab the fruit. However, the moment Blackbeard stretched out his hand, Ning Chuan turned his wrist and the fruit was quickly taken back by him. Blackbeard's hand was hanging in the air, and a moment of shock and embarrassment appeared on his face. But soon, his expression turned gloomy, and an imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes. Although Blackbeard hid this killing machine well, however, Ning Chuan's knowledge and domineering spirit were extremely keen and he had already penetrated his thoughts. Blackbeard stared at Ning Chuan closely. After a while, it seemed that he finally realized that he, who had not eaten the dark fruit, was unable to resist Ning Chuan at this moment. So he had to suppress the anger in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he was ready to give it a try. I saw him kneeling down heavily. Just listen to the pop sound. He fell to his knees and hit his head heavily on the deck, making a loud resounding sound. Lord Ning Chuan, please give me this dark fruit. I, Marshal D. Teach, will swear allegiance to you to the death and will never betray you. As long as I have this fruit, I will definitely serve you, conquer the whole world, and become your most loyal subordinate. If there is any betrayal, I will receive the cruelest punishment in the world. Blackbeard swore loudly while thinking secretly. Once he swallows this dark fruit, he will no longer be controlled by Ning Chuan. It can even seize Ning Chuan's power and command the entire sea area. In addition, he can also control Pluton and become the real master of the new world. When I think about this wonderful future, it all depends on this devil fruit in front of me. Blackbeard's desire for the dark fruit is almost beyond description in any words. Ning Chuan naturally saw through Blackbeard's ambition, but there was nothing strange on his face, and he still maintained a faint smile. It was as if he now fully believed the oath Blackbeard had just sworn. Ning Chuan nodded, as if he was moved, and handed the fruit to Blackbeard again. I hope you can actually do everything you say you'll do. The dark fruit chose you, but you chose to be loyal to me. I saw the fruit handed over by Ning Chuan. Blackbeard was immediately overjoyed. I didn't expect Ning Chuan to be so gullible, and I was secretly happy. Ha ha ha, this kid actually believed my lies, it's a big joke. How can any oath be believed in this sea? Blackbeard laughed at Ning Chuan in his heart. He quickly stretched out his trembling hand and quickly took the dark fruit from Ning Chuan, fearing that Ning Chuan would suddenly change his mind. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the fruit in one gulp. The disgusting taste of devil fruit surged into his mouth, but Blackbeard didn't care. He knows that the opportunity in front of him is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and if he misses it, he will never have it. After a while, Blackbeard felt a powerful and chaotic force begin to surge within his body. That power was like endless darkness, filling every cell in his body. There was a look of ecstasy on his face, and he burst into wild laughter. It's as if the whole world is in his hands. Ning Chuan, you are too young and don't understand the dangers of this world. Blackbeard laughed wildly, his eyes full of pride. Now, the real emperor of the sea is no longer you, but me. Marshal D. Teach, I will use this dark power to take away everything from you, and Pluton will become my battleship to conquer the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark energy around Blackbeard suddenly burst out, as if the night had swallowed everything. The darkness was like a bottomless abyss, swallowing up the surrounding light and surrounding Ning Chuan and Doflamingo. The darkness is boundless, cold and oppressive, seeming to pull everything into the abyss. At this moment, it seemed that only Blackbeard's wild laughter was left in the entire world, echoing in the darkness. Ning Chuan, you can't compete with the power of the dark fruit. In this darkness, you will be completely swallowed up. Blackbeard's extremely arrogant voice resounded throughout the entire sea area. Doflamingo, what do you think? Looking at the crazy Blackbeard, Ning Chuan smiled and asked Doflamingo on the side. Boss, I think he has a problem here. Doflamingo pointed at his head. Looking at Blackbeard, there was a hint of pity in his eyes, and he thought to himself. Some people actually think that if they take a devil fruit, they will be Ning Chuan's opponent. Such people don't understand the horror of Ning Chuan. Just when Blackbeard thought he had a chance to win, he suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression coming from behind. In the darkness, Ning Chuan's figure looked particularly calm, and there was no trace of panic in his eyes. Although Blackbeard's dark power is powerful, Ning Chuan has already foreseen all this. What a poor guy. Ning Chuan's voice sounded in the darkness, with a hint of cold mockery. Blackbeard suddenly realized something was wrong and was about to react. A fist wrapped in Conqueror's domineering force hit him hard on the head. With just one punch, this guy who thought he had the whole world in his hands was knocked unconscious. He never thought that Ning Chuan's fists could be so terrifying. After one punch, he could barely stand up. The dark fruit can only absorb the power of devil fruit. But for domineering and boxing skills, it's not very effective. Speaking of Blackbeard, you don't really think that I, Ning Chuan, will believe the lies you just swore, do you? You can eat the dark fruit, it's just that I want you to eat it. Now that you feel good, let's be a test subject next. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Blackbeard felt as if he had fallen into the trap that Ning Chuan had prepared. You, what on earth are you going to do to me? Blackbeard asked in horror, with a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Ning Chuan did not answer, but looked at him indifferently, his eyes full of contempt. It's nothing, it's just that there are some things that must be completed by sacrificing a guy who has mastered the dark fruit. It might be a bit cruel to let other people eat the dark fruit and use him as a test subject. But for you, I think being cruel to you is kindness to the world. So, are you ready to be the core of my new battleship's energy converter? Chapter 200 Master the ability of the dark fruit, and the development of energy converters begins. Blackbeard was so frightened by Ning Chuan's indifference that he trembled, and felt a strong uneasiness in his heart. He never thought that this seemingly young Ning Chuan would actually set such a far-reaching trap. From the beginning of my desire for the dark fruit, to now I eat it. It turned out that everything was planned by Ning Chuan. This made him feel deep despair. UBD, you actually tricked me. A crazy look flashed in Blackbeard's eyes, and his anger almost made him lose his mind. His heart was already shrouded in fear. But even so, he is not willing to succumb to fate and will never bow to Ning Chuan easily. He suddenly gritted his teeth and roared. The power of the dark fruit in the body suddenly surges. Darkness spreads around again like a tide, swallowing everything around into endless nothingness. Blackbeard knows that the power of the dark fruit can absorb unlimited damage. As long as he can persist and survive all Ning Chuan's attacks, he will not be killed easily. If the dark realm can keep expanding, even Ning Chuan may not be able to escape from his own darkness. He was full of confidence in this fruit, thinking it was the only hope that could save him from despair. Ha 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 ha, Ning Chuan, do you still think you can control me? There was something crazy in Blackbeard's laughter. My dark fruit is invincible. As long as I endure the pain, not even you can defeat me. Ning Chuan watched Blackbeard resist again. He was not in a hurry to take action, but showed a faint smile. Blackbeard's struggle seemed to him like a clown's funny performance. Ning Chuan is not in a hurry to end this battle, he wants to get more things from it. I saw him gently closing his eyes and unfolding his domineering power. Carefully feel every subtle change in the dark fruit within Blackbeard's body. Whenever Blackbeard uses the power of the dark fruit, Ning Chuan can feel how the powerful and dangerous dark energy operates. He concentrated on analyzing every detail, quickly calculating the energy flow of the fruit in his mind. Soon, his understanding of the dark fruit gradually deepened. System, start settlement. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the dark fruit for 10 seconds and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the ability to feel the darkness fruit and returning the 100,000 seconds of cultivation. Host's understanding of the dark fruit's abilities has improved. It's not enough to just improve your understanding of the dark fruit. Let's continue with the settlement. While Ning Chuan urged the system to start settlement, he continues to exert his extremely powerful conqueror's dominance on Blackbeard. During this period, Blackbeard was still persevering. His power continues to grow as the darkness spreads. Although Blackbeard's body was twisted in tremendous pain, but he firmly believes that as long as he grits his teeth and gets through this, he can turn defeat into victory. System, continue settlement. Half an hour passed quickly. Ning Chuan's eyes fell on Blackbeard again. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. It should be almost done, right? Ning Chuan just finished speaking. The next moment, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the dark fruit for 2 minutes and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the 20,000-minute cultivation refund for the ability to experience the dark fruit. Host has successfully mastered the dark fruit ability. Hearing that he has successfully mastered the power of the dark fruit, a smile finally appeared on Ning Chuan's face. Although Blackbeard at this moment has been insisting, but he didn't seem to notice that Ning Chuan's aura had already become different. Just when Blackbeard thought that Ning Chuan had nothing to do with him, he was ready to fight a protracted war with Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan suddenly raised his hand, and the surrounding dark energy quickly gathered around him. Do you think the power of the dark fruit is unique to you? Ning Chuan's voice was cold and calm. He stretched out his hand and easily controlled Blackbeard's dark domain, as if this power had already been his. How is that possible? Blackbeard was horrified, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never thought that Ning Chuan could completely control the power of his dark fruit in his own hands. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to say something more, but found that he couldn't fight back at all. Ning Chuan effortlessly manipulates the power of the dark fruit. With the blessing of multiple system settlements, his control over this fruit has far exceeded that of Blackbeard. I saw Vegapunk taking out an injection containing seafloor stone from somewhere. Seeing that Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge had gathered, Blackbeard was picked up by Ning Chuan like a kitten, without resistance, and dragged into the door. His eyes widened in horror, and his whole body was shaking. He had never needed to sleep, but at this moment he couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell into a deep sleep. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, Vegapunk and the other three immediately became very interested. The next moment, after being pricked by this needle, I felt my eyes shaking for a moment. Blackbeard's body began to tremble with despair. It's time to begin. The forces of darkness no longer obey Blackbeard's orders. Ning Chuan smiled and said to them. He struggled and wanted to resist, but he could not escape the power like an invisible chain no matter what. He knew that his future destiny would be completely in the hands of these people, and there would be no chance for him to stand up again. This is Blackbeard, he just ate the dark fruit. Blackbeard was originally planning to attack the three scientists immediately after Ning Chuan let him go. Then the medicine inside was directly injected into Blackbeard's blood vessels. I have mastered the power of the dark fruit, and you have no value to me anymore. Seeing the three scientific researchers in white coats in front of him, Blackbeard's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with fear and despair. This makes them look forward to this new experimental product very much. He stared at the Blackbeard brought over by Ning Chuan with a curious look on his face. Blackbeard's whole body was pressed heavily to the ground by Ning Chuan using dark energy. It's time to complete your mission. I saw him waving his hand and opening the door to Sky Island Base. On the other side of the door is the laboratory of three top scientists in Kongdao Base. He finally realized that he had been a pawn in Ning Chuan's hands from the beginning, and there was no room for resistance. Instead, Ning Chuan controlled him and turned back on Blackbeard himself, suppressing him until he could not move. Seeing this scene, the three scientists looked at each other, and then they all nodded. Ning Chuan walked up to him slowly and looked at him condescendingly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Unexpectedly, Ning Chuan found it so quickly and brought back a test product. Ning Chuan didn't waste any more time dealing with Blackbeard. As for the research topic of energy converters, I think we can start now. Blackbeard. All plans and ambitions came to nothing at this moment. After all, the dark fruit is one of the most mysterious fruits. Chapter 201 The Progress of the Seraph Plan, heading to Nine Snakes Island to see the Empress. Vegapunk took out a huge needle. The needle flashed with cold light and penetrated directly into Blackbeard's body. Although Blackbeard was strong, he was completely suppressed by Ning Chuan at this moment and had no power to resist. I can only feel the blood in my body being drained inch by inch. This not only made him feel physical pain, but also the mental fear of being dominated by these scientists. The syringe was gradually filled with red liquid. Blackbeard's face was pale, and his eyes were full of anger and helplessness. His status at this time has changed from a complacent careerist to an experiment without any choice. Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge didn't give him much attention. These three top scientists are currently focused on how to analyze the power of the dark fruit. They took Blackbeard's blood sample and quickly entered the experimental stage. For these three fanatical scientists, Blackbeard is just their research material. As for who he is and what achievements he has made, it no longer matters. Their only concern is how to crack the dark fruit through scientific means. Then achieve control over the dark fruit and the people who eat it. Ning Chuan watched all this with cold eyes. Seeing Blackbeard go from being arrogant at first to being completely subdued now, there was no fluctuation in his heart. To him, Blackbeard has no value. The only thing that can work for him is the power of the dark fruit in his body. During the break between the three people's research on the dark fruit, Ning Chuan calmly asked about another project. How is Project Seraph going? When Vegapunk heard Ning Chuan's question, he showed a proud smile. During this month, they have made considerable progress in the Seraph plan. He motioned Ning Chuan to follow them to the factory next to the laboratory. Ning Chuan followed them into the factory. I found that there were towering tanks all around. The tanks were filled with opaque liquid, and a huge figure could be vaguely seen inside. Those humanoid warriors sleeping in the liquid are much stronger than ordinary people, and their still postures are full of oppression. Ning Chuan, Vegapunk said proudly. These genetically modified warriors are close to perfection. We combined the genetic modification technology of the Vinsmoke family with the genes of the Lunaria, ghosts, and giants to create these new types of warriors. Behind each genetic warrior is the unique flame of the Lunaria tribe. On their heads grow the horns of the ghost tribe, and their bodies are covered with tough scales similar to Kaido's dragon scales. Vegapunk pointed at these jars and continued. We extracted the most valuable part from the blood genes of every strong man and integrated it into the genes of these warriors. In the future, they will have combat capabilities beyond ordinary people. Ning Chuan looked at these warriors floating quietly in the tank, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. The collaboration between Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge is truly extraordinary. However, Vegapunk hesitated and then added, the physical structure of these warriors is fully mature, but we have not yet infused them with the ability of the devil fruit. When we fully master the devil fruit factors, each of them will have at least 3 devil fruit powers or even more. But it will take some time, at least 2 months. Very good, Ning Chuan nodded with satisfaction. You guys did a great job. Keep moving forward with the project and feel free to contact me if you need any resources or assistance. In addition, the side projects of artificial devil fruits will also be put on the schedule as soon as possible. I think the revolutionary armies who can cooperate in the future will like these things that can quickly increase their strength. When the three Vegapunks heard Ning Chuan's praise, their faces were full of confidence and pride. To be able to progress to this stage so smoothly, their research is already among the most advanced in the world. After explaining all this, Ning Chuan opened the door to space again and returned to the Pluton. As soon as he came back, Nami, Robin, Kuina, Nokigao and others immediately gathered around and asked excitedly. Ning Chuan, are you finished with your work? Where are we going next? Isn't it time to go to Nine Snakes Island to see the legendary beautiful Empress? Are there really only women on Nine Snakes Island? Isn't this amazing? I want to see it. I want to go too. You said something to a few people, and I kept asking. The eyes of Nami and the others shone with curiosity and expectation, and they seemed to be quite interested in the rumors about Nine Snake Island. Especially the Empress Hancock, who was famous for her beauty and strength. Ning Chuan looked at these curious little cuties, showed a smile, nodded and said. Since everyone is interested in the Empress, let's set off to Nine Snakes Island next. Nami and others were excited when they heard Ning Chuan's answer. Start preparing for the upcoming journey. Momosuke watched Ning Chuan silently from the side, feeling uneasy in his heart. She has heard about the power of Empress Hancock, and she even knows her special status in the world government. But she couldn't figure out why Ning Chuan went to Nine Snake Island. Is it really just a matter of taking a look? Ning Chuan glanced at Momosuke and didn't say much. He stood on the bow and ordered the Pluton to turn around and sail towards Nine Snakes Island. The Pluton travels extremely fast on the sea, continuously break through the waves and fly forward quickly. Ning Chuan and others were very fast. Under the guidance of the Eternity Hand, it took almost only 2 hours. They have already arrived at the outskirts of Nine Snake Island. However, what surprised Ning Chuan? As soon as they arrived near Nine Snake Island, they saw many marine warships parked outside Nine Snake Island. These warships were parked far away from Nine Snake Island, and none of the warships entered the port of Nine Snake Island. It seems that these marines are not welcome on Nine Snake Island. Interesting. My Vice Admiral Momosuke, tell me who the 2 largest flagships belong to. Ning Chuan held Momosuke's thin waist and stood at the bow of the ship, pointing at the 2 warships in the distance and asked. Momosuke was helpless at Ning Chuan's hand on her waist. After struggling for a moment in his heart, he finally couldn't make up his mind to take Ning Chuan's hand away. In desperation, she had to temporarily divert her attention. He looked at the 2 battleships pointed by Ning Chuan. She thought seriously for a while and shook her head helplessly. I don't know whose ship it is, but there is no doubt that it must be the general's ship. But it's definitely not the ship of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. After hearing Momosuke's analysis, Ning Chuan nodded. Reminiscent of Marine's lively military expansion news some time ago. Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. Looks like there's a new friend in Marine. Yes, I have new fruits to play with. Chapter 202 Fujitora Green Bull blocks the road. Easily crushes it. Saw the marine battleships gathered in front. Ning Chuan directly ordered Pluton to charge forward with all his strength. For wooden warships like Marine, Pluton, which is made entirely of steel, does not need to fire its guns at all. Even those marine warships can't stop it if they just hit it straight. The Pluton warship collided with Marine's warship at an alarming speed. The huge hull is like a beast on the sea, tearing the sea surface and causing huge waves. After seeing this, the Marine lookout reported to the general on the ship in panic. After Fujitora and Green Bull heard this, a shadow instantly fell over their faces. Since becoming Marine General, they have never seen anyone dare to be so arrogant and dare to directly ram a ship into the Marine fleet. This naked provocation immediately ignited the anger in their hearts. How dare you be so arrogant? Who is coming? Is it the Ning Chuan who has been in the limelight recently? Green Bull snorted coldly, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Then he gave orders to his subordinates without even thinking about it. Fire with all your strength and sink that battleship. Fujitora also frowned slightly, although he couldn't see it. But he sensed the aura of the huge ship in the distance through his sight and hearing. On top of that behemoth ship, there was another guy who made him even more frightened. That man's powerful aura made Fujitora's eyelids jump. There is no doubt that the man on the boat is very strong, very strong. Fujitora was not in a hurry to take action. He stood quietly on the bow of the ship, holding a staff and sword in his hand, silently waiting for the big ship to approach. Fire! Boom! However, the moment their artillery fire was launched, the Pluton battleship started to accelerate again. Almost instantly, it broke through the Marine fleet's defense line under gunfire. The huge hull directly smashed several Marine boats like a crushing force. The violent vibrations made the battleships under Fujitora and Green Bull's feet shake uncontrollably. The huge Pluton crushed countless small boats and rushed into the middle of the Marine battleship. Even the Admiral-level battleship they were on. The keel of the hull was also broken due to the powerful impact, and the battleship began to sink slowly. Damn it! Green Bull cursed angrily. At this moment, he could no longer suppress his anger and immediately jumped from the boat. The moment he soared into the sky, countless thick vines and tree roots stretched out from his body. It wraps around the Pluton battleship ahead like a giant tentacle. These vines spread quickly, and almost in the blink of an eye, they completely surrounded the entire Pluton battleship. The Green Bull stood on the vines with a solemn expression. He put his hands together and weaved the vines into a huge plant net, firmly locking the Pluton battleship. No matter how big your ship is, you can't escape the power of my dense fruit tree net. This time, let's see how you escape. However, what surprised Green Bull was, the Pluton battleship did not try to break free from the shackles of the vines, but simply turned off the flames and stopped. Green Bull was slightly startled. He thought he had successfully stopped this legendary battleship. But soon, he realized that all this did not seem to be caused by his power. But this battleship stopped on its own initiative. At this moment, Ning Chuan slowly walked out of the cabin of the Pluton battleship, stood on the bow, and looked directly at the Green Bull in the sky. Green Bull's eyes met Ning Chuan's, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance in his heart. He quickly realized that the young man in front of him was far more dangerous than he imagined. I didn't expect that Marine's new general would be you. Ning Chuan raised a smile on his lips and said softly. However, the moment he spoke, the gravity under Ning Chuan's feet suddenly increased. It was as if the surrounding space became extremely heavy in an instant, and the sea even began to tremble slightly. Tisk tisk, it turns out there is another general. It seems that the new generals after Marine's expansion are still the two of you. Your fruit is very interesting, but it will soon be mine. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Fujitora and Lu Niu were obviously stunned. Ning Chuan's words seemed to mean that he knew the two of them. But neither of them could remember when they had an encounter with the newly appointed New World Emperor. In that case, let's warm up first. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. The next moment, his figure disappeared instantly. What? How could it be so fast? Green Bull didn't see Ning Chuan's movements clearly at all. He only felt that his eyes were filled with flowers, and Ning Chuan's figure had disappeared. Just when he reacted, Ning Chuan had already appeared in front of him. Too slow, Ning Chuan said softly, raised his hand and punched the Green Bull directly in the chest. This punch was extremely fast and even had the sound of breaking through the air. Green Bull instantly felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. He hurriedly mobilized the power of the sensen fruit and built a thick vine barrier in front of him, trying to block Ning Chuan's attack. However, Ning Chuan's fist was already wrapped with powerful conqueror's domineering energy. A punch with black and red lightning directly shattered the vine barrier and hit the Green Bull's chest. The strong impact caused the Green Bull to fly backwards. It hit hard on the giant vine net he had woven by himself. If it weren't for the existence of this giant net, I'm afraid he would have been punched by Ning Chuan and fell into the sea. Cough. The Green Bull was half kneeling on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feeling the severe pain in his chest, he struggled to get up from the deck, staring at Ning Chuan, his heart filled with disbelief. He has never seen such a powerful opponent. In front of Ning Chuan, his own fruit was powerless to resist. Fujitora has been observing calmly from the side. He knows that Ning Chuan's strength is extraordinary and difficult to deal with. But the current situation forced him to take action. I saw him pulling out the staff and sword in his hand, pointing directly at Ning Chuan. The gravity field expanded instantly, and a sense of oppression hit Ning Chuan like a mountain. Ning Chuan felt the increase in gravity around him, but still looked relaxed. With his physique, this little bit of gravity is really nothing to him. He saw Ning Chuan walking towards him as if nothing was wrong. When Fujitora saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he did not hesitate, and once again raised the staff sword in his hand. The blade was filled with invisible gravity fluctuations. As the sword edge turned, a powerful gravity wave swept towards Ning Chuan with a devastating force, and the surrounding air seemed to be crushed instantly. Ning Chuan stood there without any intention of dodge. The barrier of the barrier fruit was immediately raised by him, directly blocking Fujitora's sword. Then Ning Chuan chuckled and moved his feet. The whole person disappeared instantly, avoiding Fujitora's gravity wave attack, and appeared directly behind Fujitora. Your gravity is of no use to me, Ning Chuan said softly, raised his hand and punched Fujitora in the back. Fujitora reacted quickly and turned around to block Ning Chuan's attack, but the powerful force made him retreat continuously, and finally he was knocked back several steps, and the staff and sword in his hand trembled slightly. It seems that you are a little stronger than that guy, but not by much. Come on, summon a meteorite and let me see your strongest blow. Chapter 203 Defeat the two new generals and master the fruits of the forest, many fruits. Green Bull spit out a mouthful of blood, feeling unwilling to do so. He will never give up easily, especially to Ning Chuan. Just hearing his roar, the power of the dense fruit exploded again, and the vines and roots grew crazily. Like a giant beast, it climbed up from the ground and formed huge palms, trapping Ning Chuan inside. Green Bull looked at these vines surrounding Ning Chuan, and couldn't help but feel a hint of ecstasy in his heart. It's so easy to catch. He couldn't help grinning, and then immediately shouted behind him. Fujitora, don't hesitate, summon the meteorite and kill him now. Fujitora frowned when he heard the Green Bull's cry, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. He didn't know much about Ning Chuan's strength, but he knew that Ning Chuan would not be trapped so easily. However, the Green Bull's voice kept urging him, so he could only try to quickly activate the ability of multiple fruits. Fujitora raised his staff and sword high and slowly drew a circle. Then, a meteorite 10,000 meters above the sky seemed to sense Fujitora's call, and streaked across the sky with burning flames. Falling rapidly with the power to destroy the world, aiming directly at the center surrounded by vines. Faced with the attack of two generals, Ning Chuan still looked calm, as if he didn't take their attacks to heart. He felt the hot breath of the meteorite and the pressure of the vines, but there was no wave in his heart. In fact, he deliberately let the Green Bull catch him from the beginning. This way he could have the opportunity to observe the devil fruit abilities of the two of them with his observation color Hawkeye. Just now, when the two used their devil fruit abilities, every tiny movement they made. Ning Chuan captured everything clearly with his domineering attitude. As Fujitora's meteorite approached, Ning Chuan muttered something silently in his heart. System, settlement, congratulations to the host for successfully observing the sensen fruit for 30 seconds and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully receiving the 300,000 seconds of observing the fruit of the forest as a reward. Host's understanding of sensen fruits has been greatly improved. Congratulations to the host for successfully observing the fruits for 20 seconds and activating the 10,000 times return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the 200,000 seconds of observation fruit as a return of cultivation. Host's understanding of the heavy fruits has been greatly improved. Ning Chuan quickly received feedback from the system. He already has a deep understanding of the abilities of sensen fruit and heavy fruit. But just understanding the abilities of these two fruits is not what Ning Chuan wants. What he wants is the ability to fully master these two fruits. Watching the meteorite about to fall, a flash of excitement flashed in the Green Bull's eyes. He has great confidence that he can completely defeat Ning Chuan this time. However, what he didn't know was, all of this is actually under Ning Chuan's control. Ning Chuan, who was surrounded by countless vines, slightly raised the corners of his mouth without panicking. He raised his hand slightly. In an instant, he used the power of the split devil fruit. With a soft sound, the vines and tree roots that bound Ning Chuan instantly broke apart and turned into countless fragments that flew away. The sound of cracking vines echoed throughout the battlefield, and Ning Chuan's figure appeared among countless vine fragments. What? Green Bull watched in disbelief as the vine cage he was so proud of was easily shattered in front of Ning Chuan. This gave him a chill in his heart. However, the meteorite was about to fall, and he couldn't back down at this moment. Just hearing the Green Bull roar, he wildly activated the power of the sensen fruit again, trying to trap Ning Chuan again. At the same time, Fujitora's meteorite is getting closer and closer, almost pressing towards Ning Chuan with the power to destroy everything. However, Ning Chuan remained calm, as if everything was under control. Just as the Green Bull cast its vines again, Ning Chuan did not hesitate at all and continued to use the split fruit, crushing all the Green Bull's attacks again. The attack of the vines became non-threatening in front of Ning Chuan, just like paper. The pressure from the meteorite did not make Ning Chuan feel any threat. Fujitora and Green Bull began to panic as they watched their attacks being neutralized time and time again. But they didn't know that the reason why Ning Chuan did this was to better observe their abilities. Every destruction and rebirth is an opportunity for Ning Chuan to observe the release of their fruits. Go on, activate your devil fruit as hard as you can. Ning Chuan sneered in his heart. He has been deliberately delaying time and letting the two of them activate their fruit abilities, so that we can observe their abilities more. At this moment, neither Fujitora nor Green Bull noticed it. They have fallen into Ning Chuan's trap. Ning Chuan's intention is not to defeat them, but to learn and master their devil fruit abilities through actual combat. Feeling Ning Chuan's movements, Fujitora's face gradually showed a solemn look, even though he was blind. But his keen sense of knowledge and domineering made him aware of the precision and calmness of every movement of Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's voice came faintly. He gently raised his palm, and the ability to split the fruit emerged from his hand in an instant. Then dozens of huge fireballs appeared in the sky at the same time, hitting the two of them. He didn't know how many layers of gravity barriers he had applied to Ning Chuan just now. The next moment, two voices that satisfied Ning Chuan sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for successfully mastering the power of multiple fruits. Heavy fruits. It was blown by the sea breeze and scattered directly into the sea. A smile finally appeared on Ning Chuan's face. The next moment, the tree world is coming. Green Bull and Fujitora looked at each other, completely unable to believe their eyes. Then it's my turn next. How is it possible? Meteor shower. He calmly looked at the huge meteorite flying overhead. The meteorite originally had great expectations placed on it by Fujitora and Green Bull. But even so, Ning Chuan can still move freely. This made him feel an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. Ning Chuan's voice reached the ears of both of them. After hearing these two voices, I saw a towering tree falling from the sky. Ning Chuan used the combination technique they had just used on him. Countless branches and vines wrapped around Fujitora and Green Bull. Ning Chuan actually used his own power to instantly disintegrate the attacks of the two marine generals. Sensen fruit. Congratulations to host for successfully mastering the power of Sensen fruit. Everything was returned to them again. Under Ning Chuan's ability to disintegrate the devil fruit, it instantly turned into ashes. This meteorite really doesn't seem to be able to hurt him. You must have had a great time just now. Looking at the shocked two people, Ning Chuan sneered at them. The game is over, Fujitora thought to himself, his brows already knitted tightly together. Chapter 204, Land on Nine Snakes Island and capture two generals as gifts. Although Fujitora and Green Bull are not weak, but facing Ning Chuan's terrifying power, their bodies simply could not withstand this abnormally powerful force. Ning Chuan mercilessly activated the abilities of Sensen fruit and heavy fruit. Countless vines hovered in the air like giant dragons, quickly trapping the two of them. And the meteorites in the sky crashed down without any pause. Dozens of huge meteorites burning with flames fell from the sky, erupting with deafening explosions around Fujitora and Green Bull. The two generals tried their best to use their fruit abilities to resist. But their power was insignificant compared to the fruit power used by Ning Chuan. Violent shock waves swept all around. The defenses of both Fujitora and Green Bull were suppressed to pieces. In the end, he could only fall to the ground helplessly. Fujitora's sword staff slipped to the ground, and the Green Bull's body was tightly entangled in vines. They almost didn't have the strength to stand up at this moment. The wounds on his body were constantly oozing blood, and his face was pale. He had obviously reached his limit. There was dead silence on the battlefield. The marine soldiers who were originally preparing to rush forward to avenge the two generals were frightened to death by this scene. They witnessed the tragic situation of Fujitora and Green Bull being easily defeated, and their hearts were filled with fear. But after a while, thinking of their dignity as soldiers, they are not willing to back down easily. The marine soldiers who were still alive raised their weapons and prepared to fight to the death. However, at the moment they were about to rush forward, a familiar figure rushed out from Ning Chuan's Pluton battleship. Stop it all. Momosuke stopped them with a cold drink. The marine soldiers were stunned for a moment when they saw it was Momosuke. I don't understand why this former alternate general appeared on Ning Chuan's battleship. Momosuke glanced at the battlefield and saw that the two generals had fallen and countless soldiers fell to the ground. A trace of pain flashed in her eyes. But she knew this was no time to act rashly. She stood in the center of the battlefield, facing all the marine soldiers, and said firmly. The two generals have been defeated, and continuing to fight will only lead to death. As the highest-ranking general on the scene, I order everyone to stop and surrender immediately. When the soldiers heard Momosuke's order, their faces were full of anger and unwillingness. They would rather die in battle than bow to the enemy, not even willing to surrender to a pirate. But among marines, the general's orders are like iron laws. As marines, they must obey military orders. No matter how much they resisted in their hearts, they could only throw their weapons on the ground one by one. Military orders are like mountains and must not be disobeyed. Momosuke's tone was like a cold blade, but her heart was full of helplessness. If possible, she didn't want to issue such a humiliating order. But there is no other way. If they don't surrender, they will only die. Under Momosuke's order, the marine soldiers reluctantly put down their weapons, swam to the nearby beach with their heads lowered, and squatted down with their heads in their hands. Momosuke knows very well that if they continue to resist, all of them will be mercilessly eliminated by Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan doesn't even need to take action himself. One shot from the Pluton battleship is enough to wipe them out. Momosuke looked at the actions of the soldiers and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and felt lucky in his heart. If Ning Chuan is really determined to clean up these soldiers, she has no power to stop him. But now Ning Chuan has no plans to take action against the surrendered soldiers. Momosuke looked at Ning Chuan from a distance. He was seen calmly standing on the bow of the battleship, looking past the surrendering soldiers on the beach and landing on Nine Snake Island in the distance. It seemed that Ning Chuan did not take the remaining soldiers seriously. She has been with Ning Chuan for such a long time. Ning Chuan's power was so powerful that he couldn't even compete with the two powerful new generals, and he was seriously injured by Ning Chuan in an instant. This overwhelming disparity made Momosuke feel helpless. She once thought that one day she could become a marine general and fight for justice. But now, facing Ning Chuan's invincible posture, she finally understood that she had become a true general. It's also meaningless. Is Marine going to live in Ning Chuan's shadow for the rest of his life? Ning Chuan saw that Momosuke had successfully made the Marine soldiers surrender, and a glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes. It seemed that only Ning Chuan and the others dared to do anything excessive. I am Ning Chuan, here to see your King Boya Hancock. Momosuke really knows how to look at form. I've taken care of all the troublesome Marines out there for you. Nami and others also got off Pluton and followed Ning Chuan. Just when they were stunned and didn't know what to do, the group had just reached the outskirts of Nine Snake Island. How brave you are. After saying that, Ning Chuan dragged Fujitora and Green Bull towards the direction of Nine Snakes Island. Momosuke followed silently without speaking. Ning Chuan dragged the two generals, smiled and said. After saying that, Ning Chuan directly threw out the quite strong Fujitora and Green Ox, which were tied up with vines. I saw him walking up to Fujitora and Green Bull, and moving his fingers slightly. She just hoped that Ning Chuan would not kill her two new colleagues. Since there is no need to continue fighting, he will not bother anymore. Letting this group of Marines surrender would save themselves a lot of trouble. They will treat Ning Chuan and the others as enemies without mercy and start attacking. She knew that she had no right to speak when facing Ning Chuan. What's more, these people are Marines, guys who fight pirates. Aren't these two the two Marine generals who wanted to enter the island to meet the Empress 2 days ago? She would probably like to see the Marine who was giving her a headache being dealt with, right? After all, he didn't want to increase the number of killings for no reason. The power of the Sensen fruit emerged again, tightly entangling the seriously injured Fujitora and Green Ox. The huge vines were like chains, tightly binding the two generals. Momosuke felt a hint of bitterness in his heart. Seeing that the war is over, the female leader was shocked when she saw the two people thrown over by Ning Chuan. Since you are coming to Nine Snakes Island, you must bring some gifts to the Empress. Why was this child beaten to such a miserable state now? Suddenly, a group of female warriors armed with bows and arrows sprang out from the cliff. She even began to wonder if there was any hope that Marine could stand up under Ning Chuan's pressure in the future. How dare you guys make a scene outside my Nine Snakes Island? The two generals were dragged behind him like rag dolls, unable to resist. They raised the bows and arrows in their hands, and their armed domineering energy condensed on the weapons in their hands. Suddenly, a confident and cold voice came into everyone's ears. Chapter 205. The sneak attack failed, and the sweet fruit was ineffective. Empress Hancock slowly walked out of the crowd. Her stunning face was so beautiful that it seemed to suffocate the whole world. Along with her signature posture, her fingers point forward and her body leans back. It can be seen that even in front of Ning Chuan, the king of the new world, she is still very confident. When the female warriors on Nine Snake Island saw this scene, their eyes all shone with admiration and admiration. As the undisputed leader of the island, Hancock doesn't just have great looks. With his extraordinary strength, he has been guarding the safety of Nine Snake Island and has become a hero in the hearts of the islanders. When Ning Chuan saw Hancock appear, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He casually threw the two Marine generals Fujitora and Green Bull, who were seriously injured and fell to the ground, in front of Hancock. Help you solve a little trouble, Ning Chuan said calmly, as if it was just a casual move on his part. Hancock looked at Ning Chuan coldly, and then glanced at the two generals on the ground. Then he turned around, straightened his posture, and said in a cold tone. By calling General Marine a little trouble, are you trying to intimidate me? Her attitude seemed very distant, as if she was deliberately trying to keep a distance from Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan just smiled at this and didn't take her words to heart at all. He carefully looked at Hancock's beautiful face and said calmly, I came to Nine Snake Island to let you and Nine Snake Island join my command. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the female warriors on Nine Snake Island instantly became solemn. Hancock's eyes flashed with anger. She refused without any hesitation in her tone. Nine Snake Island will not join any party, we will remain neutral. Neither you nor the world government. Please don't involve Nine Snake Island in the war between you. Her words were full of determination, and she was obviously not prepared to consider Ning Chuan's proposal at all. Ning Chuan's smile became even thicker, with a hint of contempt. Are you too naive? Neutral. In this world, neutrality means not belonging to any party and can be eliminated by anyone. When Hancock heard this, the anger in his eyes became stronger. But she suppressed the anger in her heart and did not explode. She had watched the entire battle between Ning Chuan and the two Marine generals just now. She clearly knew that Ning Chuan's strength far exceeded her expectations. If we act rashly, the consequences may be disastrous. Ning Chuan glanced lightly, pointed at an empty mountaintop in the distance, and spoke in a calm voice. Don't be too busy refusing. Why don't we go over there and talk? I should have something here that interests you. As for whether you want to continue to cooperate with me after listening to what I say, we'll decide when the time comes. What do you think? Hancock didn't know what Ning Chuan had in mind, and she was about to refuse. Ning Chuan's voice rang in her ears again. If you don't want to go there, then I will have to tell your secret. Ning Chuan said this in a very low voice, only he and Hancock could hear it. As soon as the words came out, Hancock's eyes widened instantly and he looked at Ning Chuan with an expression of disbelief. No doubt, it's just what you thought of. After Ning Chuan said with a smile, he left the place and walked towards the designated place. When Hancock saw this, her bad temper suddenly wanted to break out. But when she thought of Ning Chuan's words, she was like a deflated rubber ball and instantly became mute. In desperation, she had no choice but to follow Ning Chuan towards the distant mountain. Hancock still doesn't know how true Ning Chuan's words are. But if Ning Chuan really knows the biggest secret in her heart, then this guy can't be kept. Even if he uses the most despicable means to conduct a sneak attack, he cannot be allowed to tell his secret. This is a matter of face for the entire Nine Snakes Island. Thinking of this, Hancock clenched his fist vigorously and followed Ning Chuan. After arriving at the place, Ning Chuan stopped and looked at Hancock behind him with a smile. That's it, let's talk. I know your past experience very well. If you believe me, I am willing to help you heal the scars left by that incident, whether it is physical or mental. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Hancock's eyes lit up with anger. Although Ning Chuan didn't say what it was, he and himself both knew it. What Ning Chuan was talking about just now should be about when he and his sister were captured by the Tianlong people and became slaves when they were young. Although Hancock didn't know where Ning Chuan knew about this. But this matter must be kept secret and must not be spread out. Everyone who knows this secret must keep his mouth shut forever. Hancock did not answer Ning Chuan's question. She suddenly put her amazingly beautiful face in front of Ning Chuan. He looked at Ning Chuan with a charming smile. Am I beautiful? Although Ning Chuan didn't know what Hancock was causing trouble, but he also roughly guessed what Hancock meant. Very beautiful. When I heard these three words from Ning Chuan's mouth, Hancock didn't hesitate at all and directly put his hands together to activate the sweet fruit's ability. Sweet and sweet wind. A series of pink rays instantly passed through Ning Chuan's body. Hancock is going to completely petrify Ning Chuan and let him turn into stone with this secret for a lifetime. Ning Chuan felt the power of the sweet fruit coming, but he still stood there with a smile on his face and did not show any panic. He looked down and watched the pink light penetrate his body. He looked at Hancock again with a proud look on his face and a smile on his lips. Damn it, you want to threaten me with this secret? Then you will be petrified here for the rest of your life. Humph, man, no one is good, including a kid like you. Hancock thought his sweet wind had petrified Ning Chuan. When he kept complaining about his dissatisfaction, Hancock sensed something was wrong. When she looked up, she found that Ning Chuan was still standing there intact, without any sign of petrification. Hancock's smile froze on his face. She couldn't believe her eyes. How could you? Hancock looked at Ning Chuan in disbelief, with a tremor in his voice. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, spread his hands, and said in a relaxed tone. Sweet fruit is indeed a powerful ability. You, Hancock, are also a very beautiful woman. I admit that I was really fascinated by your beauty just now. But if you think that I am like the other people you have dealt with before, that I will be petrified by you if I am fascinated by you, then you are totally wrong. It's a simple truth. My domineering power is far greater than your fruit ability. All your fruit abilities are ineffective against me. Chapter 206. Take me to Penghu City. I, Hancock, belong to Ning Chuan. Hancock was a little desperate at this time. In terms of boxing and kicking skills, he was far from Ning Chuan's opponent. Now I used Tiantian fruit to attack Ning Chuan without success. She could no longer think of any other way she could defeat Ning Chuan. Do I really want to agree to Ning Chuan's request and bring the entire Nine Snakes Island to join Ning Chuan's command? Just when Hancock was struggling in his heart, Ning Chuan looked at Hancock's expression and chuckled. You don't have to be so nervous. What I said before is still valid. I can help you relieve the pain in your heart. Ning Chuan's tone became softer, as if he had seen through Hancock's weak heart. Hancock forcibly calmed down his mood and became a little calmer. There was still a look on his face that said he should keep away from strangers. What on earth do you want to say? Threatening me with my secret and saying that you would help me relieve the pain in my heart. Have you fooled all these good people? Ning Chuan looked at Hancock, smiled slightly, and said slowly. I know that you three sisters were once captured by the celestial dragons and suffered humiliation. Even now, you still have the slave mark of the celestial dragons on your back. That experience is deeply engraved in your heart and has become a scar that can never be erased. This is why you are unwilling to get close to anyone. What I said is correct. Upon hearing these words, the anger in Hancock's eyes burst out instantly. All the tortures the celestial dragons inflicted on her and her sister. It is an eternal scar in her heart and a painful memory in her life. She always thought no one knew about it. However, Ning Chuan in front of her revealed the truth that she least wanted to face word by word. Shut up. Hancock suddenly interrupted Ning Chuan, his voice full of anger and fear. The past she least wanted to recall was brutally revealed by Ning Chuan. This feeling is really too painful. If you believe me, then you don't need to run away from the past anymore. Ning Chuan ignored her anger and continued. I can help you face your past, whether it's physically or mentally. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Hancock's anger suddenly turned into vigilance. She couldn't believe Ning Chuan's words. But Ning Chuan's words and sincere attitude made her start to waver. She has never met someone like this who not only knows her past, but also claims to be able to help her get rid of it all. Although her heart was still full of distrust and wariness, Ning Chuan's proposal made her waver. Do you really have a way? Hancock gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. But he still couldn't hide his inner shake. After all, those unbearable memories have deeply affected her entire life. Ning Chuan nodded, his tone firm. Of course, I have a way. Put your hand over here. A complicated look flashed in Hancock's eyes. Although I don't quite believe what Ning Chuan said. But after struggling in her heart for a long time, she still extended her hand to Ning Chuan. Time back. Ning Chuan directly used the power of time retrieval on Hancock. The next moment, Hancock could only feel the faintly painful mark on his back that had been aching all these years. At this moment, there was suddenly a hint of warmth. Ning Chuan seemed to be prepared, and he took out a mirror and threw it to Hancock. Then he stretched out his hand and gently pulled the coat off Hancock, who was somewhat defenseless. See for yourself, I have completely removed the celestial dragon slave brand from your back. This is the power of the fruit of time. I have restored your skin to what it was before being branded with the slave mark by the celestial dragons. Hancock turned around in disbelief. At this moment, she didn't even care that her large piece of snow-white skin was exposed in front of Ning Chuan's eyes. When she saw that the slave mark on her back had really disappeared. When the entire back returned to a piece of skin as white as mud and fat jade. Hancock was stunned for a moment. The mark on her back was printed by the Tianlong people using special means. She had tried to remove this mark more than once, but every time it failed. But now, Ning Chuan has easily done this for her, which makes her feel a little unbelievable. It is easy to recover from physical scars, but it is difficult to heal mental scars. However, I also have symptomatic treatment methods. If you want to continue listening, just take 9 Snake Island and join me. Hear what Ning Chuan said. Hancock suddenly recovered from the shock and asked coldly, "Why help me?" Ning Chuan smiled and said sincerely, "The answer is simple, because you are beautiful and I like beautiful women. What's more, we have the same goal, don't we? I think you would be very happy if the current world government disappeared, right?" Hancock's heart trembled slightly. She had never heard anyone speak to her like this. She had heard Ning Chuan's bold confession countless times. But Ning Chuan added something astonishing, like he wanted to kill the current world government. She has never heard anyone say that. Maybe you're not very interested in overthrowing the world government. But in other words, kill all the celestial dragons. I think you will like this very much, right? After all, this is the method I prepared for you to heal your soul in the first place. Hancock was originally shocked by Ning Chuan's crazy talk. After hearing that Ning Chuan wanted to kill all the Tianlong people, her eyes lit up instantly. Kill all the celestial dragons? Are you kidding me? Aren't you afraid that the world government will do its best to suppress you? Hancock was mid-sentence when he suddenly froze. She suddenly remembered that Ning Chuan had just said that he would overthrow the current world government. What's more, when Ning Chuan went to the island, he also seriously injured 2 generals. And gave them to her as gifts. It seems that Ning Chuan has long been determined to overthrow the world government. If you are willing to do this with me, then get on my boat and I will take you to witness it with your own eyes. When the time comes, I will take you to Pangu City on the Red Earth continent, and let you personally kill those high-ranking celestial dragons. Hancock was somewhat moved by Ning Chuan's words. After being silent for a long time, she finally nodded. Okay, I promise you. If you can take me to Pangu City and let me kill all the celestial dragons with my own hands. Then I, Hancock, will always be your Ning Chuan man. But one thing is that you must protect everyone on 9 Snakes Island and not let them get involved in this war. I don't want to see them lose their lives because of my choice. Hearing this, Ning Chuan smiled. He looked into Hancock's eyes and said seriously, "You'll be able to see this scene soon." Chapter 207. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, comes to cooperate with Ning Chuan. The islanders on 9 Snake Island originally thought they were about to face a fierce battle. He was even prepared to fight to the death. The result was after a brief conversation between Hancock and Ning Chuan. The situation turned around instantly, and there was no longer any intention to take action. As Ning Chuan and Hancock reached a tacit understanding, the islanders breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, Hancock announces news that shocks the entire island. She decided to get on Ning Chuan's ship, go to sea with Ning Chuan, and temporarily leave 9 Snake Island. The news caused quite a stir on the island. All the islanders took to the streets, hoping that the Empress would not leave them. In the end, Hancock had to assure the islanders that he would not leave forever. Only then did the entire 9 Snakes Island finally calm down. During Hancock's absence, the affairs of the island will be temporarily taken over by her 2 younger sisters, Marigold and Sandathonia. If there is anything that cannot be handled, they can contact themselves at any time and she will return immediately. After hearing Hancock's explanation, Marigold and Sandathonia were very surprised and suddenly felt a little stressed. However, with Hancock's comfort, the 2 of them quickly agreed. They also assured Hancock that they would work hard to take care of 9 Snake Island. We will definitely not let 9 Snake Island suffer any danger. After some explanation, Hancock brought Ning Chuan and Nami to her residence and stayed temporarily. Nami and the others, led by the guides sent by Hancock, began to play on 9 Snake Island. Hancock asked Ning Chuan to stay here temporarily. She wanted to ask Ning Chuan for help with something, until Ning Chuan saw Hancock's 2 sisters walking out of the house. Hancock finally spoke, hoping that Ning Chuan could help her 2 sisters erase the celestial dragon slave marks on their backs. It was the most painful symbol of their past. Now, she hopes to free her sisters from this humiliation. Ning Chuan agreed to this matter without hesitation. He used the power of the time fruit on Hancock's 2 sisters. Easily completely erase the marks on their backs. Marigorod and Sandasonia looked in the mirror and saw that there was no longer the mark on their backs that made them feel humiliated. I was immediately moved to tears. They can finally no longer bear the stigma of being slaves. After helping them remove the marks on their backs, Hancock also told his two sisters what he was going to do when he went to sea with Ning Chuan. After learning that Hancock was going to sea with Ning Chuan to kill the Tianlong people, the two sisters immediately expressed that they also wanted to follow their sister in revenge and fight against the celestial dragons together. However, Hancock directly rejected their request, and told them that Nine Snake Island needs their protection. When the time comes to truly take revenge on the Tianlong people, I will take them to participate in the battle. These words forced the two sisters to accept their sister's decision, because they knew that Hancock already had a plan in mind. Ning Chuan and the others stayed on Nine Snake Island for a week in total. During this week on Nine Snake Island, Ning Chuan and Hancock gradually established trust and tacit understanding, although Hancock was wary of Ning Chuan at first. But as time went by, she discovered that Ning Chuan was not as dangerous as she imagined. On the contrary, she gradually admired Ning Chuan's strength, calm mind and powerful strength. She even asked Ning Chuan to teach her how to improve her fighting strength. This allowed her relationship with the crew to gradually become more harmonious. However, as a queen, she often shows a strong queen style, but on Ning Chuan's ship, no one wanted to play the queen's game with her. Even the cuties imitated Hancock as the queen. As time went by, Hancock felt a little bored. Simply, I changed this hobby myself. A week later, Ning Chuan decided to leave Nine Snake Island and return to Dressrosa with Hancock. The Pluton battleship returned to its territory in Dressrosa at an extremely fast speed in less than half a day. Nine Snake Island has already joined his command. Then, the only valuable islands left in the entire New World are the islands where the giant kingdom Elbaf and the Revolutionary Army are located. When the time comes, all we need to do is capture these two islands. Then the New World in the second half of the Grand Line was basically completely unified by itself. This is a great thing that none of the previous One Piece Roger has done. After returning to Dressrosa, Ning Chuan asked Hancock to choose a room in this villa to live in. Hancock chose the top floor of the villa without hesitation. In her words, of course the queen must live at the top. These words made everyone laugh. Ning Chuan had just settled down when he received news from Doflamingo. Brother Ming looked serious and told Ning Chuan that there was an extremely important matter that needed to be discussed with him. When Ning Chuan heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of thing it was that made Doflamingo, who had been calm beside him for many days, so nervous. Doflamingo took a deep breath and said, "Boss Ning Chuan, people from the Revolutionary Army are here and they want to see you. Here comes the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. He's been waiting here for 3 days. After Ning Chuan heard Long's name, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had already guessed that the Revolutionary Army might take action, but he did not expect that Long would come to visit in person. Ning Chuan nodded and said thoughtfully, "It seems he wants to bring me together to deal with the world government. In that case, it would be nice to meet him." In fact, Ning Chuan had already considered cooperating with the Revolutionary Army. After all, in the New World, the Revolutionary Army is a powerful force that cannot be ignored. If they are willing to join him, then it will undoubtedly be of great help to his future plans. Even if they don't join, they will, actively, ask to join soon. Ning Chuan has this confidence. Soon, Doflamingo arranged for Ning Chuan to meet with the Revolutionary Army leaders Long, Ivankov and the Tyrant Shang in the conference room. When Ning Chuan walked into the conference room, Long stood by the table, folding his arms and looking at Ning Chuan sharply. The moment the two sides looked at each other, the air seemed to freeze at this moment. Ivankov and Shang stood on both sides of the dragon, with different expressions. After the two sides looked at each other for a long time, Long took the lead and spoke. "Ning Chuan, I know your current status in New World, and your strength has shocked the whole world. We are here to discuss the future situation with you. The world government has realized your threat, and they will attack you without mercy. We have a common enemy, and we also hope to cooperate with you to overthrow the rule of the Tianlong people." Ning Chuan did not rush to answer, but listened quietly. He smiled slightly, glanced at the members of the Revolutionary Army present, and then said, "Dragon, your intentions are very clear. I am also very interested in overthrowing the world government. However, cooperation is not what I want. What I want is for your Revolutionary Army to join my command and obey my command. I only have this one request, otherwise we won't have to talk." Chapter 208. If peace talks are not possible, then let's talk about fists and feet. Long frowned, feeling extremely dissatisfied with Ning Chuan's request. The conditions offered by Ning Chuan left almost no room for negotiation. This is not cooperation at all, but requires the Revolutionary Army to completely surrender to him. Long's Revolutionary Army has reached its current size after years of hard struggle and struggling to survive under the oppression of the world government. They would never give in to Ning Chuan just because of his words. Ning Chuan's request is actually to let the Revolutionary Army become his affiliated force and work for him. Long felt strongly dissatisfied with this. Shang and Ivankov of the Revolutionary Army were even more furious after hearing Ning Chuan's request. They stood up from their seats and looked at Ning Chuan angrily. "You kid is simply out of your mind, and you don't really want to cooperate at all." Hear this. Ning Chuan just sneered and ignored the two of them. Instead, he kept looking at Long, the leader of the revolutionary army, who was sitting there calmly. Seeing that Ning Chuan ignored him, Ivankov said angrily, "Ning Chuan, do you know how the revolutionary army has struggled out from the claws of the world government in recent years? And now, you actually want us to submit to you with just one sentence. It's really ridiculous." The bear though wasn't as excited as Ivankov, but Ning Chuan, who never liked talking, laughed angrily at him. "Ning Chuan, your proposal is simply an insult to our revolutionary army. I think we can't cooperate anymore." Just when the two of them wanted to turn around and leave. At this moment, Long waved his hand to calm down the two of them. He stood up and stared at Ning Chuan firmly, his voice was low but full of majesty. "Ning Chuan, you want the revolutionary army to surrender to you, but you have to give me a good reason first. A reason enough to convince me to give up leading the revolutionary army." When Long finally spoke, Ning Chuan smiled lightly and responded without hesitation. "There are many reasons, but the simplest one is strength. Only a powerful enough force can overthrow the world government and end the rule of the celestial dragons. With the strength you have in your hands now, you are not qualified to overthrow the world government. Don't say it's world government road. With just one marine, there's nothing you can do against them, right?" Listening to Ning Chuan's sarcastic words, Long's eyes narrowed instantly, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. But there was a hint of anger in his smile. Long nodded slightly, looked at Ning Chuan with sharp eyes, and smiled. "Power, huh, okay. Now that your words have come to this point, we also want to see what the power of your words is like. We want to see if you have the strength to let us join your command. Next, let me be your opponent." Just when Long was ready for a big fight with Ning Chuan. However, Shang and Ivankov stood directly in front of Long and said in a deep voice. "Long, there is no need for you to take action yourself. Shang and I can take him down if we work together." Shang also nodded and said seriously, "I also want to see how capable he is." Seeing the two of them, they couldn't help but want to take action against themselves. A smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips, feeling secretly proud in his heart. "It seems that the method of stimulating generals has been successful. I will accept the fruit abilities of the three of you." Ning Chuan knew that Dragon, Bear and Ivankov's devil fruit abilities were all very powerful. If they can master their abilities in battle, it will be a big improvement for Ning Chuan. However, Ivankov's hormone fruit comes to mind. Ning Chuan hesitated for a moment. The characteristics of this fruit's ability are really weird. Especially the part involving gender transition made him find it difficult to accept. However, Ning Chuan finally decided to learn this ability. After all, there is nothing wrong with ability itself. As for how to use it, it just depends on how people use it. Ivankov himself may have just used the power of this fruit a little incorrectly. Most people would not be able to imagine his method of creating a transvestite. Ning Chuan nodded lightly with a smile on his lips, and then spoke directly. "In this case, we might as well go to the uninhabited island near Dressrosa. That's a natural martial arts arena, just right for a fun battle." The three dragons nodded after hearing this. They had no objection to Ning Chuan's proposal. This fight seems to be inevitable for both sides. Since you want to fight, it would be better if you can find a suitable place to fight. Immediately, Ning Chuan boarded the Pluton battleship with Long, Shang, Ivankov, Nami and others. Prepared to sail to the nearby uninhabited island. When the three dragons stepped onto the deck of the Pluton battleship, they couldn't help but look shocked. Although I have long heard that Ning Chuan owns the legendary Pluton battleship. But seeing this huge ancient weapon with their own eyes still made them feel incredible. On the Pluton battleship, Ivankov couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Is this the Pluton battleship? It's even bigger than the rumors say. Although Shang is taciturn, judging from his solemn expression, he was also very shocked by the size of this Pluton battleship. Long stood on the deck of Pluton, looking at the sea in the distance, feeling very complicated in his heart. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Pluton's power did make him feel a bit of pressure. He had heard of Pluton's power. One cannon can destroy an island. The combat power of this Pluton alone was already as strong as half of their revolutionary army. From this point of view, Ning Chuan's arrogance really has the ability to be arrogant. The Pluton battleship quickly sailed towards the uninhabited island. As the island gets closer, the atmosphere on the ship becomes more and more tense. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes indifferent. He didn't care about this battle at all. The revolutionary army has the strength to join his command sooner or later. The Pluton warship sailed smoothly to the uninhabited island in the wind and waves. The outline of the island gradually became clearer, and the surrounding atmosphere became more solemn. They all know that the upcoming battle will be extremely fierce and may even change the situation of the world. Long stood on the bow of the boat with deep eyes, secretly thinking about how strong Ning Chuan was. However, he knew that Ning Chuan had defeated the other 4 emperors on the sea. It's definitely not that weak. He must remind Shang and Ivankov, who will fight for him next, to be extremely careful. The Pluton battleship docked steadily on the shore of the uninhabited island. Ning Chuan took the lead and set foot on the island. Long, Shang and Ivankov followed, staring closely at Ning Chuan's every move. Ning Chuan chuckled and turned around to look at the three of them. "Okay, here it is. Are you two going to fight in the first battle?" Chapter 209. Crush Bear and Ivankov prepared to master their devil fruit abilities. Listening to Ning Chuan's arrogant words, Ivankov and Shang looked at each other and stepped forward at the same time. Although 2 versus 1 is a bit unfair. But the opponent is the current emperor of the sea, so he can't care about this. In fact, the two of them knew that they might not be Ning Chuan's opponent. But they have to fight at this time. The purpose of their battle was to give Long a good look at Ning Chuan's approach. So that in the next battle, the dragon can win the final victory. In this case, although it is a bit overwhelming, but for the final victory and for the future of the revolutionary army, they have to do it. Ning Chuan moved his muscles slightly. He stretched out a hand to hook the two people in front of him, and said with a smile. You guys take action first. See what you are capable of. Provoked by Ning Chuan, Ivankov couldn't help but take the lead and stood in front of Ning Chuan. There was an exaggerated smile on his face, but his tone was full of unkindness. Ning Chuan, are you ready to accept the education of the Demon King? Ivankov, will not show mercy. If you lose, I will be rude to you. With a pretty face like yours, you will definitely be very popular in the transvestite kingdom. The threat to Ivankov. Ning Chuan just smiled and was not moved at all. He knows Ivankov's character and his devil fruit abilities. Ning Chuan knew that Ivankov wanted to anger him by saying this, so that he could fall into Ivankov's trap. Hormone fruits are extremely versatile in battle. If you are not careful, it is easy for him to take advantage of your anger. However, Ning Chuan has absolute confidence in his own strength. Don't be too nervous when playing a small Ivankov. Come, let me see your power. Ning Chuan said casually, looking relaxed and at ease. For Ivankov, Ning Chuan can relax a little. But for the bear, he focused on him. Shang's strength is almost the strongest in the entire revolutionary army except Long. His meatball fruit is still a bit troublesome. Of course, this is for other people. For Ning Chuan, these troubles are not troubles at all. Seeing the provocative movements of Ning Chuan's hands, the expression on Ivankov's face instantly became serious. He slapped his head suddenly, and the hormone fruit activated instantly. The hormones in his body began to surge wildly, and his aura quickly soared. The 10 fingers of his hands instantly turned into 10 syringes. Injecting a large amount of hormonal drugs into his head caused his head to expand rapidly. The entire person's originally slender body instantly transformed into a monster with a giant head. Hell winked. Ivankov suddenly shouted. The eyes on that huge face suddenly blinked. A death glare, with the power of tearing the air, rushed straight towards Ning Chuan. The power of this deathly wink directly shook the entire island. Not bad, let's play with you. Blue dragon form. Ning Chuan chuckled, and his body instantly transformed into a human animal form in the form of a green dragon. Powerful dragon scales instantly cover your whole body. Looking at the incoming attack, Ning Chuan waved his arm lightly and easily blocked Ivankov's attack. This death glare in front of Ning Chuan actually did no harm. There is a certain strength, but it is far from enough. Ning Chuan took back his palm and said calmly. Seeing that his attack was resolved so easily, Ivankov couldn't help but widen his eyes. Impossible, how can it be so strong? My full blow was just neutralized. Ivankov knew that his long-range attacks had no effect on Ning Chuan. In desperation, he once again turned his 10 fingers into syringes and injected a large amount of hormones into his body without hesitation. With the rapid action of hormones, his muscles gradually expanded, his strength greatly increased, and his entire body became as burly as his big head. He was going to have a good fight with Ning Chuan under the influence of hormones. The bear on the side observed in silence for a long time. After confirming that Ivankov was ready, he quietly gathered strength. The power of the meatball fruit continued to condense in his hands. The iconic fleshy palm flickered slightly, with a faint sense of oppression. Shang knew that in the face of Ning Chuan's strength, it was impossible for Ivankov alone to gain an advantage. So, he decided to join forces with Ivankov, launch a joint attack in an attempt to completely undermine Ning Chuan's self-confidence. The moment Ivankov suddenly exerted his strength, the bear no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and his speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch him. The next moment, the two of them appeared beside Ning Chuan. The two attacks fell on Ning Chuan almost at the same time. Ivankov's fists carried the violent force enhanced by hormones. There was a kind of confidence in controlling the overall situation in that smile. Ivankov's heavy punch and the bear's paw impact were like hitting an unshakable mountain, losing all power in an instant. It even put him at a brief disadvantage. Your attack power is not enough, Ivankov. His fists were still clenched, and his arms had swelled to the limit due to hormone enhancement. Facing the joint attack of the two strong men, he seemed extremely calm. The easier it is to master their fruit abilities yourself. Ning Chuan said coldly, with undisguised sarcasm in his tone. I'll give you time to prepare. However, something they couldn't believe happened. The power in his body surged crazily, and every muscle in his hand was tense to the extreme. Cooperating with the bear's paw attack that had been gathered for a long time, Ning Chuan was attacked from both sides. Ning Chuan activated his conquerors and sent the two of them flying away. But Ning Chuan's hands seemed to be made of iron. Then he looked at the two people flying out and hooked his hands at them again. He continued to taunt softly, as if the attack just now was nothing more than childishness to him. Shang was secretly shocked. Ivankov's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. The bear stood aside. Although he did not appear as shocked as Ivankov, he could not hide the surprise in his eyes. This moment, there is one sentence he has not yet said, but the facts before him undoubtedly overturned his cognition. When he said this, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth were slightly raised. This is impossible. He can actually block our attack with one hand. As steady as a rock, it was not shaken by the two attacks. That is, the more carefully they prepare. They unreservedly displayed their strongest strength, intending to defeat Ning Chuan's self-confidence in one fell swoop. Even a dragon cannot have such terrifying physical strength, right? He originally thought that the combined strength of the two would be enough to break Ning Chuan's defense. Is this what you call going all out? Come on, use the full power of your devil fruit. Ning Chuan glanced at the two of them lightly, with a smile on his lips. Ning Chuan just stretched out his hand lightly and steadily blocked the combined attack of the two. Your attack power is barely noticeable, bear. Chapter 210 Mastering the Hormone Fruit, Meatball Fruit Ability, Shocked Dragon. Listening to Ning Chuan's provocative words, Ivankov and the bear's patience has reached its limit. Since Ning Chuan wants to see their fruit abilities, then just satisfy him. The two of them are ready to use their last resort to see if they can bring out Ning Chuan's full strength. Ivankov's body flashed and he quickly moved to the bear's side. The 10 fingers turned into syringes, accurately piercing deep into the bear's skin. The next moment, he then crazily promoted his hormone fruit ability. Start injecting large amounts of hormones into the bear's body. This time, he was not prepared to hold back. Instead, they are preparing to inject all the hormones in the body into the bear's body. This was the plan they had discussed before coming to Dressrosa. Both of them knew that their move would cause them both to suffer considerable harm. Especially the bear who endured all of Ivankov's hormonal power. He will probably lose many years of his life as a result. But they don't regret doing it, because the bear has agreed to the world government and accept their transformation. Rather than letting the remaining lifespan be controlled by the world government, it is better to use it for the cause of the revolutionary army. This is the bear's plan. Under the full force of all Ivankov's hormones, the bear's strength will break through the limit and reach an extremely terrifying point. Soon, these hormones start working immediately. The bear's already strong and tall body became even bigger in this short moment. The muscles all over the body expand rapidly, and various physical qualities such as strength, speed and reaction ability of the whole person are enhanced. Almost all of them started to show several times growth. This time's hormone strengthening has directly raised the bear's strength to a terrifying level. Like an awakened ancient behemoth, it exudes terrifying intimidation. His breathing became heavy and powerful, and his eyes flashed with cold fighting intent. Although Ivankov's hormones can greatly improve the bear's strength in a short period of time. But Ning Chuan understood that this method of forcibly stimulating potential would ultimately come at a huge price. Ning Chuan stood not far away, his eyes calm, not shaken at all by the strengthening of the two men. On the contrary, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. During the process of Ivankov injecting hormones into the bear, he activated his knowledge and carefully observed Ivankov's every move. And recited the words silently in his heart. System, settlement. Congratulations to host for successfully experiencing the power of the hormone fruit for 20 seconds and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining the 200,000-second cultivation power of the hormone-sensing fruit. Host's understanding of the hormone fruit's ability has been greatly improved. Not enough. Continue to settle. Congratulations host. ... Continue to settle. ... Less than half an hour. The voice Ning Chuan wanted to hear finally sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for successfully mastering the power of the hormone fruit. The moment Ning Chuan successfully mastered the hormone fruit, Ivankov in the distance has also exhausted the hormones in his body. His body was shaky and his face was pale and weak. He injected the last of his power into the bear's body, bringing the bear's strength to an unprecedented peak. Ivankov, on the other hand, slumped on the ground helplessly. He looked at the bear seriously, with a hint of encouragement in his eyes. Because he knew that this might be their only chance to force Ning Chuan to use all his methods. The bear felt the power surging within his body, and a trace of tenacity flashed in his eyes. He gently placed Ivankov in a safe place. Then, the figure turned into a swift black shadow and launched a fierce attack on Ning Chuan. Under the influence of hormones, the bear's speed has increased several times compared to before. In conjunction with his strengthened physique, every punch he makes carries the infinite power of the meatball fruit. Shang's fist struck Ning Chuan with devastating force. Ning Chuan raised his arm, and the dragon-scaled arm in the green dragon form shone with a cold light, directly facing the bear's fist. There was a loud crash. The strength of the two people clashed violently at this moment, creating a terrifying shock wave that directly cracked the ground beneath their feet. After one punch, Ning Chuan was shocked by the huge power contained in Shang's punch and took a step back. The bear flew hundreds of meters away in an instant, but even so, it was enough to make Ning Chuan feel a little surprised. After all, Kaido at that time didn't even let himself take a step back. The power of Shang's punch was somewhat beyond Ning Chuan's expectations. With the blessing of hormones, the power of the meatball fruit burst out with terrifying energy. The meatball fruit's bonus to strength is really good. However, I will have this ability soon. He smiled coldly and thought silently in his heart again. System, settlement. The system prompt sounded again. The meatball fruit that has been settled many times has now undergone a qualitative change in Ning Chuan. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the meatball fruit for 10 minutes and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving the 100,000-minute cultivation refund of the ability to feel the meatball fruit. Host has successfully mastered the meatball fruit ability. Hear this. A smile finally appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Not only did he easily resist the bear's attacks, he also completely mastered their fruit abilities. Now that both of their abilities have been mastered by themselves. So now it seems that this battle is over. The bear flew upside down in the air and hit the ground hard. Despite being strengthened by hormones, his body still couldn't withstand Ning Chuan's powerful blow. The bear struggled to his feet, ready to continue attacking. However, Ning Chuan did not give Shang any chance at this time. He raised his hand slightly, and the power in his body was instantly mobilized. Ning Chuan's palm also gradually condensed the power of the bear's flesh ball fruit. Long has been watching the battle carefully. Looking at this scene from a distance, I was suddenly shocked. He is very familiar with the power of bear's meatball fruit. But what he didn't expect was that Ning Chuan could directly use the bear's devil fruit ability. Has he really mastered the bear's meatball fruit ability, or is he just showing off? For a moment, Long was a little unsure about Ning Chuan's details. If Ning Chuan really mastered the bear's meatball fruit ability, then Ning Chuan should have a special ability. This ability allows Ning Chuan to master other people's devil fruit powers. Thinking of this, Long immediately became uneasy. If Ning Chuan really has this ability, then the battle between him and himself must be as soon as possible. Otherwise, wait until Ning Chuan masters his own abilities. Then when the time comes, it will probably be difficult for him to capture Ning Chuan. Chapter 211. Compared with Logia's devil fruit ability, I have quite a lot of it. The bear that flew out quickly came back to kill him again. The bear's fist charged up again, and the power of the meatball fruit surged in his palm. He knew that there was no way out at this time and he had to use all Ning Chuan's methods. Otherwise, Long may also lose to Ning Chuan due to information asymmetry. His huge mountain figure began to tremble slightly due to his injuries and the effects of hormones in his body. But he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Not long after, a large amount of cold sweat began to slide down his forehead. You have already lost. I suggest you surrender and don't have to stand up and be beaten anymore. Ning Chuan spoke coldly, with a suffocating confidence in his tone. The bear's eyes froze. The next second, Ning Chuan suddenly disappeared from his eyes. Then he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression coming towards him from all directions. Ning Chuan's fist was already wrapped with Conqueror's domineering energy, and it hit the bear's chest directly. The bear suddenly stretched out his hands, and the rebound ability of the meatball fruit was activated instantly. Trying to use the rebound ability of the meatball to resist Ning Chuan's punch. Ning Chuan's fist hit the bear's flesh ball mercilessly, and a terrifying recoil force hit him instantly. However, Ning Chuan, who felt the power of this rebound, did not flinch at all. Instead, he withstood the terrifying rebound force and punched the bear's body again and again. The impact of each punch sounded like thunder, resounding throughout the battlefield. Shang Ping tried his best to use the rebound ability of the meatball fruit to fight back Ning Chuan's power. However, after each rebound, he felt powerless. Ning Chuan's power is too terrifying. The power that burst out from that small body simply made him feel incredible. Although the force of the rebound acted on Ning Chuan, but Shang also felt a little powerless because he had to resist Ning Chuan's terrifying fists time and time again. Ning Chuan showed no signs of stopping. The fists hit the bear like a machine gun. The beating gradually left the bear breathless. The bear's arms and balls began to crack slightly. This made him extremely frightened, and he couldn't help but thought to himself. How terrifying is Ning Chuan's power? Even though he rebounded with so much power, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Just when Shang's mind felt a little unbearable, he suddenly saw a familiar flesh ball mark appearing on Ning Chuan's palm. Seeing this scene, Shang was stunned for a moment. The next moment, there was a flash of fear in his eyes. Is this my meatball fruit ability? Is it possible that he has been accumulating the power of rebounding using the meatball fruit ability? At this moment, Shang instantly understood Ning Chuan's plan. All the rebounded power was absorbed by Ning Chuan's meatball fruit. Be prepared to blast it all on yourself when it accumulates to a certain level. This, impossible. The bear's eyes widened in shock. He knew that the accumulated power was far beyond the limit of what he could bear. Seeing the bear's expression suddenly change, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. Just the next second, he suddenly released all the power he had just accumulated at the same time. Gathered in his fist, he hit the bear with all his strength. Although the meatball on the bear's palm has the ability to rebound again. But this time the power has exceeded the limit of the meatball fruit. The powerful impact caused the bear's body to lose control instantly and was blown away like a cannonball. The moment he flew out, his consciousness was blurred. Ning Chuan's attack was really terrifying. Dozens or hundreds of punches wrapped around Conqueror's fist converged into one punch. Even Kaido's abnormal body may not be able to resist it. Not to mention the bear's. Boom. After a loud noise, the bear's body drew an arc in the air. He was about to be thrown into the endless ocean. At this critical moment of life and death, the dragon's figure flew over as quickly as the wind. Caught the bear directly in the air. Long stood in the air and looked at Ning Chuan coldly, with a dignified look in his eyes. See, the dragon has rushed into the sky. Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows, hooked his hand at Long, and said provocatively. Just in time, it's your turn. I didn't enjoy the fight just now. Let's switch to you next. Long didn't respond immediately. Instead, he first gently placed the bear's body next to Ivankov. Then, he raised his head and stared at Ning Chuan with burning eyes. Your ability seems to be that you can learn the fruit power of others. Ning Chuan nodded calmly. Just treat it like this. After hearing this, Long frowned slightly. It seems that this battle must be ended as soon as possible. If Ning Chuan had just used these 6 Logia devil fruit abilities when he dealt with them. Ning Chuan snorted coldly. Say it. Each element carries a destructive aura, intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying storm of power. Long was secretly surprised. Doesn't this underestimate me, Ning Chuan? At this moment, the bear and Ivankov on the ground looked at the battle in the air. Ning Chuan saw this scene and sneered without any fear. A more violent momentum than before instantly blasted towards the dragon. It seemed that Ning Chuan had spared the two of them just now. And he uses every power so skillfully. It seems that their strength is too weak after all. With Ning Chuan letting them down like this, it would be difficult for them to win. A kind of Logia's power is regarded as a treasure. However, Ning Chuan did it. Thinking of this, Shang and Ivankov sighed helplessly. Surrounded by the abilities of Logia in 6th middle school. Are all these the power of the Logia fruit? He waved his hand gently, and thunder, lava and dark power erupted at the same time. Powerful tornadoes suddenly blew up around the dragon's body. A trace of a wry smile appeared on both of their faces. The huge tornado raged, tearing apart the surrounding air and ground, as if even the earth could not withstand this terrible force. How is this possible? Now they only hope that Long can hold on for a while longer in the hands of Ning Chuan in such a posture. Although the dragon's tornado is extremely powerful, then he might have been beaten by Ning Chuan's Logia power and found it difficult to fight back. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to be enveloped by the power of these 6 elements. A powerful storm swept across the entire battlefield, as if it was about to tear the entire island into pieces. However, under the attack of various Logia forces in Ning Chuan, it gradually began to lose control and was torn into pieces and decomposed one after another. Otherwise, once you learn my wind and wind fruit ability, I'm afraid it will be difficult to take you down. He had never seen anyone able to control so many devil fruit powers at the same time. Ning Chuan walked towards Long step by step. Then light, darkness, thunder, ice, lava, and sand. The 6 Logia devil fruit powers burst out around Ning Chuan at the same time. The two storms collided, and there was a huge roar between heaven and earth, as if even the air was torn apart. They knew that Long should not be Ning Chuan's opponent. Chapter 212. After mastering the wind and wind fruit, Long immediately gave up. The dragon was running the power of the wind and wind fruit with all his strength. Trying to find a chance to win with Ning Chuan in the devil fruit confrontation. He knew very well that Ning Chuan's physical skills were almost impeccable. Both speed and strength are far beyond ordinary people. Even the bear injected with a large amount of hormones was no match for Ning Chuan. If he rashly engages in hand-to-hand combat with Ning Chuan, he will undoubtedly be seeking death. Therefore, the dragon can only rely on the power of the wind and wind fruit. Trying to contain Ning Chuan through flexible strategies. However, Ning Chuan controlled 6 Logia's devil fruit powers at the same time, surrounding the dragon. Thunder, laser, ice and snow, lava, sand and darkness, these 6 destructive elements bombard each other alternately. However, Ning Chuan, who controlled these abilities, never let the attack actually hit the dragon. Instead, he was deliberately playing tricks on him, watching him keep dodging in the air. Every attack by Ning Chuan was playful. It was as if this battle was just him playing with the dragon. Long, is this all you have? Isn't it known as the Revolutionary Army's strongest combat force? Why don't you even have the strength to fight back now? Ning Chuan said while controlling the thunder and laser to shoot everywhere. From time to time, they passed by the dragon, which made the dragon who had been avoiding it feel more and more upset. Long knew that he could not continue like this. He must never let Ning Chuan dominate this battle. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will be defeated by Ning Chuan. Therefore, Long felt cruel in his heart. Decided to try his best to have a head-on confrontation with Ning Chuan. He pushed the power of the Feng fruit to the limit, the wind roared past, and the sea began to churn violently. Several towering waterspouts gradually formed around them. These waterspouts swept everything around them crazily, forming towering terrifying water columns. Long decided to use the power of the seawater to completely submerge Ning Chuan. Although he was very confused about why Ning Chuan could control so much devil fruit power. But Long understands that no matter how powerful the fruit user is, once you fall into the seawater, you will become extremely weak. What devil fruit users are most afraid of is seawater. As long as the seawater can reach Ning Chuan, no matter how powerful your ability is, it will fail instantly. At that time, he will have the opportunity to completely capture Ning Chuan. See the dragon in action. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. It was obvious that he had seen through Long's intention. But Ning Chuan was not worried at all about the waterspout controlled by Long. Because he is not an esper who has eaten a devil fruit. Long's ideas are simply useless to me. However, Ning Chuan does not intend to expose this now. He also wanted to have a good play with the dragon. At the moment the waterspout approached him, Ning Chuan activated the power of the frozen fruit without hesitation. Ice Age. In an instant, those roaring waterspouts are all frozen. It turned into towering icicles and stood still on the sea. When Long saw his waterspout frozen, he was shocked, because he has already seen that this ability seems to come from the current Marine General, Aokiji. Without any hesitation, Long activated the power of the wind fruit again. He cut off those icicles and turned them into countless broken ice. Then the sea water quickly gathered again, trying to surround Ning Chuan again. This time, the water flow seemed to carry infinite power. Layers of sea water rushed towards Ning Chuan like a tsunami, trying to completely suppress him. I just activated the power of the frozen fruit once, I don't believe you can activate it a second time. Long Xinjiang decided to take a gamble. However, I saw a large amount of sea water coming towards me. Ning Chuan still seemed calm and unhurried. He looked at the surging sea water with a faint smile on his lips. He first smiled at the dragon, and then jumped without hesitation. Plunged directly into the large amount of sea water brought by the dragon. Is he crazy? Long's eyes widened for a moment, and he looked at Ning Chuan in disbelief as he jumped into the sea on his own initiative. You know, for anyone with devil fruit abilities, seawater is their biggest nemesis. Once it falls into the water, its power will be completely lost. But now, Ning Chuan's actions were completely beyond his expectations. Just when Long thought he was going to win. But he was horrified to find that Ning Chuan did not show any signs of weakness in the sea water. On the contrary, Ning Chuan's figure moved quickly through his own waterspout. Conqueror's Hawkeye has wrapped around his fist. Come straight to the dragon's face. How is it possible? Why can he still move in the sea? Long was shocked, but he had no time to think at the moment. He had to raise his arms to defend himself. Just the next second, Ning Chuan's fist hit hard. Conqueror's domineering power surged into the dragon's body like a tsunami. The terrifying mental shock made him feel dizzy instantly, and his body began to shake involuntarily. A satisfied smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Storm-like airflow gathered in his palm, as if he was the master of the storm at this moment. Trying to get rid of Ning Chuan's pursuit, Ning Chuan did not catch up with him this time, but kept looking at him from below, with a smirk on his face. System. Settlement. Ning Chuan has mastered my wind and wind fruit ability again. In the feedback from the system. It was not until just now that he ended his observation. The first settlement took up to 30 minutes. Long felt the changes in the wind around Ning Chuan from high in the sky. No matter how hard we fight, we can no longer win. Instantly imitating the appearance of a dragon and activating the power of the wind and wind fruit. How to fight this fight? No need to settle again and again like before. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the Feng Feng fruit for 30 minutes and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a refund of 300,000 minutes of the ability to feel the wind and wind fruit. He saw that Ning Chuan's hand had begun to condense a storm that was no less powerful than his own Feng Feng fruit. He was never Ning Chuan's opponent. If I don't fight, I lose. Let Ning Chuan directly master the power of Feng Feng fruit. His heart suddenly tightened, and he immediately knew that something was wrong. Now Ning Chuan has learned his most core ability. Host has successfully mastered the wind fruit ability. He stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture towards Ning Chuan. Long couldn't help but reveal a wry smile on his face. After obtaining the wind fruit ability, the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth raised slightly, and he gently raised his hand. Start practice settlement now. He had already started to observe all the dragon's actions with his own Hawkeye. Long sighed helplessly. The observation time this time has been long enough. You should be able to directly grasp the power of the wind and wind fruit, right? However, what surprised Long? Despite this, Long's strong physique from years of fighting still allowed him to survive and not fall down easily. It started from before when Ryu used the power of the wind and wind fruit to send the bear to a safe place. He gritted his teeth forcefully and used the power of the Feng Feng fruit to send himself high into the sky. Chapter 213 The First Batch of Seraph Warriors, The Future of the World. Hearing Long's voice admitting defeat, Ning Chuan smiled softly and then stopped. He knew that there was no need to continue the fight at this point. Ning Chuan's goal has been achieved, and the Revolutionary Army will soon join his ranks. Ning Chuan walked up to Long and stared at the rumored leader of the Revolutionary Army in front of him. Long raised his head and looked at Ning Chuan seriously. There was a wry smile on his face. Now I finally understand why the other 4 emperors were defeated by you. Long sighed helplessly. Ning Chuan, your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. I am afraid that no one in the entire sea can match you. It's good to understand. Ning Chuan smiled faintly. You don't have to be embarrassed either. There are many people who have lost to me, and you are not the least of them. Dragon, since we've lost the battle, we might as well get aboard the Pluton and let's have a good talk. I heard the invitation from Ning Chuan. Long nodded, temporarily letting go of the frustration in his heart. After settling Shang and Ivankov, he boarded the Pluton in Ning Chuan with them. Came to the spacious conference room. Ning Chuan was already sitting on the main seat with a calm expression, as if he had already anticipated all this development. Long sat down opposite Ning Chuan, took a deep breath, and said bluntly. I admit that I lost. Since we are defeated, according to the agreement, the Revolutionary Army will follow your command. Ning Chuan waved his hand gently, signaling Long to continue speaking. The Revolutionary Army has a total of 4 armies, southeast, northwest and northwest. You can mobilize them freely. I will not interfere. As long as they are not allowed to carry out a mission to die, I will never interfere. There was a bit of worry in Long's tone. At this moment, his heart is still worried about the revolutionary army. However, what was beyond Long's expectation was, Ning Chuan didn't seem to care about these powers. I'm actually not interested in the troops of your revolutionary army. Actually, I don't plan to keep them for a long time. When the time is right, I will let the revolutionary army disband. Because in my plan, they are not needed at all. The reason why I asked you to take command is because I don't want to be resisted by you when we start fighting in the future, that's all. Long was slightly stunned when he heard the words, a little hard to understand. You said disbanding the revolutionary army. Are you kidding me? Without the revolutionary army, how can you fight against the world government's army? Having said this, Long shook his head helplessly and reminded him kindly. Don't you want to kill everyone single-handedly? Stop joking. Ning Chuan smiled at Long and continued. I never joke. As long as my seraph troops are completely formed, you can directly disband all your 4 armies, southeast, northwest and northwest. Hearing this, Long was a little confused. Obviously, he couldn't accept Ning Chuan's idea for a while. So, he changed the topic. With a somewhat probing tone, he asked a question that had been bothering him. Let's change the question first. If one day you really overthrow the world government, what will you do? Will you become a dictator who controls the world behind the scenes like I am? After Ning Chuan heard this question, he paused and looked deeply. He shook his head and said calmly, overthrowing the world government was just to protect Nami and the others. I never wanted to become the king of the world. After overthrowing him and killing all the Tianlong people, the world will be governed by various countries. 20 countries each manage their own territory. As for the sea, my newly created, Seraph, force will maintain order at sea. Seraph troops. After hearing this, Long's eyes narrowed and he was obviously very curious about this strange name. This was the second time he heard Ning Chuan mention this unit. What kind of power is that? Ning Chuan smiled slightly, knowing that Long's attention had been attracted to him. Seraph is an artificial warrior jointly developed by 3 top scientists, Vegapunk, Caesar, and Judge. Each of them is a product of genetic modification. Not only does they have a strong body, but they also have a variety of devil fruit abilities. They will be the guardians of the sea in the future and will absolutely obey the new maritime order. With them, there will be no more pirates on the sea in the future. Long was silent for a long time after hearing this. Ning Chuan's plan was obviously an eye-opener for him. As the leader of the revolutionary army, he also thought about the governance plan after overthrowing the world government. But Ning Chuan's ideas completely escaped his imagination. Can I see these seraphs? Long asked curiously. Ning Chuan nodded, then stood up and walked aside. He waved his hand gently, and the power of the door fruit was activated, and a door opened in the space in front of him. Come with me, take you to meet the seraphs. Their bodies are much larger than ordinary humans, and their muscles are tight, as if there is explosive power hidden under every inch of skin. But to maintain world peace in a new way, they have no thoughts and obeying orders also means they have no sense of autonomy. The seraph warrior also slowly walked out of the container. Ning Chuan continued, his eyes full of confidence. Long looked at these warriors and couldn't help but be shocked. What comes into view is a huge experimental site. If these powers are abused in the future, won't they become new tools of oppression? These are the seraphs. Each seraph is infused with at least 3 devil fruit abilities. If these men with terrifying strength form an army, it will be a nightmare for everyone at sea. Then, the warrior in the container immediately opened his eyes, and the green liquid gradually receded. This is exactly their advantage. Listen to Ning Chuan say this. Long took Shang and Ivankov, followed Ning Chuan through the space gate, and came to the laboratory on the empty island. What's more, I am invincible. As long as I am alive, they will always obey me. Ning Chuan smiled and then spoke. Long observed carefully and saw the Lunarian flames burning behind these warriors, with ghost horns on their heads, and dragon scales covering their bodies. The dragon was silent. More importantly, they are not afraid of sea water. But they are man-made, Long whispered. And these seraphs will never be lost because of power. They will only enforce the set rules to ensure that the order on the sea will never be shaken. Not only do they have extremely strong bodies, they also possess the power of multiple devil fruits, even stronger than the original fruit users. These seraphs will be the main force in the future world. They will replace your revolutionary army and become the boundary breakers of the old world. It will also replace the current marine and become the new guardian of order. Ning Chuan stood in front, pointing to one of the seraphs. Human greed and selfish desires will lead to the corruption of power. The birth of the celestial dragons is also due to this problem. He had to admit that Ning Chuan's plan was indeed unique. But Ning Chuan's vision has clearly gone beyond simple regime change. These warriors in front of me have undoubtedly surpassed the limits of human beings. Even solutions he never thought of. You can faintly see the humanoid warrior sleeping in the container. Dozens of huge containers were lined up, filled with green liquid. Only Ning Chuan can do this method. The revolutionary army has been pursuing the overthrow of the corrupt regime for years. Chapter 214 The Powerful Seraph Warrior, the first battle against the beast pirates. Looking at the dragon who has fallen into the pie he drew, Ning Chuan asked with a smile, do you want to see with your own eyes the true strength of these seraph warriors? Long, Shang, and Ivankov looked at each other and nodded at the same time. These warriors mentioned by Ning Chuan carry hope for the future war situation. Of course they want to verify the strength of these transformed warriors with their own eyes. When Ning Chuan saw this, he smiled softly and said to Vegapunk, Caesar and Judge on the side. Since they want to see it, let them see something exciting. Vegapunk understood what Ning Chuan meant, so he immediately controlled the console and mobilized 100 Seraph warriors. These warriors are strong and tall, with ghost horns on their heads and green dragon scales on their bodies. Although the faces are exactly the same, the sense of oppression exuding from their bodies is extremely real. It seems like an invincible army with overwhelming combat power. These 100 Seraph warriors stood upright in front of Long and others, motionless. But just standing there made Long, Shang and Ivankov feel deeply threatened. They could not conceal their shock, and even felt an uneasy sense of oppression. Long frowned, looked at the team, and thought to himself. With only 100 people, there is such a terrifying sense of oppression. If all the guys in this big warehouse are involved in the battle, how can the world government's army compete? Fortunately, I came here in advance. Otherwise, if Ning Chuan brought this army to attack me, our revolutionary army would really be unable to stop it. ... Look at the expression on Long's face. Ning Chuan was very satisfied with their reaction and said with a smile. Don't worry, I will take you to a good place next. The combat environment there allows you to see the true power of these warriors. He said, then waved his palm and opened the door to the world of songs. The GU training ground in Gerger world is about to come into play now. Today, Ning Chuan decided to let these Seraph warriors join in to show off their terrifying combat power. Ning Chuan took Long and the others into the GU training ground in Gerger world. Naturally, the three scientists Vegapunk, Caesar and Judge also went with them. The three of them are full of expectations for their work. I want to know how powerful these Seraph warriors really are. In the GU training ground of JJ world. As usual, the strong men were fighting fiercely. 2 of the 5 elders formed a camp with Fegaland. Kaido, Big Mom and Whitebeard formed the other camp with their respective men. Rayleigh, Enel, Crocodile, Moria and other powerful players also formed their own camps to attack each other. They attack each other and want to decide the winner. But the camp of the 3 Tianlong people did not participate in this process. Because they have been jointly attacked by everyone, they have signed an agreement with these pirates. They are not allowed to take the initiative to attack anyone, otherwise, they will be jointly attacked by everyone. In order not to be beaten, these 3 Tianlong people also agreed to this agreement. Although these powerful men on the sea fight every day in the world of songs. But they never felt tired for a moment. Because here, fighting can not only improve your strength. Their injuries will also heal quickly due to Ning Chuan's time fruit ability. It is truly a paradise, tailor-made for combat fanatics. However, when Ning Chuan once again opened the door to the world of JJ, everyone stopped what they were doing and collectively looked up at the sky. They had long been accustomed to Ning Chuan's sudden arrival, and I know that every time Ning Chuan comes, he will bring new toys. Kaido stood in the field, licked his lips, and guessed. I'm afraid it's Shanks this time, right? He's the only one among the 4 emperors who's not here. Auntie sneered. Not necessarily. Maybe it was the Warring States period. After all, Ning Chuan has unified New World, and the next step should be to take action against Marine. Whitebeard discovered Long and the 3 of them behind Ning Chuan first. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems that today's protagonist is not the Warring States period, but the leader of the revolutionary army, Long. I didn't expect that even the dragon that has been fighting against the world government would be brought by Ning Chuan. Things are really unpredictable. He pointed behind him, and the 100 Seraph warriors immediately appeared in everyone's sight. Their speed was extremely fast, and they rushed towards Kaido's camp on the field almost instantly. The mace in his hand was swung high and hit one of the Seraph warriors hard. These warriors seemed tireless and fearless, like soulless killing machines. Whitebeard stared at Seraph and said with some vigilance. Didn't you hear? Ning Chuan said that they are all here for us. They are all super warriors fused with the genes in your body. I advise you not to underestimate them. I really can't beat Ning Chuan, but we, the Beast Pirates, are not afraid of beating some bullshit reformed warriors. Kaido, let's take a look at the situation. These guys don't seem to be simple. You guys, let me kill you. Everyone, the new opponents brought to you today are not the 4 emperors or marines, but these guys. These people are all transformed warriors and will join your battlefield. He waved his mace and planned to be the first to rush forward. Kaido laughed wildly. Ning Chuan stood high in the sky, watching the reactions of the powerful men below, chuckled, and then said in a loud voice. Otherwise, I will be severely beaten. He knew that although these Seraph warriors were a new force on the scene, but with years of fighting intuition, they can feel that the aura of these Seraphs is completely different from ordinary enemies. Following Ning Chuan's order, the Seraphs began to act in unison. Thunder 8 trigrams. Ning Chuan stood high in the sky, observing the strong men below with great interest. Take down the Kaido pirates first. But after all, they have all the genes of these strong men in their bodies. Whitebeard saw this scene and wanted to help, although they have never seen these guys. Go ahead. Their bodies have also been genetically modified, integrating the advantages of multiple races, and possessing several devil fruit abilities. Kaido roared excitedly and rushed forward first. Whitebeard, take your people and retreat, or I'll beat you too. But Kaido stopped him directly. But Whitebeard, who was fighting with him just now, stretched out his hand to stop him. I really want to try it. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, all the powerful men couldn't help but feel shocked. Haha, Ning Chuan, I admit I can't beat you, but are these guys really that powerful? Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard and others stared at the 100 Seraph warriors. Chapter 215. Hundreds of warriors suppressed a group of 4 emperors. Is this an exaggeration? Watch Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams attack. The Seraph didn't even dodge, but directly blocked the blow with the dragon scales on his arms. Bang! Kaido's attack fell on Seraph, but it had no effect as expected. Seraph just took a few dozen steps back, shook his arms, and stood firm again. How is that possible? Kaido's eyes gradually became sharper, staring at the Seraph warrior in front of him. He noticed that the arms of these warriors were covered with dragon scales that were very similar to his own blue dragon form. Kaido's heart sank, and he quickly remembered that Ning Chuan had asked each of them to draw a tube of blood. It seems that Ning Chuan has taken advantage of their genes, and used these genes to create these extremely powerful Seraph warriors. Think of this. Kaido's eyes flashed with uneasiness. But soon, he suppressed these emotions and turned into more focused vigilance. Because we are on the battlefield now, not the time to think about these things. At this moment, Ning Chuan's voice came from high in the sky. In this battle, everyone has disabled the ability to go back in time. Unless you are about to die, time regression will not start. Hearing this, the hearts of the entire beast pirates suddenly tightened. Especially the subordinates. They were able to fight in the world of songs for so long during this period, all because of their ability to look back in time. But now, the time tracing ability that we relied on has been disabled. This means that this battle will be a real life and death battle, with no retreat. Fight until death. After hearing this, Kaido's face did not waver at all. He laughed loudly, waved the mace in his hand, and shouted at his subordinates. Little ones, don't panic. Don't forget, these Seraphs don't have time to look back, our chances of winning are still the same. His voice was deep and loud, with a bit of arrogance. Although the members of the Beast Pirates still have some fear in their hearts. But after hearing Kaido's encouragement, his mood stabilized a little. The boss is right, we don't have the ability to look back in time anyway, so who is afraid of whom? That's right, fight with them and let them see how powerful the Beast's pirates are. My strength has improved a lot during this period, and my arm domineering and knowledge-based domineering have improved a lot. Let's test these guys out. Since Ning Chuan wants to see the real thing, then I will have a good time with him. Kaido clenched the mace in his hand, his eyes filled with fighting intent. He rushed forward again, and once again swung towards the Seraph warrior in front of him. He did not hold back on this blow, but used a lot of strength, directly smashing the oncoming Seraph hundreds of meters away. However, what Kaido didn't expect was, as soon as he knocked away a Seraph, 10 Seraphs immediately besieged him from all directions. The Devil Fruit abilities of these Seraph warriors vary. Some used the Thunder Fruit, and their bodies were filled with lightning. Some released a storm of rustling fruits. Some people even used the power of Big Mom's Soul Fruit to try to suppress Kaido from his soul. What surprised Kaido even more was that one of the Seraphs transformed directly into a blue dragon, and the other transformed into a Gyuki. The two of them seemed to have copied the abilities of Kaido and Saturn, and rushed towards him. Seeing Xinglong and Gyuki in front of him, Kaido smiled disdainfully. He knew that these transformed Seraphs imitated their Devil Fruit abilities. But compared with them, lacking the support of real conquerors' domineering power, naturally they cannot make big waves. Kaido waved his mace and easily repelled these incoming Seraphs. Although these warriors are numerous and capable, but as one of the 4 emperors on the ocean today, Kaido still has some experience in dealing with these Seraphs. However, although Kaido can handle it with ease, but his men were not so lucky. Jin and Quinn were each surrounded by 5 Seraph warriors, although their respective strengths are above these Seraphs. But facing so many enemies, each with different Devil Fruit abilities, it was particularly difficult for them. Seraph warriors are extremely powerful and almost tireless. Every punch and blow they threw carried astonishing power. Jin and Quinn could barely cope. But when faced with so many Seraphs and the various Devil Fruit abilities they used, they gradually began to feel powerless. Quinn used his mechanized body to continuously release poisonous mist and lasers, trying to contain the Seraphim that besieged him. However, these Seraph warriors seemed to have already seen Quinn's ability. Easily use the Hawkeye of knowledge and information to evade. In addition, their armed color and domineering are also extremely powerful. Every blow carried extremely tyrannical power, causing Quinn to retreat continuously. Jin's situation is not optimistic either. His strength and speed were top-notch, but facing 5 equally powerful Seraphs, Jin was unable to take advantage in a short while. These Seraphs not only possess the power of Devil Fruit, but are also good at utilizing tactical coordination. What's even more terrifying is that Jin discovered that these Seraph warriors actually have the same divine fire as him. No matter how strong Jin is, he still can't completely gain the upper hand in front of these Seraph warriors. Every time he knocked down a Seraph, another one quickly took over and besieged him again. Seraph, who was knocked down by him, was quickly recovered by teammates with healing abilities and could continue to fight. This makes Jin feel quite troublesome. What's worse is that the other members of the Beast Pirates are completely at a disadvantage. Several strong men in the Fei Liubao tried their best and were barely able to tangle with a Seraph warrior. But it was just hanging on, unable to take advantage at all. The rest of his subordinates, whose strength was even inferior to that of Fei Liubao, were completely suppressed by the Seraph warriors. He didn't even have the strength to fight back, and he was completely reduced to the target of being abused. The Seraph warriors showed amazing fighting talents and terrifying coordination, although their fighting skills and strength are not as good as those of the top warriors in the Beast Pirates. But their strong physiques, precise use of devil fruit power, and teamwork on the battlefield, which makes them perform particularly well in this battle, especially the domineering look and armed look of Seraphs. He is almost as good as an elite member of the Beast's Pirates. This makes them become more and more courageous in the battle, constantly forcing Kaido and his party into desperate situations. Ning Chuan stood at a high place and calmly observed this chaotic battle. He was very satisfied with the fighting abilities of the Seraphs. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and glanced at the strong men on the battlefield, especially those members of the Beast Pirates who were seriously injured and in a terrible state. He knew that the outcome of this battle was no longer in suspense. It is only a matter of time before the Seraphs win. Chapter 216. The Beast Pirates are defeated. This is just the first generation of Seraph. As 100 Seraph warriors all appeared, Kaido's Beast Pirates were instantly in dire straits, although at first the Flying Five Cells could barely cope with the onslaught of these Seraphs. But as the fighting continued, the situation became increasingly unfavorable. The power of the Flying Five Cells was gradually exhausted by more and more Seraph warriors, and their movements began to become sluggish. In the end, they were knocked to the ground one by the Seraph warriors and lost their fighting power. He had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. Two senior officials, Quinn and Jin, saw this. Although they immediately stepped up their attack, facing the large number of Seraphs, their attacks gradually became ineffective. The Seraphs are not only powerful individually, but also work together very well. Quinn emits poisonous fog and lasers in an attempt to contain the enemy. But whenever he injured several Seraphs, those injured warriors immediately retreated to their companions who had healing abilities and were quickly healed. Then returned to the battlefield again and continue fighting with them. Although Jin took advantage of flying in the air to be flexible and versatile, he gradually became unable to do what he wanted. His Nalulia tribe's unique fire attack didn't work, because the Seraphs also have this ability, coupled with their powerful armed color hockey and knowledge color hockey, allowing them to avoid Jin's surprise attack from the sky in time. What makes Jin feel even more helpless is, even a few Seraph warriors turned into pterosaurs and began to fight with him in the air. This left him distracted for a while. Soon after, Quinn and Jin couldn't hold on even under the high-intensity battle. Although after entering the world of songs, their strength has improved a lot compared to before. But under high-intensity fighting, their physical strength dropped quickly. They were successively besieged by a group of Seraphs and were completely at a disadvantage. The mechanical parts on Quinn's body were smashed to pieces by Seraph's powerful attack. Jin was severely wounded under the siege of several Seraphs. Both of them fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight back. Kaido saw the miserable state of his men and finally realized that the situation was extremely unfavorable to him. He no longer had any reservations and directly turned on the human-animal form. The huge half-dragon rose into the sky, bringing endless pressure and wanting to end the battle quickly. However, he still underestimated the difficulty of the Seraphs. Every time he injured a Seraph, the injured warrior always quickly ran to a warrior with healing abilities to recover. Almost the moment he was wounded, these soldiers regained their fighting power and continued to join the battle. The cooperation of the Seraphs is almost impeccable. They surrounded Kaido in the middle, adopted the tactics of wheel fighting, and continued to attack in turns, trying to exhaust Kaido's physical strength. Although Kaido is powerful, even he feels tired in the face of this uninterrupted offensive. Although he could still knock away several Seraphs easily. But when he saw that they quickly recovered and rushed towards him again, he felt a little helpless. Kaido knew it. If this continues, even if he can defeat all these Seraph warriors, I will definitely be exhausted, and it will be difficult for me to have any energy left to continue fighting. More importantly, these Seraphs possess a tenacious ability to recover. Even his full blow could not really make them lose their combat effectiveness. This is the most difficult thing about these guys. The fight has come to this point. Kaido sighed helplessly. He realized there was no point in continuing to fight. Kaido didn't want to lose face in front of everyone, so he simply yelled. He slammed the mace in his hand into the ground, and the sound shook the world. I lost. No fight. These guys are so difficult to deal with. Even winning is boring. Kaido's voice was like thunder, reaching everyone's ears. With Kaido admitting defeat, Ning Chuan waved his hand, and all the Seraph warriors immediately stopped. The Seraphs reacted extremely quickly, and they all stopped attacking the moment Ning Chuan's order was issued. Even those Seraphs who were activating their abilities could stop the attack abruptly without any delay. Such precise control makes all the powerful men around him move. These Seraphs are terrifying. Rayleigh frowned slightly, with disbelief written on his face. Not only are they powerful, they can even obey orders completely. They're like machines. Whitebeard wiped the beard at the corner of his mouth and said with a very serious expression. If it were me to deal with these soldiers, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Especially because my ability does too much harm to the body. With how difficult these guys are, I guess like Kaido, it will be very ugly even if I win. That's right, the ant also said in a rare deep voice. Not only are they incredibly powerful, they are also able to recover from injuries quickly. With such combat and cooperation capabilities, not even the 4 emperors can achieve this. Fegaland looked up at Kaido admitting defeat, with slight worry in his eyes. The Beast's pirates can't stand it anymore. Any other pirate group might not be able to stand it. But if Ning Chuan targets the world government next, it will be difficult to handle. Satan Shungs, the technological warrior god in 5 elders, said coldly. These seraphs are simply perfect warriors, whether in terms of strength, speed, or obedience, they have all reached a terrifying level. If Ning Chuan has tens of thousands of such fighters, the world government will face an unprecedented crisis. It would be great if the world government had this kind of combat power. Everyone present was more or less lucky, thinking that Ning Chuan only relied on some ancient weapon and his super strength to gain a foothold. However, now, seeing the powerful power displayed by Ning Chuan, they completely changed their views. Rayleigh took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, the scale of these seraph warriors can continue to expand, which means that Ning Chuan no longer needs to rely on anyone. As long as he wants, he can easily rule the entire world and even overthrow the world government. No wonder even Kaido had to admit defeat. Enel's eyes flickered, these warriors are simply invincible. Listen to the words of everyone in Gerger world. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, looked at everyone, and said very calmly. Everyone, the combat effectiveness of these angel warriors is just the beginning, they will be more perfect in the future. And these are just my first batch. In the future I will collect more devil fruit abilities and create new seraphs. Every time a new batch of seraphs is developed, I will use you here to test the results. I hope you can hold on a little longer then. Ning Chuan finished speaking. At this moment, the entire world of songs fell into deathly silence. Chapter 217 Regular supply of devil fruit blood factors, preparing to empty the ocean floor of the great prison. Ning Chuan left the world of songs with 100 seraph warriors, as well as Long, Shang, Ivankov and 3 scientists, Vegapunk, Judge and Caesar. When they step out of this mysterious world, they return to the real world. Long, Shang and Ivankov couldn't help but feel scared. I witnessed with my own eyes the true appearance of the world of songs. Only then did they understand why many of the top pirates on the sea had mysteriously disappeared. It turns out that they were all imprisoned in this world by Ning Chuan. From 4 emperors Kaido to Whitebeard, Big Mom, and even former peak powerhouses like Rayleigh and Fegaland. Now they are all reduced to GU training targets in Ning Chuan's world of songs. At this point, Long completely understood. Ning Chuan has already quietly unified the entire new world. The only remaining 4 emperors Shanks, I heard, still maintains a good relationship with Ning Chuan. Thinking of this, Long couldn't help but feel happy. Fortunately, he did not compete head-on with Ning Chuan for the title of King of the New World, but came with sincerity. Otherwise, the 3 of them might be trapped in this mysterious world today. No contact with the outside world ever again. Even outsiders would not know where they went. Sensing the fear and uneasiness of Long, Shang, and Ivankov, Ning Chuan smiled and patted Long's shoulder and asked, how's it going? What do you think of my seraph warrior? Long thought for a moment and sighed helplessly. Now I finally understand why you don't need revolutionary soldiers. In comparison, there is a huge difference in strength between our warriors and your seraph warriors. There was a hint of bitterness in Long's tone. Except for a few senior cadres of the revolutionary army who can barely defeat a seraph, others are no match for them at all. If there is a large-scale battle, your seraph warriors will probably be more destructive. Hearing Long's comments, the smile on Ning Chuan's face became even stronger. Don't forget, this is just 100 seraphim. I have several training warehouses in the Sky Island base, which can continuously produce new warriors. You can imagine how many seraph warriors I will have in the future. Hearing this, Long couldn't help but feel helpless. Ning Chuan himself is already strong enough. Plus the help of these seraph warriors. Ning Chuan has mastered the power that can shake the world. These warriors are not only extremely powerful, but also huge in number. In the future, maybe we can actually realize the new world Ning Chuan talks about. Ning Chuan saw the hesitation on Long's face and said with a smile. Since you have approved my seraph plan, I hope you can support it. There should be quite a few ability users in the revolutionary army, right? I need their blood samples. It doesn't take much. Provide me with a blood sample from an ability user every 3 months. Blood samples from all devil fruit ability users are acceptable. Isn't this too much to ask? When Long heard Ning Chuan's request, his expression was a little complicated. He understood that Ning Chuan was preparing to expand his seraph army. After Long thought for a moment, he nodded directly. Providing blood samples was not a big deal to the revolutionary army. This is undoubtedly a more cost-effective way than fighting the world government desperately. After all, fighting against the world government's army will cause more than just bleeding if you are injured. But I hope this time can be fixed and not shortened. In response to Long's request, Ning Chuan nodded directly in agreement. Since you have agreed to this plan, how about you 3 leaders of the revolutionary army set an example? Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Long glanced at Ning Chuan and couldn't help laughing. It seems you have planned all this. Ning Chuan admitted it openly and smiled. Kaido. Yes, I had already thought of this plan before we started fighting. Your Feng Feng fruit blood sample, Bear's meatball fruit and Ivankov's hormone fruit are all valuable ability resources. Long rolled his eyes. You haven't mastered all abilities, why don't you do it yourself? Ning Chuan looked at Long and said with a smile. I didn't eat the devil fruit. I can't extract any devil fruit ability factors from my blood. After Vegapunk drew a tube of blood for each of them with an oversized syringe, Long suddenly asked Ning Chuan. What are your plans next? Continue to collect devil fruit abilities and expand the Seraph army. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and nodded. Well, I plan to find some places where devil fruit users are concentrated and collect more abilities to enrich Seraph's ability library. In this way, my Seraphs can become stronger and stronger. Only through overall cooperation can we become more and more tacit. Long heard this and frowned slightly. Where are the devil fruit users concentrated? After he lowered his head and pondered for a moment, he suddenly made a bold guess. Are you planning to go to the great prison under the sea? That's where prisoners are held. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded, admitting without hesitation. Yes, my plan is very simple, which is to move the entire great prison under the sea into my singing world. In the great prison under the sea, prisoners may still escape. But in my world of songs, they can never escape. What's more, they have powerful devil fruit abilities. It would be such a waste to just lock them up. Long, Shang, and Ivankov were all shocked when they heard Ning Chuan's plan. The great prison under the sea is where the world's most dangerous and powerful criminals are imprisoned. Most people's legs would feel shaky when entering, let alone moving the great prison under the sea. I'm afraid there is only this guy Ning Chuan in the whole world. No one dares to have such a terrible thought. Your ambition is indeed not small. Moving the undersea great prison into your world is no easy task. Ning Chuan smiled and said seriously. It's precisely because it's not easy that it's worth doing. And, once successful, my Seraph troops will have more diverse abilities. Seeing Ning Chuan's crazy look, Long could only sigh helplessly. When are you going to leave? Hearing Long's words, Ning Chuan's lips showed a smile. Get ready to go now. It just so happens that these Seraph warriors have gone through a round of training. Now is a great time for them to start actual combat. What's more, Marine has become restless again during this period. How dare you send 2 new generals to block me? It's time to teach them a lesson. Chapter 218 Open up a new route and open up the great route. The 3 of them looked at Long with expectant faces. Ning Chuan smiled at them and waved. Okay, you can go back now. It's time for your revolutionary army to start thinking about withdrawing. The next step is the game between me and the world government. As the leader of the revolutionary army, you should also think about your retirement life for your people. Long, Shang and Ivankov wanted to continue following Ning Chuan. See how he attacked the great prison under the sea, and I want to witness how Ning Chuan completely emptied that hellish place. However, Ning Chuan issued an order to expel them. It was not easy for them to stay on Ning Chuan's ship, so they had no choice but to say goodbye to Ning Chuan and go back to deal with the affairs of the revolutionary army. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, boarded the Pluton with 100 Seraph warriors, preparing to go to the great prison under the sea. It's just that this time he took a different course of action. He did not choose to go around the windless areas of North Blue or South Blue. Instead, they went against the flow of the Grand Route and drove directly towards the first half of the Grand Route. Ning Chuan is preparing to take this opportunity to formally declare war on the world government. The Pluton was extremely fast, taking only half a day. The boat arrived at the sea above Fishman Island. In front of us is the Red Earth continent, a giant natural barrier tens of thousands of meters high. It has always been a natural obstacle separating the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. If you want to reach the New World from the first half of the Grand Line, there are only 3 options. Climb over the Red Continent, go around the windless zone, or dive to a depth of tens of thousands of meters to pass through the Fishman Island. Today, Ning Chuan's goal is very clear. He didn't want to be hindered by anything anymore. He is ready to break the natural barrier of the Red Earth continent once and for all. Let the first half and second half of the Grand Route be completely connected. At the same time, this approach is undoubtedly a declaration of war against the world government that occupies the first half of the Grand Line. At this time, the Marine troops stationed near the Red Earth continent had already discovered the Pluton's approach. This huge battleship is like a moving castle, exuding a very intimidating aura. As soon as the Marine soldiers saw this huge ship, they immediately understood. This is no other ship, it is the Pluton of New World Emperor Ning Chuan. Although they didn't know the purpose of Ning Chuan's trip, but they had a strong premonition in their hearts. No matter what Ning Chuan plans to do, it must be no small matter. Therefore, the Marines stationed here quickly reported the news to the Marine headquarters. The first time Warring States learned the news, a solemn look appeared on his face. He had no clue about Ning Chuan's purpose, but judging from past experience, every time Ning Chuan appears, something earth-shattering happens. I'm afraid this time will be the same as before, it will definitely not be good news. So he immediately sent out the fastest Marine general, Kizaru, to investigate Ning Chuan's movements. Of course, the order from the Warring States period was not for Kizaru to stop Ning Chuan. After all, with Kizaru's strength, he knew that it was impossible to stop Ning Chuan. The Warring States period only wanted Kizaru to act as an observer and record Ning Chuan's actions. When Kizaru received the order, there was a somewhat reluctant expression on his face. He has figured it out in these few fights with Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's strength now far exceeds that of ordinary generals. It's even easier to beat yourself up. I remembered that Fujitora and Lu Niu were beaten to death by Ning Chuan before and were thrown back like dead dogs. Kizaru was frightened for a while. He didn't want to follow the footsteps of the 2 new generals and be lectured by Ning Chuan until he lay on the bed unable to move. What's more, it would be great to stay quietly in the office and live a leisurely life with a salary. It's okay to mess with Ning Chuan. He doesn't want to do such a death-seeking act. However, the order of the Warring States period has been issued. Military orders are like mountains. No matter how reluctant Kizaru was, he had to do it. Marine's headquarters, Malinfandu, is not far from the Red Earth continent. Coupled with Kizaru's extremely fast speed, his flight at the speed of light allowed him to cross the Red Earth continent and arrive at Ning Chuan's area in the blink of an eye. He quickly flew to a rock near Pluton and stopped. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, had already noticed his arrival and looked at him with a smile. "Old Huang, come here. Please come up and have a cup of tea." Ning Chuan waved to Kizaru and invited him on board in a relaxed tone. The corner of Kizaru's mouth twitched slightly, and he waved his hand quickly, with a wry smile on his face. "I don't dare to get on your boat. If you have anything to say, just say it here. What are you going to do when you come to the Red Earth continent this time?" Ning Chuan smiled directly when he saw this and said, "It's no big deal. I just want to blast away the Red Continent and completely connect the first half and the second half of the Grand Route. Bless future generations." Ning Chuan's words were like a bomb dropped directly into Kizaru's mind. He froze on the spot, his eyes widened, and a huge wave surged in his heart. "What, you want to blast through the Red Earth continent?" The shock in Kizaru's eyes was beyond words. The Red Earth continent, as a natural barrier to the entire great shipping route, has existed for countless years. Ning Chuan actually plans to blast away this giant barrier. Then wouldn't it be more difficult to stop pirates heading to the New World in the future? It was difficult for Kizaru to accept this fact for a while. He also quickly realized that Ning Chuan was not joking. He said with a wry smile, "Ning Chuan, you should know the consequences of blasting away the Red Earth continent. Then pirates will probably flock to New World in overwhelming numbers." Ning Chuan's smile remained the same, and his tone was full of confidence. "It doesn't matter, just let them come. Come one and I'll take one. What the New World lacks is pirates, especially pirates with devil fruit abilities." Kizaru was speechless for a moment. He knew that his own strength could not stop Ning Chuan at all. "So I can only continue to act as an observer." So, he shook his head helplessly and silently observed Ning Chuan's next actions. Seeing that Kizaru had no intention of stopping him, Ning Chuan stopped paying attention to this guy. He looked at the time and felt it was almost time. So he gave orders directly to Pluton. "Pluton, clear a path here for me." The moment Pluton heard Ning Chuan's order, the sound of mechanical operation began to sound inside the battleship. The huge main gun muzzle slowly rose, pointing directly at the Red Earth continent. Terrifying energy began to gather in the muzzle. If this shot goes down, even the extremely hard Red Earth continent will have to open a big hole. Kizaru stood on the rocks in the distance, with a complicated look in his eyes. He knew that Ning Chuan's next actions would completely change the trend of the world. And he, as Marine General, now I can only watch helplessly, without the ability to stop it. This made him feel a little sad. Ning Chuan stood on the bow of Pluton's ship, his eyes sharp, as if he had penetrated the Red Earth continent. He slowly raised his hand, then suddenly waved it down. Fire! Following Ning Chuan's order, the Pluton main gun made a harsh roar. A terrifying energy beam rushed out, bombarding the Red Earth continent with unparalleled power. Chapter 219 Prepare to blast through the Red Earth continent, attack from Uranus. Boom! After a shocking loud noise, the energy of Pluton's main gun poured out and hit the Red Earth continent, instantly erupting with a dazzling light. However, the hardness of the Red Earth continent exceeded Ning Chuan's expectations. Although the power of this ancient weapon is enough to destroy a small island in one blow, but it could only blast a giant semicircular hole several kilometers wide and dozens of kilometers deep in the Red Earth continent. Standing on the deck of Pluton, Ning Chuan stared at the huge pothole in front of him and frowned slightly. He was not satisfied with the result. This was far from the thoroughfare he expected, and this shot only penetrated the surface of the Red Earth continent. The Red Earth continent is indeed not simple. It is worthy of being the place where I am and Tianlong people want to live. Ning Chuan murmured, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Apparently, the intensity of the Red Earth continent aroused his curiosity. Kizaru stood aside and stared at all this with his mouth open. The first time he witnessed Pluton's full blow, he felt an unprecedented shock. As a Marine General, Kizaru has seen countless strong men and powerful forces. But Pluton's terrifying power still made his heart palpitate. As this, the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. This is an extremely hard red soil continent. With this one shot, it actually blasted such a big hole in the Red Earth continent. Kizaru whispered to himself, his eyes full of complicated emotions. But before Kizaru could recover from the shock, Ning Chuan has issued a new order. Continue to accumulate strength and come again. Until I blast out this route. Pluton's main gun began charging again. The terrifying energy gathered together again. The next round of more violent bombardment is about to begin. As soon as Kizaru heard that Ning Chuan was planning another attack, he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. It seems that Ning Chuan is serious. He quickly took out his phone and prepared to report the situation to Warring States. However, just when he was about to make the call, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze falling on him. That's the look from Ning Chuan. Kizaru met Ning Chuan's eyes and smiled awkwardly. He raised the phone bug in his hand and made a helpless expression. It's just a matter of routine, Ning Chuan, you have to let the superiors know what happened. Otherwise Fleet Admiral would have thought I was fishing here. Ning Chuan looked at him, smiled, and waved his hand casually, indicating that Kizaru was free. Kizaru was relieved after receiving the permission. He quickly dialed Sengoku's phone number. As soon as the call was connected, the roar from the Warring States period immediately came. Kizaru, what happened? What happened to the explosion just now? What happened over there on the Red Earth continent? Kizaru forced himself to regain his composure, and after a long time Kaido fainted. Warring States Fleet Admiral, Ning Chuan, is using Pluton, bombarding the Red Continent with Pluton. He plans to directly open a channel to connect the first half and the second half of the Grand Route. When Warring States heard what Kizaru said, he couldn't believe his ears. What? Ning Chuan is crazy. What does he want to do? Blow open the Red Earth continent? Is this a joke? Who does he think he is? Warring States was furious, but Kizaru seemed much more relaxed at the moment. After all, facing his immediate boss is much easier than facing Ning Chuan. I'm not kidding. Ning Chuan is here now, why don't you ask him directly? Sengoku was so angry that he could hardly breathe. He knew that Ning Chuan's madness was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. But unfortunately, he couldn't stop Ning Chuan's actions at all. Just when Warring States was still angry, Garp walked into the office leisurely with tea and senbei and asked with a smile. Haha, Warring States period, what's so big? Would you like some tea and a piece of senbei before we talk? Warring States looked at Garp's leisurely look and became even more angry. I saw him grab the tea and senbei from Garp's hand and ate them all in one go. Ah, my tea and senbei, you actually ate it all. I haven't even started yet. Just as Garp was about to ask a question, Sengoku's phone rang again. This time, what came from the other end of the phone was the voice of one of the 5 elders, the legal martial god Vachuli. Now he is the interface between world government and marine. He is considered the immediate boss of the Warring States period. As soon as the call is connected, Saint Wachuli's tone was cold and filled with pressure that could not be ignored. The Warring States period, the Red Earth continent is trembling violently, and the Tianlong people in Pangu City are panicking. Do you know what happened? Warring States took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and reported Ning Chuan's actions in detail. When Saint Wakuli heard that Ning Chuan planned to use Pluton to blast open the Red Continent and connect the two sections before and after the Grand Route. When Yi Mu heard this, his expression was calm, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ning Chuan, who was far away on the Red Earth continent, suddenly felt an invisible sense of oppression in the air. He gathered a barrier above his head that was enough to cover Pluton's huge body. Lord Ning Chuan has already used Pluton to open up the Red Continent and open up the front and rear sections of the Grand Route. Saint Wachuli walked quickly to and whispered respectfully. Im's voice was low, but it carried irresistible majesty. Immediately afterwards, controlled Uranus, one of the 3 ancient weapons. She didn't hesitate. Say it. Then he hung up the phone in a hurry. He reached out and took out an ancient map from his arms. Prepared to destroy Ning Chuan and his Pluton together. Seeing this scene, Ning Chuan instantly understood what was going on. He was also shocked immediately. Barrier fruit, have you finally taken action? I saw Ning Chuan instantly transformed into the form of a giant Buddha, rising hundreds of feet high from the ground. After asking Wachuli Sheng about Ning Chuan's location, and as her voice fell, Madman, go to hell. The moment he pressed his finger, an extremely powerful force emerged from the void and condensed in Im's hand. The next moment, the sky above Ning Chuan suddenly changed color. He stood in the distance with a solemn expression, looking at on the stage from a distance. After hanging up the phone, it took less than a moment. Uranus's terrifying attack instantly hit the barrier raised by Ning Chuan. Im's fingers slowly moved to that area, and then pressed down coldly. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly and he said softly. Then he used the ability of the barrier fruit. There was a loud noise coming from the distant sky. Boom. There was no time to say anything. Saint Wachuli hurried to the palace of the throne of the void. Come, let me test the power of Uranus you have mastered. Ning Chuan looked up at the sky and saw a huge and thick pillar of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Chapter 220 Even Uranus can't defeat Ning Chuan. I am stupid. The power of Uranus's bombardment is undoubtedly earth-shattering. Just one blow is enough to flatten a country, and even cause the sea level in the world to rise by 1 meter. This is enough power to destroy the world. Uranus is the trump card in Im's hand, and its existence is enough to make all those who resist despair. However, this time, it encountered an opponent it never expected. Ning Chuan, facing the devastating bombardment of Uranus. Ning Chuan transformed into a 100-foot-tall golden giant Buddha without any hesitation. Terrifying energy fell from the sky like a frenzy, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. It seems as if the world will collapse because of this. The terrifying energy drew a line of death light in the sky and struck Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, looked calm, and the barrier in his hand shone extremely dazzlingly under the Buddha's light. Boom! Uranus's attack directly hit Ning Chuan's barrier. The violent force seems to tear apart the space, constantly impacting Ning Chuan's barrier. However, the barrier in Ning Chuan's hands is invincible. Even Uranus's fatal blow could not shake Ning Chuan in the slightest. He was like a real Buddha, standing there quietly. Even though he is now facing a devastating attack, he has never had any panic. Uranus's attack lasted for a long time. The destructive power swept across like a tide, and the surrounding air was compressed and distorted. But Ning Chuan has always been as steady as Mount Tai, never retreating a step. Until Uranus's power gradually failed. As the energy dissipated, the terrifying roar gradually subsided. When the energy completely disappeared, Ning Chuan still stood there, and the barrier in his hand still shone with golden light. He was unscathed, and the Pluton battleship under his feet was also unaffected. On the contrary, in the sea around Ning Chuan, but because of the outpouring of energy from Uranus, a huge hole appeared. This hole is so deep that it even blasts through the continental shelf below, forming an abyss thousands of meters deep. A large amount of seawater continues to flow into this abyss. Kizaru, who was standing on the rocks in the distance, was already stunned. He witnessed it all with his own eyes. From the beginning of Uranus's attack, it was easily blocked by Ning Chuan. All that was beyond his comprehension. It's really a terrifying power. Kizaru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling a lingering fear in his heart. When Uranus's attack just came, he instinctively felt a fatal threat. I couldn't help but want to run for my life. But when he had time to act, Ning Chuan had already transformed into a golden Buddha, supporting a barrier hundreds of meters high in the sky. Blocked the power that could destroy everything. Although Ning Chuan is considered his enemy. But at that moment, Kizaru had to admit it. Ning Chuan's power gave him a sense of security that he had never felt before. Even at Marine headquarters, he has never felt such peace of mind. That was Uranus's attack just now. Sure enough, each legendary ancient weapon is more terrifying than the last. Kizaru wiped his sweat and said to himself with some fear. Ning Chuan chuckled lightly and said with a hint of joking, "Oh, you actually know about the existence of Uranus. But shouldn't the more terrifying the attack be, the better for you? After all, I am a headache for you Marines." After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Kizaru scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, after all, I am in charge of the science department, and I have dealt with Vegapunk a lot, so naturally I know some things I shouldn't know. For example, there are 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, Uranus and Poseidon. Now that Pluton is in your hands, Uranus should be controlled by the top leaders of the world government. There is only one Poseidon left, and these 3 ancient weapons are about to come together. Speaking of this, Kizaru's expression couldn't help but become more serious. I feel that when Poseidon appears, the world will really start to fall into chaos. Looking at Kizaru's worried look, Ning Chuan said to him with a smile, "Maybe Poseidon has also appeared, but you just don't know it." Looking at the half-smiling expression on Ning Chuan's face, Kizaru was stunned for a moment. For some reason, he suddenly felt something in his heart. That means the news about Poseidon seems to have been grasped by this kid. However, what Kizaru didn't know was, Ning Chuan not only has news about Poseidon, he has even taken Poseidon into his own hands. At this moment, Princess Shirahoshi of Poseidon is inside Pluton's cabin. Ning Chuan was not prepared to talk too much to Kizaru. He once again focused his attention on the red Earth continent ahead. Pluton, keep preparing for the next shot. You can also continue to let Pluton attack the red Earth continent. Immediately, Uranus started again. As long as I don't shout stop, you will keep bombarding the red Earth continent for me. She took out the map again and pressed on Ning Chuan's location again. The terrifying energy poured down like a storm, but it still could not break through Ning Chuan's barrier. Pluton, keep attacking. But now Ning Chuan blocked Uranus's attacks again and again. Before, he was worried that the attack from Uranus would hurt him. Forced into desperation, she could only make a quick decision. How on earth did he do it? Her face became more solemn. Im's eyes were fixed on the map in his hand, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. It seems that the blow from Uranus just now had no effect. The ground that had just calmed down began to shake violently again, as if it was about to collapse. After a while, however, this time, Ning Chuan still stood firm. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, I.M. gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. At this time, I.M., who was far away on the void throne, felt that the red Earth continent under his feet was shaking again. She didn't expect that Ning Chuan could block Uranus's attack. Pluton seemed to be vibrating, and terrifying energy continued to gather at the muzzle of the main gun. Another round of devastating attacks immediately descended from the sky. Pluton's main gun roared violently again, and the energy beam once again hit the red Earth continent directly. This is a power that is enough to rule the world. Hearing Ning Chuan's order, as the controller of Uranus, she knows how terrifying Uranus's power is. She couldn't believe it, because Pluton's bombardment has hit the red Earth continent again. However, she didn't have time to think about what Ning Chuan relied on to block Uranus's attack. This allows it to fire as much as it wants. He raised the barrier again, facing Uranus's second bombardment, still undaunted. The Pluton battleship began to charge up again, but Ning Chuan blocked it lightly. Until I can completely penetrate the grand route. Huge energy quickly condensed in the main gun, as if brewing the next more terrifying attack. Chapter 221 The Great Sea Route is connected and the whole world is shocked. Again and again the Uranus bombardments fell from the sky. However, every attack was like a mud cow entering the sea, and was easily blocked by Ning Chuan's barrier. At the same time, the main guns of the Pluton battleship kept bombarding the red Earth continent. Continuous attacks make the tunnel that runs through the waterway go deeper and deeper. Time passed quickly in this suffocating confrontation. The two sides remained in a stalemate for a whole day and night. The sound of Uranus's artillery fire never stopped, nor did the power of Pluton's main gun. Until daybreak, with the final blow of Pluton's main gun, a huge hole finally appeared on the other side of the red continent. The early morning sunlight pours in through the entrance of the cave, and the entire cave is instantly illuminated. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of seawater poured into the hole crazily, quickly filling the new channel bombarded by Pluton. At this moment, the first half and the second half of the Great Root are truly connected together. Ning Chuan also finally succeeded in opening up a channel connecting the front and rear halves of the Great Sea Root. Ning Chuan stood on the bow of Pluton, witnessing this spectacular scene with a satisfied smile on his face. Through this passage, anyone can easily cross the Grand Line in the future. There is no need to worry about the natural barrier of the Red Earth continent. No more venturing deep into Murloc Island. This new route will completely change the navigation rules of the entire ocean. At the same time, it also reduces the troubles of pirates on Fishman Island. Kizaru stood in the distance, witnessing all this, with a complicated expression. He originally thought that Ning Chuan was just provoking world government. But I didn't expect Ning Chuan to actually do all this. He successfully opened up a new route. In desperation, Kizaru sighed, picked up the phone, and truthfully reported all this to Warring States. Warring States on the other end of the phone was shocked after hearing the report. He didn't expect that Ning Chuan would act so quickly and be so destructive. He actually blasted away the Red Earth continent. This is definitely an unprecedented feat. Warring States frowned, gradually realizing the seriousness of the situation. Has Ning Chuan really opened up the great shipping route? Warring States couldn't help but ask, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Yes, Warring States Fleet Admiral, the Red Earth continent now has a waterway, and the front and rear halves are completely connected. I'm afraid it will be easier for pirates to travel to the New World in the future. Kizaru said helplessly, with a trace of helplessness in his tone. Warring States was silent for a moment and then asked, what is Ning Chuan planning to do next? Is he still continuing to act? Kizaru was about to answer. Suddenly, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then there was a rapid knock on the door in Sengoku's office. Sengoku looked up and saw that it was Kizaru himself walking in. Why are you back? Warring States was a little stunned. He thought that Kizaru was still monitoring Ning Chuan. Kizaru shrugged and said helplessly, Ning Chuan has already issued an expulsion order for me. If I don't leave, I might really get beaten. Kizaru's tone was quite helpless. As a general, he ran away like that. This is really embarrassing. But Warring States heard Ning Chuan's threat from his words. After all, if Ning Chuan really takes action to deal with Kizaru, I'm afraid he would be like Green Bull and Fujitora now, still lying in bed unable to get up. Before Warring States could say anything to comfort Kizaru, Kizaru suddenly said something, which almost scared Sengoku out of his wits. By the way, Ning Chuan asked me to bring you a message. He is going to the great prison under the sea next. I hope you can give him face. Warring States period. This sentence was like a heavy hammer. It hit the Warring States period hard in the heart. The undersea great prison, also known as Impel Down, is where the world government imprisons the most dangerous criminals. It is not only a prison, but also a majestic symbol of the entire world government. It houses countless powerful and heinous pirates and rebels captured over the past few decades. The Warring States period didn't know why Ning Chuan was going to push forward the city. But he knew that this was definitely not a good thing. He actually wants to push into the city. What on earth is this guy going to do? Warring States frowned, with a heavy burden on his heart. Just completed the front and rear sections of the Grand Route. This leads directly to the Great Prison on the seabed at the end of the first half of the Grand Line. I'm afraid this wasn't something Ning Chuan had planned long ago. I don't know what he is doing. But since he told us in advance, how about we notify Magellan and ask them to be careful not to offend Ning Chuan? Kizaru nodded and continued helplessly. When Warring States heard this, he couldn't help but stand up, with veins popping out on his forehead. He had been a Marine for so many years during the Warring States period, and he had never felt so aggrieved. I saw him angrily picking up the phone bug in his hand. Then, he stayed in this position for more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, just when Kizaru thought Warring States was about to start seeking death again, Warring States suddenly sighed helplessly. Forget it, let Magellan be careful. Just when the Warring States period was thinking about how to deal with it. If you don't know, just let me investigate. Hear this. Uranus's bombardment continued for a day and night, but failed to cause any damage to Ning Chuan. In desperation, he still felt that there might be a chance of survival by investigating Ning Chuan. This feat instantly brought Ning Chuan's prestige in the pirate world to its peak. After all, the first 5 elders and the leader of the Knights of God disappeared while dealing with Ning Chuan. All the pirates were cheering for Ning Chuan's feat. Morgan's newspaper, the King of News, immediately announced the news of the completion of the Great Sea Route. He doesn't want to be next. But he didn't have the option to refuse. His goal is to completely subvert the existing world order. What Chuli Sheng didn't dare to neglect, but he didn't know how Ning Chuan did it. Overthrow the world government and establish a new order under his control. So I could only remain silent in front of IM. At the same time, this not only made her angry, but also frightened her. Ning Chuan is the first, and he is only one step away from ascending to the throne of One Piece. Saint Wuchuli quickly accepted the order and prepared to investigate the secret of Ning Chuan's blocking of Uranus's attack. Found the treasure left by the previous One Piece Roger. Because he rejected Lord IM, he would be killed on the spot. However, at this moment, his heart was also full of uneasiness. IM asked coldly, with a chill in his voice. He didn't care at all about the treasure Roger left behind, and he had no interest in becoming One Piece. On the other side, the news that the two sections before and after the Grand Line are connected has begun to spread around the world. How on earth did he block Uranus's attack? I'll give you a month to figure this out. The 5 elders in the Holy Land of Mariehui also received this shocking news. However, Ning Chuan has no interest in these titles. As the report was released, pirates all over the world were excited. Im's face turned livid, feeling a strong threat for the first time. When Wuchuli Sheng reported Ning Chuan's actions to Im. Otherwise, your position can be replaced. Ning Chuan has opened up the Grand Route, which means that more pirates can enter the New World and are no longer restricted by the natural chasm of the Red Earth continent. Chapter 222 The Great Prison Under the Sea. Magellan blocks the way and the poisonous dragon blocks the door. Ning Chuan drove the Pluton battleship, passed through many blockades, and went straight to the entrance of the underwater Great Prison Advancement City. Undersea the Great Prison is located deep in the Dead Zone, surrounded by dangerous Poseidon species and undersea turbulence. Except for Marine's special ships, it is basically impossible for other ships to reach here. However, the guards on duty today made an unexpected discovery. A huge warship is heading towards them at an alarming speed. No need to think too much. That behemoth is one of the legendary ancient weapons, Pluton. The name of ancient weapon Pluton is already known to these guards through today's newspapers. Therefore, they have a deep fear of Pluton. After all, this thing is a terrifying thing that can blast through the Red Earth continent. What if Ning Chuan aimed Pluton's main cannon at the entire underwater Great Prison? I'm afraid the entire Great Prison under the sea will be reduced to ruins under the terrifying power of this thing. Thinking of this, the guards were so frightened that they scrambled. The news was immediately conveyed to Magellan, the warden of the Great Prison under the sea. The moment Magellan received the report, he had a guess in his mind that the person coming was most likely Ning Chuan. And that huge battleship is Ning Chuan's exclusive car, Pluton. A-hole, you came so fast. What exactly do you want in the Great Prison under the sea? After Magellan cursed, he couldn't help but recall the phone call from Warring States not long ago. Although Warring States did not explicitly ask him to surrender on the phone. But the words revealed the intention to advise him not to act rashly. The tone of the Warring States period made Magellan feel very uncomfortable. As the warden of the undersea Great Prison, Major's duty of guarding Impel Down City gives him a high sense of honor and responsibility. Whether it's a notorious pirate or another marine general, when you come here, you must abide by the rules of Impel Down City. Even Ning Chuan is no exception. This is his Magellan's territory. Therefore, Magellan was extremely dissatisfied with the Warring States period's show of weakness. Let Ning Chuan act unscrupulously on my territory. This is impossible. I, Magellan, am not someone who bows his head easily. Magellan clenched his fists, and the power of the poisonous fruit began to stir restlessly in his body. He couldn't help but want to go to the toilet and have a good time. However, Ning Chuan's warships were approaching. He could only hold back the terrible urge to go and stand upright to face the Sea Emperor in person. Soon, the huge hull of the Pluton battleship has been moored in front of the Great Prison on the seabed. The huge hulls of the battleships nearly filled the harbor. Even because the hull is too large, part of it is exposed. Pluton's coercion made all the prison guards and staff present feel palpitated. Especially the prison guards who had heard the legend of Pluton turned pale with fear. They were worried that the ship would instantly level the Impel City to the ground just like it had bombarded the Red Earth continent before. Ning Chuan stood on the bow of Pluton, looking down at the Impel City below. His eyes quickly locked on Magellan standing at the entrance of the prison. Magellan also immediately focused on Ning Chuan. The moment I saw Ning Chuan, Magellan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the overlord of the New World was so young, even too young. But he quickly regained his composure and did not dare to underestimate this opponent. Ning Chuan's achievements have already spread throughout the world. No matter how he looks, his strength cannot be underestimated. Magellan looked solemn, stared at Ning Chuan and said coldly, "This is Impel Down. Ning Chuan, no matter what your purpose is, you can't even think about causing trouble here today." I, Magellan, will not agree. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, as if he didn't care about Magellan's warning. He responded lightly, "Then how do you want to stop me?" Ning Chuan's tone was relaxed, but it revealed an irresistible sense of oppression. This made Magellan feel shocked. He realized that Ning Chuan would never choose peaceful negotiations as the Warring States period hoped. Now that Ning Chuan has said such words, it means that there is no turning back. The battle is inevitable. In that case, let me stop you. If you want to cause trouble in Impel Down City, then step over my corpse first. Magellan didn't say anything more and directly used the ability of the poisonous fruit. In an instant, a huge and ferocious poisonous dragon soared into the sky from behind him. Pounced towards Ning Chuan with deadly venom. Every breath of the poisonous dragon is filled with poisonous mist, and the air is filled with suffocating poisonous gas. Magellan saw a trace of surprise in his eyes, so that Ning Chuan can also feel the horror of his own toxins. Are you forcing me to take action? Faced with the sudden attack of the poisonous dragon, Ning Chuan seemed to have expected it and did not panic at all. His poison fruit ability is extremely powerful. When the poisonous dragon approached him, Ning Chuan waved his palm gently and instantly released a powerful air flow, shattering the poisonous dragon directly. You can't even break through my barrier. Then he put his hands together, and the venom in his body instantly turned into countless poisonous dragons, rushing towards Ning Chuan crazily. He stood on the bow of Pluton's ship and watched Magellan's attack coldly, as if he didn't take the poisonous dragon seriously at all. Those unlucky guards still didn't understand what was going on. This made Magellan feel a little uneasy. All the venom was blocked out, unable to hurt him at all. The many Poseidon species raised under the great prison on the seabed were poisoned and thrown into the sea, and they started backstroke. Even the air was filled with a nauseating stench. Even a powerful pirate can only touch his venom. Even the venom has penetrated into the seawater. A-hole, it seems your poison is not strong enough. Magellan roared. Ning Chuan's voice was full of contempt and ridicule. He raised his finger and pointed at the entrance of the city. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier surrounding Ning Chuan. But Ning Chuan diffused his attack effortlessly. Immediately afterwards, Ning Chuan's powerful conqueror's domineering energy burst out instantly. Magellan was completely angered by Ning Chuan's attitude. A large amount of venom spread out instantly, forming a purple poisonous rain in the sky. Today, I will take away all the prisoners here. He was instantly poisoned by Jiu falling from the sky and fell to the ground, feeling severe pain all over his body. Magellan's venom covered Impel Down's entire harbor. Then there will definitely be severe pain all over the body and it will be difficult to move. This time, he fully used the power of the poison fruit, vowing to use the terrifying venom to devour Ning Chuan. However, such a terrifying attack was still difficult to effect on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's body was seen flashing, and he easily avoided all the venom attacks. A terrifying wave suddenly impacted the entire Impel City. If you only have this ability, you can't stop me. Spread all over every corner of Impel City. Chapter 223 Master the power of the poison fruit and capture Magellan. While Magellan and Ning Chuan were fighting fiercely, Hannibal, the deputy warden of the great prison under the sea, is not idle either. He braved the poisonous mist that filled the air. He led a group of men to run around the outside of the Impel City with difficulty, rescuing the guards who were unconscious and fell to the ground after being affected by Magellan's poison. Although Hannibal has always had the ambition to become the warden, coveting Magellan's position, but at this critical moment, for the first time, he truly hoped that Magellan could defeat Ning Chuan. After all, he knew very well the strength of himself and his men. It is absolutely impossible to fight against a New World Emperor like Ning Chuan. At this moment, Magellan is Impel Down's only hope. But soon, Hannibal's hopes were quickly dashed by ruthless reality. As Ning Chuan released the terrifying Conqueror's Hawkeye, almost all the guards outside the city were suppressed and knocked unconscious in an instant. Even the men around him fell to the ground one after another. Only Ning Chuan, Magellan and Hannibal were left conscious. The entire periphery of Impel City was shrouded in oppressive silence. Seeing the guards of Impel Down falling down one after another, Magellan's heart suddenly sank. He realized that the opponent in front of him was more terrifying than he imagined. Even if he exerts the power of the poison fruit with all his strength, the poison dragon full of poison cannot cause any harm to Ning Chuan. What made him even more uneasy was that Ning Chuan's Conqueror's Hawkeye was so powerful that it faintly suppressed his poison. Even the poisonous fruit he was proud of seemed a little weak under the pressure of this domineering power. However, Magellan was not one to give up easily. Even facing such a desperate situation, he still gritted his teeth and persisted, trying to use his last strength to reverse the situation. He tried his best to push the poisonous fruit's ability to the limit, and the concentration of the poison continued to increase. The poisonous mist in the air became even more deadly. Under his control, Poison Dragon pounced on Ning Chuan crazily, as if he wanted to knock Ning Chuan down completely in the final fight. Although Hannibal was frightened, as the deputy warden, he also knew that he could not just sit idly by. He clenched his weapon and mustered up the courage to rush towards Ning Chuan at this moment, trying to help Magellan gain a chance to win. However, before his attack even got close to Ning Chuan, he was knocked away by a powerful momentum. Smashed hard into the wall of the great prison under the sea. His body hit the wall hard, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But he still insisted on getting up, even if it was a symbolic resistance. We cannot let the dignity of Impel Down City be completely trampled on. But it was difficult for him to stand up at the moment. At this time, Magellan saw that his toxins not only failed to cause any substantial harm to Ning Chuan. Instead, he was forced back step by Ning Chuan's domineering attitude. The unprecedented pressure made him feel frightened. As the guardian of Impel Down City, he has never encountered such a powerful opponent. Even when the prisoners in the great prison under the sea broke out in riots, he didn't feel as helpless as Ning Chuan did. Just when Magellan thought Ning Chuan was going to completely defeat him. However, Ning Chuan showed no eagerness to defeat Magellan. He seemed to be waiting for something. But this gave Magellan some time to recover. Take advantage of this free opportunity. Magellan continued to work hard to gather the power of the poisonous fruit. Prepare for the next confrontation with Ning Chuan. However, it seems that this is what Ning Chuan has been waiting for. In fact, during the battle, Ning Chuan has been using his knowledge to carefully observe Magellan's every move. He is learning how to master the power of the poison fruit. From the control of the poisonous dragon to the spread of poison, every detail has not escaped Ning Chuan's eyes. This even includes this time when Magellan used the power of the poison fruit to restore himself. 20 minutes have passed since the beginning, until Ning Chuan felt that he had mastered the power of the poison fruit. He said silently in his heart, "System, start settlement." The system's voice immediately sounded in Ning Chuan's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the poison fruit for 20 minutes and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the ability to feel the poisonous fruit and returning 200,000 minutes of cultivation. Host has successfully mastered the poison fruit ability. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Ning Chuan's lips. Then, he suddenly removed his conqueror's haki. In Magellan's confused eyes, Ning Chuan's body began to look like Magellan's. Poisonous dragons emitting terrifying poisonous gas emerged one after another. These poisonous dragons are almost the same as Magellan's poisonous dragons, but the poison they exude seems to be more intense. It even has a terrifying power that vaguely suppresses Magellan. This is impossible. Why is my poison fruit ability controlled by him? Magellan looked at the poisonous dragon emerging from Ning Chuan's body, his eyes full of shock and confusion. He didn't know how Ning Chuan mastered the power of the poison fruit in a short period of time. But the facts before him made it impossible for him to remain calm any longer. The poison fruit ability he had accumulated for a long time began to burst out at this moment. It collided violently with the poisonous dragon emerging from Ning Chuan's body. Soon, the poisonous dragon controlled by Ning Chuan began to get entangled with Magellan's poisonous dragon. During the struggle between the two sides, Ning Chuan's poisonous dragon actually began to grow stronger, and even began to gradually assimilate Magellan's poison. Let the venom that originally belonged to Magellan be slowly controlled by Ning Chuan. Even in the end, it began to suppress Magellan's attack. Magellan felt that the strength in his body was gradually being eroded by poison. He desperately tried to maintain control of the poisonous fruit, but to no avail. Ning Chuan's toxin quickly penetrated into his body, completely disintegrating his defenses. The next moment, Magellan felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body. He knew that he was poisoned. And he was poisoned by himself. He didn't expect that such a day would come. The person who controls his poisonous fruit ability is actually knocked down by the poison. After a while, Magellan could no longer hold on to Ning Chuan's terrifying toxin invasion. The consciousness gradually blurred at this moment. It was almost time when Ning Chuan saw it. Without any hesitation, he directly opened the door to the world of songs. Throw Magellan, the warden of the great prison under the sea, into it. The strong men in the great prison under the sea, seeing another person falling in the sky, they couldn't help but look up. They were very curious about what kind of big shot Ning Chuan would throw in this time. However, what they don't know is, this guy that Ning Chuan threw over will be a terrifying existence that they will not want to come into contact with in the future. Seeing that Magellan has been taken into the world of singing by himself, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. I saw him arriving at the highest point of the great prison under the sea. Then he pressed his hand on the vent of the great prison on the seabed. The next moment, the terrifying toxin began to slowly spread downward along the vents of the great prison on the seabed. Chapter 224. Arriving at the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, Bullet wants to challenge Ning Chuan. The poison released by Ning Chuan's poison fruit ability spread rapidly. The entire Impel City fell into unprecedented chaos. There are 7 floors in the undersea great prison. 1 floor above ground and 6 floors underground. The ground floor is where the guards in the great prison are stationed. The 6 underground floors are hells where all kinds of felons are imprisoned. Ning Chuan's poisonous fruit toxin swept from top to bottom along the ventilation ducts into the advancement city, and no one could stop it. Crimson Hell, which is the underground level. It houses prisoners who have committed relatively minor crimes. Although they had committed many crimes at sea, they were nothing compared to the prisoners on the next levels. Of course, their strength is generally low. There is almost no ability to resist Ning Chuan toxin. Therefore, Ning Chuan's toxins quickly spread through the ventilation system to the entire underground level. The prisoners fell to the ground one after another, breathing rapidly and unable to fight back. The guards also struggled in the poisonous fog, but to no avail. It only took a moment for him to be completely knocked down by the poison. As the poison continues to spread downwards, the powerful beasts in the second area, Beast Hell, also gradually fell. Those ferocious beasts were still howling and roaring at first, trying to resist the erosion of the poison. However, they were just powerful beasts after all and could not compete with Ning Chuan's powerful poison. They gradually twitched on the ground and finally became motionless. In comparison, they persisted slightly longer than the prisoners. In the 3rd level of Desert Hell, the prisoners and guards here were not spared either. The environment here is much harsher than the first 2 floors. The hot temperatures and harsh environment make the prisoners exhausted. The speed of the toxin spread caught them off guard. At this time, with the invasion of poisonous fog, the prisoners fell defenselessly. The toxin spreads almost unimpeded. Feeling his own poison instantly swept through the 3 underground floors. A sneer appeared on Ning Chuan's face. The ability of this poisonous fruit is really good. It is best used to clean up these miscellaneous soldiers. In the 4th level of Burning Hell, there are no exceptions to the situation here. The strong prisoners had long been exhausted by the scorching flames here. Ning Chuan's toxins further weakened their resistance. In a moment, all the prisoners here were wiped out and lost their ability to resist. Poisonous mist filled the air, knocking down prisoners one after another. As the toxins reached the 5th level of Ice Hell, the criminals imprisoned here were unable to withstand Ning Chuan's toxins. In this extremely cold place, no matter how hard the criminals hiding in the ice walls struggled, they could not avoid the fate of being poisoned and fainting. After Ning Chuan sensed through his knowledge and experience that the prisoners on the 5th floor had basically lost their fighting capacity, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's so convenient. He whispered to himself. The poison fruit's efficiency in clearing out miscellaneous soldiers is even higher than Conqueror's Hawkeye. After Ning Chuan easily swept through the 5th floor of the prison. Without hesitation, he walked to the deepest 6th level of the great prison under the sea, Eternal Hell. This is where the world's most dangerous and evil criminals are imprisoned. Whether it is a death row prisoner or a prisoner serving a life sentence. Their strength and reputation far exceed that of ordinary prisoners, and there are many people with powerful fruit abilities among them. Those imprisoned on this level are the beings that the world government is most afraid of. Including the former One Piece Roger's subordinate Bullet, the bloodthirsty vampire Solitary Red, and Aim no Kill You who can seriously injure Garp, etc. All of them are extremely dangerous people. Of course, these dangerous people who are feared by the world government are the best candidates for Ning Chuan to practice GU. He came to this great prison under the sea just to capture them. Ning Chuan slowly stepped into the depths of Eternal Hell. As soon as he entered the area near the cell, he heard 2 angry roars. Ning Chuan, you damn BD, how dare you come here? Hearing this, Ning Chuan looked back. The person scolding him turned out to be Kaido's subordinate Jack. At this moment, Jack's voice was full of anger and unwillingness. You damn BD, I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, another voice sounded in Ning Chuan's ears. This time it was Big Mom's son Cracker who made the noise. He was also filled with anger at this moment. Both of these people were sent to Impel Down City by Ning Chuan himself. So when they saw Ning Chuan appear in front of their cell, anger suddenly rushed into my heart. The 2 of them roared wildly, trying to break out of the cage. However, the sea tower stone chains they wore on their hands made them unable to use them. Facing the roars of the 2 men, Ning Chuan had a calm smile on his face. Suddenly, a heavy and provocative voice came from the cell next to him. Ning Chuan immediately broke their cage and quickly destroyed the sea tower stone shackles in their hands. After Roger's death, he turned the whole world upside down by finding a new opponent. Everyone in Eternal Hell is a guy who has done something big. Hey, boy, do you dare to challenge me? But if you lose, then you will be my younger brother for the rest of your life, and I will give you countless opportunities to challenge. Ning Chuan has already opened the door to the world of songs. But they didn't have time to react. Do you dare to make a bet with me? They long for freedom and leave this hell. Once One Piece Roger's right-hand man, extremely powerful. When they saw Ning Chuan let Jack and Cracker go, they were all jealous. Ning Chuan was naturally familiar with Bullet's war-mad personality. Bullet, right, until I saw Ning Chuan coming. Bullet sensed the terror of Ning Chuan's strength, and now he couldn't help but want to fight Ning Chuan. However, they didn't even have time to take action, so that I can take out all the humiliation I suffered during this period on Ning Chuan. Sent to this great prison under the sea, he asked nonchalantly. Jack and Cracker, who suddenly regained their freedom, were stunned for a moment, and then immediately mobilized the power in their bodies to prepare to attack Ning Chuan. If I win, how about you let me go? Ning Chuan looked around and saw a familiar face. But never beat Roger. Later, Garp Sengoku united with many masters to carry Buster Call and captured him. He also played against Rayleigh many times. When other prisoners saw this scene, they shouted loudly. It even reached the point of being able to draw with Rayleigh later. This is Bullet. He sneered and kicked each of them in. Bullet once challenged Roger countless times when he was on Roger's ship. His provocative eyes made a smile appear on Ning Chuan's lips again. Jack and Cracker were stunned. They didn't expect Ning Chuan to say such words. Do you want to reunite with your boss now? If you can beat me, I will let you go. Chapter 225 Brutal Bullet, I just like beating big guys. Bullet was once one of One Piece Roger's crew members, possessing strength comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Especially his terrifying fusion fruit ability, which allows him to fuse any object with himself, thereby strengthening oneself, and even being able to create surprisingly powerful weapons. This ability makes him almost invincible in battle. This is why Bullet is so arrogant. When Ning Chuan removed the seafloor stone handcuffs and shackles on Bullet, he used the power of the time fruit without hesitation to instantly restore Bullet to his peak state. This move surprised Bullet, in the process of Ning Chuan restoring his strength to its peak. Bullet felt Ning Chuan's arrogance and confidence. This arrogance is even greater than his own. Ning Chuan, you are really interesting. Since you dare to give me a fair fight, I want to see how capable you are. Bullet's voice was full of fighting fervor. He seems to have decided that the young man in front of him will be his recognized opponent. Ning Chuan smiled lightly, not hiding his arrogance. You'd better think about it first, how to become my subordinate after you lose. This sentence made Bullet's eyes burn with even more fierce fighting spirit. He has already seen countless arrogant people, but the powerful and fearless aura exuding from Ning Chuan even made Bullet feel a little afraid. But he didn't flinch, but became even more excited. At this moment, the other prisoners in Eternal Hell also opened their eyes wide, staring at the battle that was about to begin. Whether it's Aim no Shiliu, San Juan Wolf, or Catalina Devon, they were all waiting to watch the battle between the two. Ning Chuan and Bullet looked at each other for a moment. In an instant, the Conqueror's domineering energy in both of them exploded without reservation. 2 huge waves collided in the air, and the entire foundation of the Impel City began to tremble. The force of the Conqueror's blast instantly destroyed the walls of the nearby cell. The prisoners were only left with sea tower stone chains binding them. However, they didn't care about it. After all, they know that no matter who wins, Ning Chuan or Bullet, then the next guys will release them. As a new opponent, continue fighting. With the collision of two domineering forces, Bullet gradually discovered that his conquerors was actually a little defeated in front of Ning Chuan. This made him simply unbelievable. For an instant, Bullet's expression turned solemn. Although he was imprisoned and impelled down for many years, his conqueror's dominance has not diminished. But Ning Chuan's domineering power is unbelievable. He was very puzzled. Why was such a young Ning Chuan able to possess such a terrifying conquerors? Just when Bullet was about to increase conqueror's output, conquerors in Ning Chuan suddenly swept over like a huge wave. It was like an overwhelming force that knocked his whole body away. Bullet rolled rapidly in the air and hit the wall of the cell hard. He gritted his teeth, and the fighting fever in his body became even more intense. You are indeed no ordinary person. The only people who could suppress me on conquerors before were Roger and a few others. Bullet stood up, with a bit of fanaticism in his eyes. At this time, Bullet has realized that he simply cannot defeat Ning Chuan with conquerors alone. So, he no longer hesitated. The figure disappeared instantly, turning into a shadow and heading straight towards Ning Chuan. His fist was packed with domineering force and struck Ning Chuan fiercely. Since conquerors is defeated, let's use physical skills to determine the outcome. Ning Chuan noticed what Bullet meant, and then a sneer appeared on his lips. Well done. Ning Chuan's dragon scales instantly covered his body, and he instantly transformed into a dragon-like form. He raised his hand slightly and firmly grasped Bullet's domineering punch. Then he punched Bullet in the face. Bullet's entire body was shot away by Ning Chuan like a cannonball, and he hit the ground heavily with a deafening sound. With just one punch, Bullet felt how terrifying Ning Chuan was. At this moment, he realized that whether it was domineering or physical skills, he had no advantage over Ning Chuan. These are all areas where I am good at. Bullet got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes ignited with a fiercer fighting spirit. Looks like I have to be serious, he murmured in a low voice, and then suddenly burst out with all his strength. At this moment, he no longer held back, and the power of the combined fruit was activated instantly. The entire eternal hell object began to gather around Bullet. His body quickly merged with everything around him. The floor, walls, and iron railings were all absorbed by him. Bullet's body expanded rapidly and turned into a huge fighting machine in the blink of an eye. Large Bullet form. Bullet's voice echoed in the air like thunder. His body is like a giant, standing in the center of eternal hell. As countless objects merged with his body, his strength and size were greatly enhanced. Seeing Bullet's huge changes, Ning Chuan's expression remained unchanged. He was not afraid at all, but felt a little excited. The Bullet in front of me has merged with the entire eternal hell. Although he can continue to integrate, he even integrated the entire Impel Down city into himself. But Ning Chuan doesn't want him to do this, because in this Impel city, there are many devil fruit users he wants to take away. If he were to be integrated with the entire Impel Down city, none of those guys would be able to survive. That's it for now. No matter how much you fuse, you will never be my opponent. Ning Chuan's arrogant voice reached Bullet's ears. The next moment, the angry Bullet waved his huge arms and struck Ning Chuan with destructive force. His terrifying blow directly caused the entire eternal hell to be shattered with every swing of his. The buildings of the great prison under the sea also began to collapse. However, Ning Chuan's figure dodged Bullet's attack as quickly as lightning. Every move he made was accurate, as if he had anticipated Bullet's every move. I'm quite experienced in beating up big guys. Big Buddha form. Ning Chuan looked at Bullet, who looked like a madman. Without any hesitation, he directly used his Buddha form. The next moment, the golden Buddha, which is hundreds of feet tall, instantly appeared in front of everyone in eternal hell. I saw this golden Buddha in front of me. The anger in Bullet's eyes burned even more. When he was arrested, there was a golden Buddha similar to Ning Chuan. And now, Ning Chuan actually used this trick again. This makes Bullet's attack a bit tougher. However, what Bullet didn't know was, the golden Buddha in front of you is much more powerful than the one from the Warring States period. His attack has not yet landed on Ning Chuan. A huge golden fist hit Bullet directly on the head and face. Chapter 226 Clean up the eternal hell and select those with devil fruit abilities. The golden giant Buddha of Ning Chuan attacks wildly in the eternal hell of Impel Down City. The golden fist hit Bullet like a falling meteorite. Although Bullet's fusion fruit ability has absorbed all the surrounding stones, steel bars, and even walls, it formed a huge stone man. But with Ning Chuan's powerful conqueror's domineering blessing, every punch carried unparalleled power, shaking the entire cell. Bullet tried his best to strengthen his stone body with armament Hawkeye. However, he still couldn't resist Ning Chuan's terrifying golden fist. As Ning Chuan punched him one after another, Bullet's giant stone man begins to crumble. Although he tried his best to resist, the stones on his body could no longer be maintained, and his huge body began to gradually disintegrate. Bang! A loud bang. Ning Chuan's punch knocked Bullet completely down. The stones cracked one after another, and the huge stone statue began to collapse. Bullet's true form was revealed, and he fell heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. His body was severely injured, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Even so, Bullet still tried to get up, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. The battle was witnessed by the prisoners in eternal hell. Everyone was stunned, their faces full of horror and shock. They originally thought Bullet and Ning Chuan would be a close match. Some even thought Bullet might have the upper hand. After all, Bullet's strength has long been recognized by them. This was an existence that was once equal to Pluton, Rayleigh. But the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. Ning Chuan not only won, he also won so easily. This is impossible. Aim no Shiliu whispered in disbelief. As a former warden, he naturally knows Bullet's strength. But I didn't expect that this young man who calls himself the Emperor of the New World would be so powerful. Other prisoners such as Katarina Devon also frowned. I was fully expecting Bullet to cause trouble for Ning Chuan. As a result, what they saw was Bullet being severely crushed. At this time, they knew in their hearts that it was impossible for them to defeat Ning Chuan. In fact, they had even thought of no longer confronting Ning Chuan. I started to make my own little calculation in my mind. In order to gain Ning Chuan's favor, these felons even started shouting slogans in an attempt to attract Ning Chuan's attention. Master Ning Chuan, come on. As long as you can win, we are willing to recognize you as the boss. From now on, whatever you say will be whatever you say, and you will never resist. Lord Ning Chuan will definitely win. ... Ning Chuan glanced at the prisoners coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He knew very well that these people were not worthy of trust. Like Blackbeard, these guys are traitors and careerists. As long as there is a chance, they will definitely stab themselves in the back. Ning Chuan sneered and spoke slowly. You people, how could I let you continue to cause trouble? If you want freedom, you have only one choice. Follow me to a place where you can still fight for freedom. The prisoners heard Ning Chuan mention a time when they could fight for their freedom. He was at a loss, not knowing what place Ning Chuan was talking about. However, they knew that it should be the place where Jack and Cracker went just now. No one knows whether that place is good or bad. What's more, the strength shown by Ning Chuan made them dare not act rashly. What I can tell you is that you have no right to refuse. Whether you go in on your own initiative or be invited in by me, it's up to you to choose. In front of everyone is the Emperor of the New World. He just defeated Bullet easily, and also showed a terrifying strength. They knew that Ning Chuan's strength had already exceeded their imagination. If you continue to resist, you will only destroy yourself. The place you mentioned, where exactly is it? Aim no Shiliu asked with a frown. Ning Chuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer. You'll find out soon enough. After saying that, Ning Chuan waved his hand and directly opened the door to Jie Ji's world. The door slowly opened in front of the prisoners, emitting a strange wave of energy. On the other side of the door is a battlefield where a horrific war is taking place. In this battlefield, many strong men are fighting fiercely. This is the training ground, used by Ning Chuan to become like a GU insect. Catalina Devon, Yu Ziliu, San Juan Wolf and others looked at the strange and terrifying world, and their hearts trembled. There are many strong people on this battlefield. After all, Ning Chuan and the others were sure they couldn't beat them. You want freedom, and only by winning your victory there can you get the chance to be free. Then he turned around and gave instructions to the Seraph warriors behind him. Select out all the prisoners imprisoned in Halu Stone and send them all to the world of songs. The prisoners looked at each other, filled with struggle and hesitation. Looking at the 3,000 people with devil fruit abilities standing in front of him. Send everyone in including Bullet. Ning Chuan sent the 100 Seraph warriors he brought out from another singing world. No one knows exactly what this place is, but it looks anything but simple. After doing this, everyone in Eternal Hell has been emptied. After saying that, Ning Chuan waved his hand. Over the years, the Undersea Great Prison has accumulated hundreds of thousands of prisoners. Next, it's time to clean up the miscellaneous soldiers. They can feel the murderous aura coming from it. Hearing that Ning Chuan had given himself an ultimatum. With one person taking the lead, the other Eternal Hell prisoners also emboldened themselves. 3,000 Devil Fruit users mean that Seraph warriors will have 3,000 more abilities to choose from in the future. But he is a prisoner who has Devil Fruit powers and can be locked by the Sea Tower Stone. They were all piled together by Seraph like they were carrying dead pigs. Directly order the Seraphs to throw them into the world of singing. I volunteered to go in and give it a try. There are only more than 3,000 people. However, Ning Chuan's power made them unable to refuse. Hearing Ning Chuan's order, the prisoners who had been poisoned had no strength to resist at all. They long for freedom, but they know that the road in front of them is full of dangers and unknowns. Very good, you will all enter this world and fight for your own chance to be free. Whether you go in by yourself or I send you in, let's choose now. But others, they think they might still win. The Seraphs acted quickly, opened the Shikai lock cell, and picked out all the prisoners locked by the Sea Tower Stone. A smile appeared on Ning Chuan's face. This means that the combat power of Seraph will become much stronger in the future. In the end, Aim no Shiliu took the lead in nodding. After hearing the prisoners' choices, Ning Chuan smiled coldly and said, Chapter 227 Evacuate the Great Prison from the bottom of the sea, frightened the warring states period. After clearing out all Devil Fruit users. However, Ning Chuan did not stop there. He decided to take further action and completely evacuate the entire underwater Great Prison. He is preparing a new singing world for other ordinary prisoners. Send all the prisoners in the Great Prison into the ring. Let's go arrest someone. Ning Chuan gave the order. 100 Seraph warriors began to follow Ning Chuan up from the 6th level of Eternal Hell. After arriving at the freezing hell on the 5th floor, Ning Chuan directly used Huahuaguo's ability. His abilities are spread directly throughout freezing hell. Coupled with Ning Chuan's domineering cooperation, ensure that no prisoner can slip through the net, because all the prisoners on the 6th floor were poisoned by Ning Chuan's poisonous fruit. Ning Chuan's arrest process went extremely smoothly. The countless palms separated by Wawa Fruit's ability transport each prisoner. Seraph warriors were responsible for throwing them into the newly opened world of singing. Such close cooperation. Less than an hour, all the tens of thousands of prisoners on the 5th floor have been sent to the new world of songs by Ning Chuan and Seraphim. Then comes the 4th floor, the 3rd floor. Under Ning Chuan's terrifying and domineering approach, the remaining prisoners in the great prison under the sea, no matter where they fall, cannot escape the fate of being captured. They flock to the place designated by Ning Chuan like a tide and were gathered together. Although these prisoners do not have devil fruit abilities, they are numerous in number, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Every one of them was once a cruel person. Although they are now poisoned by the poisonous fruit, they have no power to resist. But Ning Chuan believes that the ambition and resistance in their hearts will reappear when they wake up. Ning Chuan had already thought of such an outcome, so he looked at this group of people with a sneer on his lips. Although these people do not have the power of devil fruit, their ambitions are not small. In this case, I will give them a chance. You 100 Seraph warriors are stationed in this world. When they wake up, you tell them the rules. As long as someone here can defeat any of you in a single challenge, then they will have the opportunity to be promoted to the GU training place. Hearing Ning Chuan's instructions, the 100 Seraphs nodded, said that Ning Chuan's arrangement was clear. After doing this, Ning Chuan looked at the empty great prison on the seabed without stopping for much. I saw him flying back to the first level of the great prison under the sea. He placed his hand again on the ventilation duct opening of the great prison under the sea. He began to activate the ability of the poison fruit to recover all the toxins he had previously released. Not long after, the entire underwater great prison had returned to its original state. Although the toxin released by Ning Chuan is not fatal, it is enough to make these guards sleepy for a period of time. When they woke up, the entire underwater great prison had become an empty city. All the original prisoners are gone. After doing all this, Ning Chuan took the Pluton and slowly left the great prison under the sea. However, not long after, Deputy Warden Hannibal wakes up from a coma. He stood up in a daze, raising his hands to cover his head, his heart full of doubts. There was a strange smell in the air, and he felt that something was wrong around him. Looking around, the prison was eerily quiet, and there didn't seem to be even a single prisoner. Wait, there aren't any prisoners. This is wrong. This is the beginning of the city where hundreds of thousands of people are imprisoned. It is usually very noisy. Why is it so quiet today? Think of this. Hannibal hurried down to the first level of the prison. It turned out that the entire floor was empty, and all the cells had been emptied. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and hurriedly ran to the 2nd and 3rd floors. As a result, there was not a single prisoner on every floor of the entire Impel City. It's as if no one has ever been imprisoned here. Hannibal was shocked when he found no prisoner. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He picked up the phone with trembling hands and called Warring States tremblingly. Hey, this is Marine Headquarters, what's going on? Sengoku's voice came from the phone bug. Hannibal stammered in reply. It's me, Deputy Warden Hannibal. Warring States was a little surprised. Hannibal, why not Magellan? Ning Chuan has already been to your great prison under the sea. What happened there? Hannibal's voice was trembling and he smiled bitterly. Sir Sengoku, Warden Magellan, he is missing. All the hundreds of thousands of prisoners in the great prison under the sea have disappeared. Now only the guards of the great prison under the sea are left. Warring States on the other end of the phone fell silent for a moment, as if he couldn't understand Hannibal's words. After a while, Warring States finally reacted and was so shocked that the phone bug dropped from his hand and fell to the ground. His face became extremely ugly, and there was a storm in his heart. The great prison under the sea was completely emptied by Ning Chuan, the kind that doesn't leave a single prisoner behind. Ning, what exactly does Ning Chuan want to do? That's hundreds of thousands of prisoners, hundreds of thousands. Total more than Marine, if he wants to use these people to rebel. Thinking of this, Warring States couldn't help but be shocked. He was fully aware of the seriousness of this incident. So without any hesitation, he directly picked up the phone and called his immediate boss, 5 elders. Saint Wuchuli, no, it's not good. Ning Chuan, he emptied the entire great prison under the sea. The moment he heard Warring States' voice, Saint Wuchuli was suddenly stunned. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. What, your voice was a little loud just now. I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. I heard the shocked voice of Saint Wuchuli coming from the phone. Warring States had no choice but to repeat what he had just said. Ning Chuan, he emptied the entire underwater great prison. Hundreds of thousands of prisoners, not a single one was left behind, they were all taken away. Holy Wasiuli, damn it, how on earth did this kid do it? With so many people, how did he take them all away at once? That's not tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands of FG people. Hundreds of thousands, as much as the population of a country. How did he do it? The heavenly dragon Sheng Wuchuli Sheng, who always likes to show off, is a little unable to hold his nerve at this moment. He yelled at Warring States directly on the phone. Through the phone bug, Zhongguo could feel the saliva spraying on his face. But Warring States didn't dare to say a word at this moment. After all, he knew that Ning Chuan was going to the great prison under the sea. Although warring states guessed that Ning Chuan might be looking for someone. But I didn't expect that he would go so far. Warring states now no longer knows what to do next. This is a major accident. Even if he is a Marine Fleet Admiral, he can't afford it. Chapter 228 What's going on? Ning Chuan is going to start looking for pirates. Ning Chuan left the undersea great prison, returned to Dressrosa on the Pluton. After returning to Dressrosa, Ning Chuan immediately summoned Doflamingo. Doflamingo heard that Ning Chuan wanted to see him. Without any hesitation, he came directly to Ning Chuan as quickly as possible. What are your orders, Lord Ning Chuan? Doflamingo asked, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Ning Chuan hasn't used him for a while, which makes Doflamingo feel a little sad. After all, he knew very well that Ning Chuan was the only one who had the final say in this new world. Therefore, only by doing a lot of things for Ning Chuan can he look useful. Otherwise, he might just become a GU in the GU training field like everyone else. Ning Chuan looked at him and said calmly and firmly, I want you to send a message to the world. From the moment the message is sent out, no pirate ships will be allowed to appear in the entire new world. All pirate flags must disappear. Any pirate who dares to step into the new world will face a devastating blow. Hearing this, Doflamingo was shocked. He frowned tightly and said seriously, Lord Ning Chuan, do you want to completely clean up the pirates? That's right, Ning Chuan nodded with a firm tone. From now on, New World is no longer a paradise for pirates but my territory. Pirates will no longer be allowed on my territory. Doflamingo was stunned for a long time after hearing this. After a long time, he finally nodded and said seriously, this will definitely trigger a counterattack from pirates all over the world. The corners of Ning Chuan's mouth raised slightly, showing confidence. With Seraph warriors here, these little fish won't be able to stay alive for long. Looking at Ning Chuan's confident look, Doflamingo unconsciously thought of the terror of those Seraph warriors. In addition, I want you to send a message to the world to collect the blood of devil fruit users. Anyone with abilities who is willing to sell their blood can contact the Don Quixote family, and we will send Seraph to retrieve it at a high price. If they don't want Bailey, they can negotiate the price based on specific capabilities. When Doflamingo heard this, his eyes lit up. It seems that the opportunity for my Don Quixote family to clear their name has finally come. Lord Ning Chuan, may I know why you want to collect the blood of so many devil fruit users? Ning Chuan glanced at Doflamingo, smiled and said, I think you should have guessed it. Ning Chuan knew it, with Doflamingo's cleverness. You must have guessed the relationship between the blood of these devil fruit users and Seraphim. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and smiled. Lord Ning Chuan, I will make arrangements as soon as possible. Soon, this world-shaking news spread to the whole world through Doflamingo's channels. Once the news was released, it immediately caused an uproar around the world. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku was flipping through recent reports in his office. Suddenly, a Marine soldier rushed in and handed over a document. Lord Fleet Admiral, you have to see this. Warring States took the document and opened it casually. After a moment, his brows instantly wrinkled. Ning Chuan actually announced that he would capture pirates in New World. Warring States couldn't believe his eyes and read it carefully again. The news made him feel mixed emotions. What does he want to do? Why did you start catching pirates again? You still want to collect the blood of devil fruit users. This is definitely not a good thing for world government, but for Marine, it may help us reduce some pressure. At this moment, Garp pushed open the door and walked in lazily. Warring States, your brows are almost pinched together. What happened? Warring States raised his head and glanced at Garp with a complicated expression on his face. Have you heard? Ning Chuan sent out a message to comprehensively attack pirates in the New World and collect the blood of devil fruit users from all over the world. Garp raised his eyebrows, with a trace of surprise on his face. Hey, that guy is quite interesting. He is a pirate emperor, but he wants to attack pirates. How funny. I don't understand his intention. Warring States sighed. What exactly does he want to do? First, he captured all the prisoners in Impel Down City, and now he wants to fight against the pirates. Is this really a good thing for us? Garp smiled indifferently. Whatever, the pirates in New World are not fuel efficient anyway. Let's see how they make trouble. Anyway, we are not Ning Chuan's opponent. If we have someone to help us defeat the pirates, it will save us a lot of trouble. At the same time, ordinary people around the world immediately became excited after hearing the news. Many people were originally hostile to Ning Chuan, thinking that he was also a pirate emperor who did all kinds of evil. But when they heard the news that Ning Chuan was going to fight against pirates, many people felt excited and happy. Is this true? Ning Chuan wants to clean up the pirates in New World. It looks real. I never thought that Ning Chuan would make such a decision. Maybe New World can really become a safe place. I'm starting to think about whether to move there. Amidst the cheers and cheers, many ordinary people's favorability towards Ning Chuan gradually increased. They thought Ning Chuan would bring them peace. This is something even the world government cannot do. Some people even began to look forward to a world without pirates. However, the pirates' reaction was completely opposite. The pirates in New World were furious after hearing the news. Who does Ning Chuan think he is? A New World pirate captain smashed the wine glass in his hand angrily. The New World is our pirates' territory, why should he clean us up? Damn it, BD. This damn guy. ... Another old pirate roared after hearing the news. We will never let him succeed. I want to form a fleet, attack Dressrosa directly, and oust him from his position as the Emperor of the New World. Quickly, contact my old friends and we will never let Ning Chuan's plan succeed. ... For a moment, the pirates began to move around, especially some big pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion. They have already prepared to organize a counterattack, trying to challenge Ning Chuan in New World. However, Ning Chuan didn't care about the anger of these pirates. He went directly to Sky Island base and brought down the second batch of newly created Seraph warriors. 1,000 people in total. These Seraphs will be his main force in fighting pirates. Ning Chuan stationed 100 of the Seraphs at the entrance of the newly opened Great Route. Their mission is to fight against pirates who try to enter the New World. At the same time, he also arranged 50 Seraphs on Fishman Island to block the waterway leading to the New World. With the Seraph around, any pirate who tries to enter the New World will be killed and captured by the Seraph. The remaining Seraphs were dispersed by Ning Chuan to various islands and important locations in the New World. Before long, the entire New World will be completely in his hands. Chapter 229 News about Trafalgar Law. The person with the surgical fruit ability has obtained it. A week has passed since Ning Chuan started searching for pirates from New World. As Ning Chuan's right-hand man, the Seraph warriors quickly launched into action. Scattered across the New World, they have captured more than 10,000 stubborn pirates. Among them were some arrogant people who tried to challenge Ning Chuan. They were unwilling to let New World be controlled by Ning Chuan. I want to use my own strength to take down Ning Chuan, the pirate traitor. However, the cruel reality caught them off guard. These pirates were easily captured by Seraph without even seeing Ning Chuan's face. Ning Chuan ignored the captured pirates. The battle reports of the Seraphs were gathered into his hands, and he had detailed battle records. It even indicates each pirate's devil fruit abilities, fighting style, etc. Ning Chuan flipped through it casually, then suddenly stopped, raised his head, and softly uttered a few words to decide the fate of these pirates. Send it to practice GU. After some selection, Ning Chuan selected dozens of pirates with devil fruit abilities and sent them to the GU training field. As for those ordinary pirates without abilities, they were thrown into the singing world where the prisoners of Impel Down City lived. Receive brutal training with other prisoners. Doflamingo stood aside and watched Ning Chuan handle these affairs with fear. He thought he was used to all kinds of cruel scenes. But facing Ning Chuan's actions, I still couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. The GU training field is a place that even he is afraid of. Soon after, the pirates in the New World seemed to finally realize the terrifying power of Ning Chuan's Seraph and gradually became low-key. However, the Seraphs would not let them go easily, especially those guys who just made a big mistake in New World. The Seraphs were like hounds that smelled blood, following the traces left by these pirates and constantly pursuing them. Vows to completely wipe out all pirates in New World. A few days later, Doflamingo suddenly brought a message to Ning Chuan. With a smile with ulterior motives on his face, he walked up to Ning Chuan and spoke. Sir Ning Chuan, a devil fruit user I have been paying attention to all year round has made some moves recently. Ning Chuan raised his head with slight interest. Oh, what ability? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and said with a flattering tone. That person's ability can give people eternal life. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. A name came to his mind instantly, Trafalgar Law, the owner of the surgical fruit. This fruit can perform immortality surgery after awakening, and has the power to make people immortal. The corners of Ning Chuan's mouth rose slightly, even though he already had the ability to live forever. But Nami, Robin and the others still cannot escape the erosion of time. If he can control Luo's ability, he can let them enjoy eternal time with him forever. Good news. Ning Chuan patted Doflamingo's shoulder gently and said with a somewhat encouraging tone. You did great. As a reward, I will consider letting you go to the GU training field for a month to improve your strength. When Doflamingo heard this, the smile on his face immediately froze and he waved his hands quickly. Lord Ning Chuan, forget about this reward. I don't dare to try the exercise in the GU training field again. The last time I went in, I almost came back dead. If possible, just let a few Seraph warriors practice with me. Ning Chuan chuckled lightly when he saw his appearance. Then he waved his hand to express his agreement. One day later, Ning Chuan immediately set off for North Blue to find the whereabouts of Trafalgar Law. He used the power of the gate fruit to instantly arrive at the territory of the Vinsmoke family. From here, go straight to Luo's location. Soon after, Ning Chuan discovered Luo in a small town. At this time, Luo was still just a boy about the same age as Ning Chuan. He is thin and has a wary look in his eyes. After all, he has grown a lot after experiencing what happened to Corzone. As soon as he saw Ning Chuan, he immediately felt that the person in front of him was very dangerous. I want to stay away from Ning Chuan immediately. But Ning Chuan came to see this guy, and he wouldn't let Luo escape just like that. Who are you? Why did you come to me? Luo asked coldly. The knife in his hand had been slightly raised. As long as Ning Chuan dares to take another step forward, he will use the power of the surgical fruit to give Ning Chuan a hard blow. Ning Chuan smiled lightly and said with a bit of joking tone. I'm here for your abilities, Trafalgar Law. Surgery fruit ability user. Luo's pupils suddenly shrank. Not many people know that he possesses this devil fruit. And Ning Chuan was able to reveal his abilities at once. Obviously, he should have been sent by his enemy Doflamingo. Think of this. Luo's heart tightened. He didn't hesitate, and instantly waved the knife in his hand, activating the room ability. However, the moment he activated his ability, a terrifying conqueror's domineering energy suddenly burst out from Ning Chuan's body. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly asked, "First, follow me and be loyal to me. I can help you become stronger." The terrifying aura on his body almost made it difficult for him to breathe. Luo tried desperately to break free from Ning Chuan's suppression, but his body simply refused to obey him. "Hear the name. As long as you can endure the pain, I guarantee that you will be able to rub Dobramingo on the ground in the future. If possible, I, Trafalgar Law, am willing to follow Lord Ning Chuan." Luo's body froze instantly. Luo asked in a trembling voice, his face as pale as paper. Luo was stunned for a moment. The extremely powerful domineering force suppressed him firmly, making it difficult for him to move. "Your strength is too weak, and it's not worth my while." Ning Chuan spoke slowly, his voice low and powerful. "With you by my side, can I become stronger quickly?" Ning Chuan is much scarier than his enemy Doflamingo. "Trafalgar Law, your abilities are precious." Ning Chuan sneered. His great revenge has not yet been avenged, so he cannot be taken away by Ning Chuan like this. Hearing the choice Ning Chuan gave him, it turned out that the person in front of me looked exactly like the one in the newspaper. "Second, I will take the surgery results directly from your hands and turn you into an ordinary person." Ning Chuan walked towards Luo unhurriedly, his eyes deep and cold. Zhang Luo's movements were suppressed, strong enough to defeat powerful enemies like Doflamingo. When Ning Chuan heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Stop trying to resist, but he still refused to give in. "I'll give you two choices. You, who are you?" The pressure like a mountain rushed towards me. "New, the king of New World, Lord Ning Chuan." Luo looked at Ning Chuan carefully again. At this moment, Luo's heart was filled with fear. Luo was stunned for a moment. Chapter 230 Master the ability of the surgical fruit and unlock the immortality surgery. Luo felt unbelievable when he heard Ning Chuan's words. Complex emotions rolled through his heart. There is both fear of Ning Chuan's strength and expectations for his own destiny in the future. His goal has always been to defeat Doflamingo and avenge his benefactor Krasen. Now, the Sea Emperor Ning Chuan not only stood in front of him. He even offered to help him fulfill his wish, although the other party's attitude does not seem to be very serious. But Luo knew in his heart that this might be his only chance for revenge. "Are you willing to come with me? Are you willing to suffer everything just to defeat Doflamingo?" Ning Chuan's voice was low, but it carried irresistible pressure. Luo took a deep breath, and the hand holding the knife tightly was shaking slightly. After a moment, he finally made a decision. Luo nodded firmly and said, "As long as I can defeat Doflamingo, I will do anything." Ning Chuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. "Very good, then let me see your power first, show me the ability of your surgical fruits." Luo hesitated. He didn't understand Ning Chuan's intention. But Ning Chuan's eyes made him understand that he had no choice. He took a deep breath, then gently waved the long knife in his hand and whispered. "Room." Along with his voice, a blue transparent circular space opened in front of Ning Chuan. The power of the surgical fruit began to circulate around Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan stood among them, not moving at all, just looking at Luo with a smile. Luo tightened his grip on the knife in his hand. Although he had no ill intentions towards Ning Chuan, the vague sense of danger made his whole body tense up. "Attack me." Ning Chuan's voice was cold and oppressive. Luo Zi was stunned for a moment, not daring to take action against Ning Chuan. "If you don't dare to attack me even if I ask you to, what big thing can you accomplish? You have so much courage and still want to defeat Doflamingo. It's better to just lie on the floor and dream." Luo was shocked when he heard this. Then he gritted his teeth and swung the knife with all his strength. The blade passed through the air lightly and slashed towards Ning Chuan. At the same time, he tried his best to activate the power of the surgical fruit. The space of room expanded instantly, covering Ning Chuan's body. The unique ability of the surgical fruit meant that this slash did not cause any actual physical damage. But Ning Chuan clearly felt the effect of Luo Chang's surgical fruit ability. The force that wanted to separate his limbs was suppressed by Ning Chuan with his domineering force. Ning Chuan watched the whole process of Luo's moves with a domineering look. Then he said directly in his heart, "System, settlement, congratulations to the host for successfully experiencing the power of the surgical fruit for 10 seconds and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the ability to feel the fruit of the surgery and returning the 100,000 seconds of cultivation. Host's understanding of the fruits of surgery has improved." The system responded to him quickly. Now Ning Chuan has successfully gained a deep understanding of the fruits of surgery. However, his goal goes much further than that. A deep understanding of the fruits of surgery is not enough. His goal is to completely master this power, even to the point of awakening. Ning Chuan looked at Luo, as if nothing was wrong, and continued to speak calmly. "Continue the attack." Luo hesitated. The attack just now had already consumed a lot of energy. But looking at Ning Chuan's relaxed and calm expression, there was nothing wrong with him. He was secretly shocked and doubted whether his attack really had an effect. So, He took a deep breath and started, again. Launched a stronger attack on Ning Chuan. As the frequency of attacks increases, the ability of the surgical fruit becomes more and more mature. Luo Quan used all his strength to try to put more pressure on Ning Chuan. However, gradually, Luo began to realize a terrible fact. No matter how hard he tried his best, his abilities seemed to have no real impact on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan still stood there calmly, as if he had everything under control. Cold sweat began to break out on Luo's forehead, and his heart was filled with shock and powerlessness. He has never encountered an opponent like Ning Chuan. This filled him with frustration. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and looked at the despair gradually revealed in Luo's heart. He understood that Luo had realized the gap in strength between the two sides. Next, this kid should be able to practice hard in the GU training field. Ning Chuan stood there, letting Luo attack him to his heart's content. Half an hour later, Ning Chuan said in his heart, "System, settlement, congratulations to host for successfully experiencing the power of the surgical fruit for 20 minutes and activating the 10,000 times return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the ability to feel the fruit of surgery and returning 200,000 minutes of cultivation. Host has successfully mastered the surgical fruit ability." Hearing the sound of the system, Ning Chuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. At this moment, Luo stood in front of Ning Chuan, already feeling that he was on the verge of reaching his limit. His physical strength was constantly being consumed, but Ning Chuan still seemed relaxed and at ease. As if this battle was just a joke. Suddenly, just when Luo was about to lose his hold, Ning Chuan suddenly stretched out his hand, and a huge instantly unfolded from his palm. This time, the entire town is shrouded in Ning Chuan's ability. Luo opened his eyes wide, with an extremely shocked expression on his face. He couldn't imagine that this power could expand to such a terrifying extent. Before he could recover from the shock, Ning Chuan activated the power of the surgical fruit again. The scope of room instantly expanded from the small town to the entire island. The huge space is like an invisible hand, covering everything on the island. Luo was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had never seen such a terrifying display of power. The Ning Chuan in front of him seemed to have surpassed his understanding of his devil fruit abilities. After expanding the room to the entire island, Ning Chuan spoke again. "System, settlement, ... Congratulations to host for successfully awakening the surgical fruit ability and unlocking the immortality surgery." Until Ning Chuan heard the system say that he had successfully unlocked the ability to perform immortality surgery. Only then did he take back the power of the surgical fruit he had shown. Ning Chuan looked at Luo and smiled slightly. "Are you ready to get stronger?" Luo was stunned for a moment, and then a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. The power Ning Chuan had just controlled was far beyond his imagination. And he also saw the hope of becoming stronger. He gritted his teeth and nodded firmly. "I'm ready." Ning Chuan said nothing and directly opened the door to the GU training ground in Gerger World. He said in a cold and ruthless tone, "Come in." Before Luo entered the world of Zhe, Ning Chuan deliberately used the power of the time fruit on him. General Luo's body speeds up the time retrieval effect. This means that Luo's training speed will be several times faster than others. This can be regarded as a reward given to him by Ning Chuan. Under Ning Chuan's gaze, Luo resolutely walked into the GU training ground of Gerger World. He knew the challenges he faced would be brutal. However, the hatred in his heart and the desire to become stronger made him not back down. Ning Chuan looked at Luo's back with a faint smile on his lips. He knew very well what Luo went through in the GU training field. It will allow him to quickly grow into a strong enough player to challenge Doflamingo. Ning Chuan believes that in a few years, Luo's strength will far exceed that of Doflamingo. He was already looking forward to the day when Doflamingo was beaten by Luo. Chapter 231 The ability that women want most, eternal youth and immortality. After sending Luo into the GU training field, Ning Chuan stopped staying any longer and returned directly to Dressrosa using the power of the gate fruit. Doflamingo felt a little confused when he saw Ning Chuan coming back so soon. Then he asked in a somewhat tentative tone, "Boss Ning Chuan, is the matter done?" Ning Chuan smiled faintly, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and nodded. Then he looked at Doflamingo meaningfully and spoke, "I have some bad news, do you want to hear it?" Doflamingo was shocked, and the originally calm expression on his face gradually solidified. Although Ning Chuan seemed to be understatement, he keenly felt that this bad news would never be simple. He frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. "Master Ning Chuan, tell me what bad news it is." Ning Chuan smiled and said directly, "Luo has been sent to the GU training ground by me. You know, that place is enough for his strength to increase rapidly. I'm afraid it won't be long before he comes out of it, and when he comes out, the first person he may look for is you." This sentence was like a sharp sword, directly piercing Doflamingo's heart. He suddenly felt his heart sink, and his face showed unconcealable shock. GU training ground, that terrible place. Anyone who goes in will experience unimaginable brutal fighting. Doflamingo knows that the strong people there are fighting each other at any time and are getting stronger every day. When Luo practices there, he will definitely aim for revenge, and his strength will increase at a terrifying speed. And Luo's target of hatred is undoubtedly him, Doflamingo. Doflamingo tried to remain calm, but the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his inner nervousness and uneasiness. He recalled the horrific confrontations he had seen in the GU training field, and his throat involuntarily went dry. Luo's hatred and his practice in the GU training field will definitely make him an extremely terrifying enemy. A picture began to emerge in Doflamingo's mind. After Luo came out of the GU training ground, he came to the door with a long knife in hand and full of hatred, ready to take revenge on himself. It seems that my life may be difficult in the future, Doflamingo said with a wry smile, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. He knew very well that Ning Chuan was his only support now. If he hadn't hugged Ning Chuan's thigh tightly, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to deal with Luo in the future. But Doflamingo only thought for a moment and quickly adjusted his emotions. Putting down the fear just now, he showed a smile and thought to himself. As long as I am still standing next to Mr. Ning Chuan, Luo will have nothing to do with me. At most, I will be beaten by him, which will be regarded as repaying the debt. Ning Chuan watched Doflamingo gradually regain his composure. He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. Ning Chuan patted his shoulder. Do you want to improve your strength urgently? You can also enter the GU field to practice your skills. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, recalling his experience in the GU training field, and couldn't help but shudder. As a guy who was used to bullying the weak, he didn't want to go back to that place where he was tortured to death. Doflamingo smiled and shook his head quickly. Forget it, I still like the current state, I don't have to work so hard. Ning Chuan shrugged, smiled and left. After returning to the villa in Dressrosa, Ning Chuan saw the girls sitting around several tables of mahjong, having a great time. Seeing Ning Chuan coming back, Hancock, Nami, Robin and others put down their mahjong games and came to Ning Chuan's side, asking with a smile. Why are you back so early today? Is there any good news? Ning Chuan smiled softly and suddenly asked. Do you want eternal life? Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. No one reacted for a while. After a few seconds, Hancock took the lead and asked. What kind of immortality? Is it eternal life? Ning Chuan nodded and then added. Not only will you live forever, but you will also be able to maintain your current youthful appearance. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. As women, especially those fighting in the New World, what they are most worried about is the aging of their appearance. Although they possess great power, nothing can resist the erosion of time. Be immortal and still look young. I want to stay who I am now forever. Especially Hancock, as the most beautiful empress in the world. Naturally, we are more eager for immortality surgery. As mature women, they have reached the golden stage of their lives, with their appearance and strength reaching their peak. Ning Chuan, is this true? After becoming immortal, I am willing to promise you anything. Upon hearing this explanation, Nami, Yuta, Kuina and Vivi immediately hesitated. At this moment, her eyes were shining with anticipation, and she couldn't wait to speak to Ning Chuan. Eternal youth, that is what every woman dreams of. Nami couldn't wait to speak. Don't worry, I will keep you looking your most beautiful forever. The moment Nami spoke, then I saw him stretching out a hand and speaking softly in front of the girls. After saying that, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. For them, this is fatal and is an irresistible temptation. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded, confirming the news. I want it too, I want it too, I want to live forever. Robin and Momosuke also opened their eyes with anticipation. Hancock's face turned red when he said these words. Room. Ning Chuan looked at their determined expressions, smiled and nodded. Ning Chuan, please perform immortality surgery on me. So they all shook their heads and expressed that they did not want to undergo immortality surgery for the time being. The immortality surgery will fix your body in the same state it was in at the time of the surgery. However, Ning Chuan shook his head and explained. She never wants to see her beauty fade over time. When Hancock heard this, his eyes shone with a strange light, and there was a hint of excitement on his face. Nokigao, Yuta, Kuina, Vivi, and Shirahoshi are also clamoring for immortality. Hancock, you go first. However, Hancock, Robin, and even Momosuke could no longer hold back. They are still very young and naturally do not want to stay in their current state forever. In other words, no matter how old you are now, you will remain in this state forever after the surgery. She moved closer to Ning Chuan and said softly. You are too young. If you undergo immortality surgery now, your body will no longer grow. Are you sure you want to do it now? After all, every woman is unwilling to give up such an opportunity. Chapter 232 Immortality Surgery begins. Hawkeye comes to challenge. The room field quietly unfolded, covering Hancock's entire being. Ning Chuan stood in front of her, holding a delicate scalpel in his hand, as if an artist was about to begin his great work. Although Hancock was very confident, this time he became a little nervous when facing the immortality surgery. However, after seeing the confidence in Ning Chuan's eyes, she put down all her guard, nodded slightly, and completely relaxed. Relax and don't resist. After this operation, you will be immortal, Ning Chuan said softly, with a hint of comfort in his tone. Hancock smiled slightly, closed his eyes, his long eyelashes trembled slightly, and there was a look of joy on his face. The temptation of immortality and ageless appearance. Even if she is the most beautiful pirate empress, she cannot resist such temptation. In the room field, Ning Chuan's eyes scanned Hancock's body like a scanner. The power of the surgical fruit allowed him to clearly see every detail of Hancock's body. In order for Hancock to reach the most perfect state, he first started to clean up the hidden wounds in her body. These scars were left by her years of fighting and training. Although Hancock couldn't feel it, But they always existed in her body, quietly affecting her body. Your body is very strong, but there are also some hidden injuries. I will restore your body to its most perfect state and allow you to undergo this immortality surgery. Ning Chuan whispered. Then she began to use the power of the surgical fruit to carefully repair every corner of her body. Every minor damage, every unnoticeable flaw. In Ning Chuan's hands, it seemed as if it had been recarved. Ning Chuan's movements are focused and precise, ensuring that every step is flawless. Over time, all the hidden wounds in Hancock's body were eliminated one by one. Her body gradually returned to its most perfect state. However, this is only the first stage of surgery. Next, Ning Chuan will perform a more important immortality surgery for Hancock. He focused on the cells in Hancock's body. Begin to meticulously eliminate the cells in her body that cause aging. The power of the surgical fruit was brought to its fullest. Readjust and optimize every cell so that they have eternal vitality. The operation was slow and meticulous. Ning Chuan concentrated on everything and did not dare to relax at all, making sure every step was flawless. He wanted Hancock's body to reach true perfection. After 3 hours of delicate surgery, Ning Chuan finally completed the last step. Hancock slowly opened his eyes after the surgery. She could feel that her body became extremely light and powerful, as if full of endless vitality. I feel like my body has become incredible, Hancock said softly, his eyes full of shock and joy. She stretched out her hands and felt as if she had returned to her peak state, even stronger than before. Congratulations, Hancock, you are now immortal. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, with a hint of confidence in his tone. Upon hearing these words, Hancock's eyes flashed with excitement. She couldn't help but hug Ning Chuan into her arms. The softness of the pair of elastics made Ning Chuan breathless. She was in an extremely happy mood at the moment. If possible, she would even hold Ning Chuan in her arms all day long. Thank you, Ning Chuan. I will always be by your side. Hancock lay in Ning Chuan's ear and whispered. When she said these words, her ears were already red and hot. Cough, cough, Hancock, there are other people who need surgery. After hearing Ning Chuan remind her that there are others who need surgery, Hancock reluctantly let go of Ning Chuan. However, the eyes she looked at Ning Chuan at this moment were full of love. I wish I could eat Ning Chuan in one bite. However, Ning Chuan simply ignored her look. Then he turned to look at Robin and Momosuke. Next, are you two ready? Robin was already prepared. She nodded and spoke excitedly. I'm ready. Momosuke looked a little surprised and couldn't help but ask. You also want to perform immortality surgery on me? Ning Chuan smiled and asked, don't you want it? Momosuke hesitated for a moment, struggling in her heart for a long time. But in the end she sighed helplessly. She knew that once she accepted Ning Chuan's immortality surgery, it would be equivalent to being bound to Ning Chuan from now on. However, in the end she could not resist the temptation of immortality surgery. Momosuke felt that he couldn't leave now anyway, so he might as well join Ning Chuan. Anyway, after following Ning Chuan for so long, I didn't find that he had killed Marine. Ning Chuan is still very righteous in his heart. I want it too. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded with satisfaction. This time he had enough experience to operate on both Robin and Momosuke. The next moment, the room field expanded again, covering the two of them. Ning Chuan began to concentrate on performing immortality surgery on the two people. Just like it did for Hancock before, he carefully repaired every cell in their bodies to bring their bodies to peak perfection. This operation also took 3 hours, but Ning Chuan was not tired at all, and his spirit was concentrated and high. When the surgery was completed, both Robin and Momosuke were surprised to feel the changes in their bodies. They feel the same as Hancock at this moment, as if they have been reborn and their bodies are full of power. Am I really immortal? Robin asked softly, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Yes, Ning Chuan nodded affirmatively. Momosuke couldn't help but laugh at this time. Although she usually behaves calmly and seriously, at this moment her mood was uncontrollably aroused. She and Robin looked at each other, and then almost subconsciously imitated Hancock's behavior and held Ning Chuan in their arms. Ning Chuan was dumbfounded by the two men's actions. He could feel that they seemed to take advantage of him. However, Ning Chuan does not feel that he is at a disadvantage for such a cheap. After all, it feels good to be held in the arms of two beauties at the same time. Just as Ning Chuan was preparing to end today's immortality surgery, suddenly, his phone rang. Ning Chuan took out his phone, and as soon as he connected it, Doflamingo's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Master Ning Chuan, something serious has happened. 4 Emperors Shanks and Great Swordsman Hawkeye are blocking the door of the office, saying they want to see you. Upon hearing the news, Ning Chuan frowned slightly, then showed a playful smile. 4 Emperors Shanks and Hawkeye came together. Interesting. Ning Chuan turned to look at everyone present and said softly, you can continue to play here, but remember, don't forget to practice. Hearing that Ning Chuan wanted to go out, Nami and the others curled their lips in dissatisfaction. Ning Chuan smiled and rubbed Nami's cute little head, and continued. When I'm busy for a while, I'll take you to continue sailing. You can buy whatever you want then. It wasn't until Ning Chuan said this that Nami and the others showed a smile on their faces. Hey, Ning Chuan, our strength has become very strong. Next time we will show you the results of our practice. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. Then he used the power of the gate fruit and appeared directly in front of Doflamingo. 7 in Chapter 233. Red Hair and Hawkeye lost the challenge and became Ning Chuan's younger brother. Ning Chuan walked into Doflamingo's office and saw that the atmosphere in the room was a little tense. Doflamingo looked nervous and his eyes flickered with anxiety. And standing next to him were two big shots. 4 emperors Shanks and the world's best swordsman Mahawk. Although Doflamingo was once the boss. But facing these two guys, he now looks like an outsider. Standing aside very awkwardly, Ning Chuan's sudden appearance finally made Doflamingo relax a little. It seems that as long as Ning Chuan is present, Doflamingo feels confident. Long time no see, Shanks. Ning Chuan ignored Hawkeye and said hello to Shanks. Shanks frowned slightly, feeling a little dissatisfied with Ning Chuan calling him by his name directly. So he spoke directly to Ning Chuan with great dissatisfaction. Hey, brat, Yuta calls you brother, so according to seniority, you should call me uncle, right? How can you just call your elders by their names? You unlucky kid. When Ning Chuan heard this, he chuckled. The tone was relaxed but with obvious teasing. Why don't we discuss it our own way? After all, I don't want to call my defeated general uncle. Shanks couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard this. But there was nothing he could do. After all, what Ning Chuan said was indeed true. From the perspective of strength, it seems that he is really no match for Ning Chuan. In desperation, Shanks had no choice but to stop chatting. Instead, choose to get to the point directly. Ning Chuan, you know I came here to see you today not just to joke with you. Shanks' expression became serious and his eyes were locked on Ning Chuan. I came here to ask you why you want to arrest pirates in New World. The great pirate era that Captain Roger started with his life cannot be ended by you like this. When Ning Chuan heard this, he sneered, with a hint of contempt in his tone. The age of great pirates. Shanks, what do you think Roger's legacy is? Is it really just to encourage more pirates to appear in the world? Shanks's face darkened slightly, obviously dissatisfied with Ning Chuan's attitude of belittling the great pirate era. Captain Roger left One Piece behind, ushering in the era of great pirates and allowing countless people to pursue freedom and dreams. Shanks' voice was low and firm. I hate to see you destroy it all like this. When Ning Chuan heard this, he couldn't help laughing. He crossed his hands on his chest and his eyes flashed with disdain. I think Roger's ideals are wrong. He may have started an era of great pirates, but this era has brought more chaos and pain than dreams. What the pirates brought was endless fighting, plunder and the bloody sacrifice of innocent people. I think you should know that not every pirate is like you and won't attack civilians, right? Are those guys who wantonly massacre civilians what Roger wants to see? When Shanks heard this, he clenched his fists and endured the anger in his heart. And Hawkeye also spoke slowly from the side, his voice cold. Ning Chuan, do you think you are qualified to judge Roger's era? Isn't what you are doing now just trying to become another form of heavenly dragon? Ning Chuan rolled his eyes, didn't take it seriously, and continued. What the world needs now is order, not the so-called freedom and chaos. And I am the one who can bring order. I will not become a new celestial dragon. In the future, order will control everything in this world. Shanks was a little angry when he heard this, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. But Ning Chuan didn't pay attention to Shanks' gaze and continued to speak. After unifying the new world, I will overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and build a world that can protect everyone and maintain peace. The direction of the great pirate age is wrong. The existence of pirates will only drag down the development of this world. This world would be better off without pirates and dragons. Shanks' face became increasingly ugly. He gritted his teeth, and the anger in his heart was about to burst out. The hawk behind him also narrowed his eyes, obviously extremely dissatisfied with Ning Chuan's arrogance. The two looked at each other, and Shanks suddenly spoke. Ning Chuan, since you are so confident, why not let us join forces to challenge you? If we win, you will temporarily stop your actions and wait until Captain Roger's treasure is found before you start your actions again. What do you think? Let's each take a step back. Ning Chuan raised his eyebrows and smiled contemptuously. Are you planning to fight in a group? Shanks, you are too shameless. Shanks' face turned red and he looked a little embarrassed. But in order to stop Ning Chuan, he could only bite the bullet and speak. We are also considering the overall situation. I know I am not your opponent if we fight alone, but Hawkeye and I may not be incapable of fighting together. Ning Chuan looked at Shanks' embarrassed expression and sneered. You can join forces if you want, but I also have a condition. If you lose, stay and work for me. From now on, you must obey my orders and cannot refuse anything. Shanks and Hawkeye looked at each other, weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Although the stakes are high, the two of them are not people who give up easily. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded at the same time agreeing to Ning Chuan's conditions. Their idea is simple. As long as Ning Chuan is held back for now, it will take more than 10 years. Wait until the real Joey Boy appears and gets Captain Roger's treasure. Even Ning Chuan will not be Joey Boy's opponent. The new era at that time should be opened by Joey Boy. Doflamingo, who was on the side, saw Ning Chuan easily agreeing to fight with Shanks and Hawkeye, and he couldn't help but start to worry. He looked at Shanks and Hawkeye, and couldn't help but beat a drum in his heart. As a former world government Shichibukai, Doflamingo knows the power of Shanks and Hawkeye. Shanks, as the 4 emperors, has long stood at the top of the sea. Mahawk is recognized as the best swordsman in the world. Together, the two of them are almost the strongest combination in the world. Their strength is almost equivalent to that of 4 emperors combined. As for Ning Chuan, he was alone. Ning Chuan has to deal with two Four Emperors level experts at the same time. This doesn't seem easy to win. Ning Chuan saw Doflamingo's worry, he smiled slightly and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, go and prepare a place for them. They will be our own from now on. Prepare it according to Four Emperors level treatment, don't neglect our guests. Ning Chuan's confidence made Doflamingo relax a little. Without any hesitation, he directly followed Ning Chuan's instructions and started to do things. Ning Chuan, on the other hand, looked at the two of them with a smile. He casually used the power of the gate fruit and opened a door to an uninhabited island. You two, please, let's finish it quickly, and we can still make it in time for dinner. Chapter 234. Killing two swordsmen with one sword, Shanks and Hawkeye admit defeat. After arriving at this uninhabited island, the legendary pair of Hawkeye and red-haired Shanks have joined forces to besiege Ning Chuan. The entire battlefield was instantly enveloped by sword energy and powerful domineering energy. Hawkeye's black blade drew sharp arcs in the air, while Shanks waved his new griffin. The two top swordsmen are fully ready to show their strongest strength at this moment. However, facing the powerful offensive of these two people, Ning Chuan seemed particularly calm. His eyes were shining with a faint light, without any trace of panic. Although Hawkeye and Shanks joined forces, Ning Chuan did not take them seriously. Faced with Hawkeye and Shanks' probing slashes, Ning Chuan chuckled, and the ability to split the fruit was unfolded, easily avoiding the two people's temptations. See this scene. Hawkeye's pupils shrank. When the blade of his sword slashed down, he clearly saw the figure that was about to hit Ning Chuan. However, at that moment, Ning Chuan's body suddenly split apart, and he easily dodged every attack he made. Devil Fruit powers. Eagle Eye suddenly felt that Ning Chuan's ability seemed to be very restrained by their swordsman. He has the ability to break apart the Devil Fruit. Ordinary slashes are ineffective against him, use sword energy to attack him. While Shanks reminded Hawkeye, he released terrifying sword energy to attack Ning Chuan. However, what Shanks didn't expect was, all his sword energy was easily blocked by Ning Chuan's barrier fruit ability. Facing the barrier in Ning Chuan's hands, his sword energy was unable to make any waves. Impossible, Shanks frowned. He had obviously tried his best, but he couldn't even break through Ning Chuan's defense. Is there such a huge gap between myself and Yin Chuan now? Shanks looked a little stunned. Ning Chuan raised a smile on his lips and said softly, your swordsmanship is indeed powerful, but for me, it is just in vain. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Faced with the joint attack of Hawkeye and Shanks, Ning Chuan's ability was like a bug-level existence. His dismemberment fruit can decompose his body, and the barrier fruit ignores all physical attacks. This dual ability made their swordsmanship completely meaningless in front of him. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, a trace of despair flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. He has been traversing the sea for decades, and he has never encountered such a difficult opponent. Ning Chuan seemed to be their swordsman's nemesis, effortlessly dismantling their offensive. No matter how powerful his swordsmanship was, it seemed useless in front of Ning Chuan. Shanks also felt helpless in his heart. Every attack he made was like swinging a sword into the void, and even Ning Chuan's clothes, Kakuzu, could not be touched. They looked at the two people who were becoming more and more autistic as they fought. After Ning Chuan easily blocked the two attacks again, he stopped what he was doing. He looked at the two swordsmen who were doing their best, with a serious look in his eyes. There's no point in fighting like this. Since you are swordsmen, then I will defeat you in the manner of a swordsman. As his words fell, the door to Gerger's world opened instantly. A long sword flashing with lightning and flames flew straight into Ning Chuan's hand. The Thunderfire sword has not come out of the space of Gerger world for a long time. When it came out this time, I was obviously very excited. The entire sword is constantly exuding the terrifying aura of thunder and lava. It shocked both the two swordsman masters. Shanks and Hawkeye's eyes couldn't help but focus on the sword in Ning Chuan's hand. Even though Shanks had seen this sword before. But now, both he and Hawkeye can feel the endless pressure emanating from this sword. Are you ready to take my sword? Two great swordsmen. Ning Chuan raised his sword high with a slight smile on his lips. Shanks, you taught me a divine evasion move back then. Then this time I will teach you a move to avoid advancement. God kneels down. As soon as Ning Chuan finished speaking, he waved down the Thunderfire sword in his hand. His movements seemed light, but they carried extremely terrifying power. The sword blade drew a dazzling arc of light in the air. The next moment, Shanks and Hawkeye only felt the destructive power coming towards them. The two tried their best to resist, but Ning Chuan's sword had already exceeded their limits. The sword light flashed, and Ning Chuan's sword blade struck down as quickly as thunder. Almost instantly, the bodies of Hawkeye and Shanks were cut open by Ning Chuan's sword energy in an instant. The upper and lower bodies of the two people separated in the air, and blood spattered, as if time had stopped at that moment. Is it possible for humans to achieve such a powerful sword? This was the thought that appeared in the minds of both Hawkeye and Shanks at the same time. As the top swordsman in the sea, they didn't even see clearly how Ning Chuan's sword was struck just now. However, they felt that they would never have the chance to see Ning Chuan's sword clearly. Because they had been cut into two pieces by Ning Chuan's sword. Just when the two of them thought they were about to die, Ning Chuan smiled and used the ability to go back in time on them. The next moment, the flow of time began to reverse under his control. The severed bodies of Shanks and Hawkeye gradually recovered in the air. Gradually, the two of them could clearly feel that the shadow of death had left their bodies. Soon, after Shanks and Hawkeye recovered, they fell directly from the sky. Although their bodies have recovered completely, their spirits are extremely exhausted. The life and death struggle at that moment made them realize how terrifying Ning Chuan was. It also made them understand the huge gap between themselves and Ning Chuan. The sword struck by Ning Chuan was a level of swordsmanship that they would never be able to reach in their lifetime. That sword of yours, why is it so familiar to me? Shanks asked breathlessly, with deep exhaustion and confusion in his voice. You must be familiar with it. I just told you that it is a new sword move developed based on divine avoidance. Kneel down in the name of God. The power is 10,000 times that of God's avoidance. If you want to learn, I can teach you when you become my little brother. Listening to Ning Chuan talk about the sword he just made in an understatement. Hawkeye and Shanks couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness on their faces. Ning Chuan's talent in swordsmanship has already made both of them feel despair. I'm afraid that in this life, I will never be Ning Chuan's opponent in the way of swordsmanship. At this time, the two of them had nothing to say. According to the previous bet, if they lose, they must become Ning Chuan's subordinates and obey his orders. Although their hearts were full of unwillingness, the fact was the fact, and they were unable to resist Ning Chuan's power. From today on, you are my subordinates, Ning Chuan said calmly. Shanks and Hawkeye took a deep breath and finally bowed their heads and accepted their fate. Ning Chuan's power far exceeded their expectations. Shanks now has a feeling in his heart. That is the Joey boy that Captain Roger has been looking forward to. Will he be Ning Chuan's opponent? I'm afraid he can't stop Ning Chuan's sword. Well, since we lost, we will abide by the agreement, Shanks said with a wry smile, although there was still a bit of unwillingness in his eyes. But a bet is a bet, if you lose you have to admit it. Hawkeye also nodded. Although he has always been arrogant, facing a swordsman like Ning Chuan, he had to admit that he was convinced that he lost. Very good. Ning Chuan smiled with satisfaction, and then patted the two of them on the shoulders. Let's go. Just go back for dinner. Chapter 235 Capture Zhou and prepare to make the Elephant Lord surrender. Ning Chuan opened the door to space again and returned to the island of Dressrosa with Hawkeye and Shanks. Doflamingo, a sensible guy, has already prepared a dinner party, waiting to welcome the two newly joined swordsmen. At the dinner, when Doflamingo faced these two great swordsmen, he still showed a bit of restraint. But compared to the first time I saw them, it was much better. After all, they are all workers under Ning Chuan now. Even if you offend them in the future, they will not kill you. The reception dinner ended quickly. Shanks and Hawkeye returned to the house prepared for them by Ning Chuan in Dressrosa. Spent my first night here. However, early the next morning, Ning Chuan directly asked Shanks to notify his crew to gather in Dressrosa. When Shanks heard this, he immediately frowned. Ning Chuan, I just lost the bet on myself. My crew members did not participate in this bet. You don't want them to become your subordinates, do you? Hear Shanks' words. Ning Chuan smiled and spread his hands, with a hint of threat in the smile on his face. In this case, without the protection of you Shanks, I won't be polite. When the time comes, I can't promise to show mercy to your crew. After all, pirates are prohibited from entering New World, not even your pirate group Shanks. Let them come here. I just want you to become regular adventurers, not pirates. Shanks' heart sank when he heard this, although he didn't want to involve his crew. But he had already experienced Ning Chuan's strength personally. Shanks understood that if he refused, Ning Chuan might actually attack the red-haired pirates. In desperation, he had no choice but to accept his fate, took out his phone bug, and notified the crew to come to Dressrosa. After hanging up the phone, Shanks leaned back in his chair and sighed. He was a little tangled in his heart, not knowing how to explain to his crew that he lost the bet. For him, this was a major mistake as a captain. The red-haired pirates have always been very free. Shanks was unwilling to burden the crew with unnecessary responsibilities due to his own mistakes. In contrast, the lonely Hawkeye looked very calm. He always works alone and never relies on any force, so he has no worries like Shanks. Hawkeye held his black knife, leaned on the chair, looked at Ning Chuan, and asked directly. Then what do you want us to do next? You can't keep the two of us in vain, right? After hearing what Eagle Eye said, Ning Chuan smiled slightly and said directly. I need you and Shanks to attack Zhou. As soon as these words came out, Hawkeye and Shanks were stunned on the spot. They also didn't expect that their first mission would be to attack a country. Just when they were hesitating whether to accept such a task, Ning Chuan then spoke. It's said to be an attack, but in fact there is no need to go to war. As long as the Fur tribe can surrender and allow me to station Seraph troops in Zhou. Shanks frowned and looked serious. Ning Chuan, Zuo Wu and my red-haired pirate group have always had a good relationship. If you ask me to attack them, this will completely break the relationship between us. Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, his eyes cold. If you are unwilling to take action, then I will have to send Seraph to make them surrender. When the time comes, I don't guarantee that Seraph will hold anything back. Shanks' heart suddenly sank. Although he had a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart, he knew that if Ning Chuan took action, Zuo Wu would probably end up very tragic. He has already experienced Ning Chuan's methods, and the other party will never show mercy to any enemy. In desperation, Shanks could only nod in agreement. Okay, I'll just go. But the members of the red-haired pirates will not participate in this operation. Ning Chuan didn't care about Shank's little resistance and waved his hand with a smile. It's up to you, but remember, solve it as soon as possible, you don't have much time. Soon, Shanks and Hawkeye set off for Zhou together. Ning Chuan was very relieved about the two of them. Shanks and Hawkeye are powerful enough that there is almost no possibility of resistance from the Zhou kingdom. One day later, Ning Chuan's premonition was verified. Shanks called him via video phone, saying that Zuowu had officially surrendered to Ning Chuan. In the video, Shanks looks a little helpless. Ning Chuan, Zuowu has expressed his willingness to surrender to you. I hope you will not take action against them again. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. However, he then asked Shanks to hold on to the phone bug. He looked at the location in the phone bug. Directly using the power of the gate fruit, he instantly appeared on Zhou's field. Ning Chuan's sudden appearance shocked everyone. You came in person. Shanks and Hawkeye saw Ning Chuan suddenly appear in front of them. My heart couldn't help but be filled with doubts. They didn't know why Ning Chuan came here in person. The matter has obviously been settled. Looking at the confused people, Ning Chuan smiled and said, "You have successfully negotiated the Zuowu matter. Naturally, I don't need to deal with it personally. However, the Elephant Master down here probably hasn't expressed his surrender yet, right?" When I heard Ning Chuan mention the Elephant Master below Zuowu, Shanks's expression changed, and he felt vaguely uneasy. You don't want the elephant owner to join Zhou and express his surrender to you at the same time, do you? That's right. Ning Chuan nodded and looked down at the huge elephant owner beneath him. There was a hint of coldness in his voice. The elephant owner has lived for thousands of years and was once a companion of Joyboy. He possesses extraordinary wisdom and strength. In the new world, there is no need for such uncontrolled power. Either it chooses to surrender, or it chooses to die. There are only two options. Shanks and Eagle Eye were shocked when they heard Ning Chuan's words. He never thought that Ning Chuan would target the elephant owner. The Elephant Lord is not only the patron saint of the Zhou kingdom, but also an ancient behemoth with terrifying power. A larger and more exaggerated existence than the Poseidon class. Even Shanks and Hawkeye feel that they should be far from the Elephant Master's opponent. And now, Ning Chuan actually plans to make the Elephant Master surrender to him. What are you going to do? Shanks couldn't help but ask. It's very simple, defeat it. Ning Chuan's tone was calm, as if everything was under control. After saying that, Ning Chuan flew out directly from the elephant's back. Standing in front of the elephant owner, he just stared at it. Naturally, the elephant owner also noticed this tiny human being in front of him. Elephant Lord, New World does not need power beyond my control. Submit to me and join me in overthrowing the world government. Chapter 236. The giant Buddha body of Dharma, heaven and earth subdues the Elephant Lord. To express my surrender to you. Joke. I only follow Joeyboy's instructions. I will not bow to anyone until he returns. The elephant owner's voice accurately reached Ning Chuan's ears. Ning Chuan had already anticipated the Elephant Master's reaction, smiled slightly, and responded calmly. The era of Joeyboy has passed, and now is my era, Ning Chuan. I can provide a safer land for the residents of the Zhou kingdom on your back, so that they can establish their own country and no longer have to be troubled by wandering and turmoil. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I will lead you to a new future. After hearing this, a trace of doubt and disdain flashed in the elephant owner's eyes. Why can you do something that even Joeyboy can't do? Your power is far inferior to Joyboy, why should I believe you? Ning Chuan had already expected that the elephant owner would question and chuckled. If you don't believe it, let's give it a try. In terms of strength, compared to the Joeyboy you mentioned, he is no match for you. If I defeat you in terms of strength, you will listen to me and no longer need to wander around like a sinner. If I lose, I will no longer have any evil thoughts towards you and the fur tribe on your back. What do you think? The elephant owner was slightly shocked. It did not expect that Ning Chuan would propose such a competition. Comparing strength, in the eyes of the elephant owner, this is simply a joke. He possesses terrifying power that can easily overturn even the sea. Who in this world can compare with me? When it comes to power, even if Kaido comes, the strongest creature, he, the Elephant Master, doesn't take it seriously. Good. The Elephant Master's deep voice echoed in the air. I accept your challenge. If you lose, you must keep your promise and never bother me in Zuowu again. Hearing this, the surrounding fur tribe residents, Shanks, and Hawkeye all showed shocked expressions. Shanks frowned, looked at Ning Chuan, and whispered, "Is he crazy? Competing with the Elephant Master for strength? The power of the Elephant Master is very terrifying. No matter how powerful Ning Chuan is, there is no way he can compare with it." Although Hawkeye's face was expressionless, his eyes were full of doubts. If we were to talk about combat power alone, Elephant Master would probably not be Ning Chuan's opponent. But if it is a competition of strength, does Ning Chuan really have the ability to challenge it in terms of strength? No matter what, Ning Chuan is only human, and the elephant owner is a huge elephant with a height of 10,000 feet. This is simply incomparable. However, Ning Chuan didn't care at all about the discussions around him. Ning Chuan did not hesitate and directly displayed his golden Buddha form. His body quickly expanded and turned into a golden giant Buddha hundreds of feet tall. Although the golden giant Buddha transformed by Ning Chuan is very large, but compared with the 10,000-meter tall Elephant Master, his size still seems too small. Is this the great Buddha form ability of the Warring States period? Although it looks very strong, in terms of strength, it should not be the opponent of the Elephant Master. Shanks looked at the huge golden Buddha in front of him and couldn't help but said. However, after hearing Shanks' worried words, Ning Chuan smiled slightly. Ning Chuan has fought in giant Buddha form countless times. However, he has never settled his cultivation. In the past, the combat power was enough to defeat every opponent. And now, the giant Buddha form that has not returned to cultivation can hardly shake the giant elephant in front of him. He can only temporarily upgrade his Buddha form. System, start settlement. Congratulations to host for using the Renren Fruit Big Buddha form ability for a total of 3 days and activating the 10,000-fold return system. Start practice settlement now. Settlement is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Renren Fruit Big Buddha form ability, and a total of 30,000 days of cultivation will be returned. Host's mastery of the Renren Fruit and Big Buddha form abilities has been greatly improved, unlocking the Dharma, heaven and earth. After hearing what the system said, Ning Chuan couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The next moment, his body began to expand instantly, as if he had been injected with endless power. His golden Buddha form quickly grew larger. It expanded from hundreds of feet tall to thousands of feet tall, and then to its current body of 10,000 feet tall. His huge golden Buddha body now exceeds the height of the elephant owner. At this moment, every movement of the giant Buddha seems to be able to shake the world. This scene shocked everyone instantly. The Fur Tribe residents' eyes widened, and Shanks and Hawkeye also stood there blankly, unable to believe what they were seeing. This is impossible. Shanks couldn't help but whisper. Ning Chuan can actually become bigger than the elephant owner. The elephant owner also showed unprecedented shock. Its huge eyes stared at Ning Chuan, as if it couldn't believe its own eyes. It has always been one of the largest creatures on the sea. I have never seen a creature that can surpass me in size. And the Ning Chuan in front of him actually reached this height in just a short moment. Ning Chuan gently raised his huge palm and looked at the elephant owner indifferently. Now, do you still think that my power is not enough to make you surrender? Hearing Ning Chuan's voice, the elephant owner suddenly felt something was wrong. The result of this strength competition may no longer be what it had in mind. But the elephant owner didn't back down. Although it felt the terror of Ning Chuan's power in its heart, it still decided to compete with Ning Chuan. Maybe Ning Chuan only has a huge body, but actually has no power at all. I just heard the elephant owner let out a low roar. The huge nose swung like a steel whip, sweeping towards the giant Buddha body in Ning Chuan with powerful force. Ning Chuan sneered and waved his arm casually, blocking the elephant master's attack. His movements seemed easy, but they were full of unparalleled power. A huge collision sound resounded throughout the world, and the elephant owner's nose collided with Ning Chuan's arm, making the air seem to burst. His giant Buddha form completely suppressed the elephant master's attacks. The terrifying power has far exceeded the limit that ordinary people can imagine. The elephant owner felt that the power he had just used seemed to be no longer a threat to Ning Chuan. It could only let out an angry roar again, wave its 4 legs and rush forward with all its strength. However, Ning Chuan sneered and whispered, "It's useless. Go back." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chuan suddenly pressed his hands on the elephant master's body. A terrifying force suddenly emerged from the golden arm. The elephant owner's huge body was instantly pushed back hundreds of steps by Ning Chuan. The huge shock caused the entire Zhou residents to panic. Ning Chuan directly pushed the elephant owner back hundreds of kilometers before stopping. He looked at the elephant owner under him and said calmly, "Now, you should be able to admit defeat, right?" The elephant owner was silent for a moment after hearing this. Finally, its head slowly lowered and made a deep sound. "If you win, I will surrender to you. I hope you can do everything you said before and help the residents of Zhou find a suitable place to survive and build a country. After this, I can go to war with you." Chapter 237 Capture Dantu Island and awaken the ancient robots. I will fulfill my promise to find a safe place for the residents of Zhou. After that, Ning Chuan took out a sea chart directly from his arms. An uninhabited island with records on it. The environment and climate on these uninhabited islands are all recorded. Zhou residents can choose as they please. Soon, the 2 Zhou leaders, Anuarashi and Nako Viper, selected an island suitable for survival on the newly drawn New World chart. After choosing a place, Ning Chuan ordered the elephant master to move forward without hesitation. The giant elephant owner has a steady step. The huge body set off a huge wave on the sea, seeming to shake the entire sea. Wherever the elephant master passes, all ships on the sea will automatically avoid it. The elephant master moves extremely fast. A few hours later we arrived at the island that had been chosen as our new home. The island is surrounded by sea, has a warm climate and flat terrain. The island is lined with green trees and rich in resources, making it an ideal place for founding a nation. Ning Chuan stood on the back of the elephant owner, overlooking the island that was about to become the new home of Zhou residents, and nodded with satisfaction. He then used the power of the gate fruit to open the door to space. Let all residents of Zhou move easily through the space gate. To reach the new island from the elephant owner's back, you only need to pass through an invisible door. Everyone found it so much easier and easier. Anuarashi and Cat Viper led the fur tribesmen through the gate of space one by one, their hearts filled with anticipation and gratitude. Ning Chuan told them that they had 3 days to move. In 3 days the elephant owner will have a new task to perform. By then, the current Zuowu will cease to exist. After hearing Ning Chuan's words, Inuarashi and Cat Viper also began to urge the residents on the island. Let them speed up the relocation process. In these 3 days, the Fur tribe people quickly built a temporary residence on the island. 3 days later, Ning Chuan returned to the new Zuo island again. The construction on the island has begun to take shape, and the Fur tribe people have settled down in an orderly manner. This time, Ning Chuan specially transferred 100 Seraph warriors from the Sky Island base. Let them station themselves around this island. The strength of these 100 Seraph warriors is enough to resist any invader. Ning Chuan said calmly, from now on, Zhou's safety will be guaranteed by them. No matter who dares to offend, Seraph will defeat them without hesitation. Not even the 4 emperors group. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Inuarashi and Cat Viper expressed their gratitude to Ning Chuan for his arrangement. For a long time, Fur people have been regarded as aliens by humans. They Zuo chose to live on the back of the elephant owner. In fact, part of the reason was to avoid the war. Now, Ning Chuan helped them solve the problem of being attacked by some malicious humans. This made them couldn't help but be very grateful for Ning Chuan's arrangement. After doing all this, Ning Chuan didn't stay too long. Before leaving, he specifically told Inuarashi and Cat Viper that there might be new developments on Zhou Island in the future. This made the 2 leaders look forward to it. What exactly is the development Ning Chuan is talking about? However, Ning Chuan did not tell them directly. Just make them wait. Then he took Shanks and Hawkeye with him and climbed back on the elephant owner's back. They are preparing to go to the next stop, Dantu Island. Ning Chuan's goal for this trip is to completely capture Dantu Island and clear out all the marine forces in New World. The huge figure of the elephant owner moved on the sea at a very fast speed. Like a moving mountain, Ning Chuan's army quickly approached Dantu Island. When the elephant master's huge body appeared in the sea near Dantu Island, the marine soldiers stationed on the island instantly fell into panic. They had never seen such a huge creature. What's more, I didn't expect that Ning Chuan would come riding the elephant master instead of Pluton. What kind of monster is this? What exactly is Ning Chuan going to do? Does he want to swallow us all up? If it comes ashore, it will definitely destroy the entire island. The soldiers discussed in panic while quickly passing the news to the headquarters. Soon, Kizaru, who was in charge of the Marine Science Department, received the news and rushed to Dantu Island. When he saw Ning Chuan riding the elephant master approaching, he was also shocked. The elephant owner's huge pressure almost made Kizaru breathless. He even wondered whether Ning Chuan planned to destroy the entire Egghead Island this time. Kizaru didn't dare to act rashly. He knew that the power of the elephant master was very terrifying, and Ning Chuan now had firm control over the elephant master. In desperation, he had to step forward to negotiate with Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, if you want to destroy Dantu Island, can you let Marine evacuate first? We have no intention of becoming your enemy now. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded in agreement with Kizaru's request. After all, his purpose of coming to Dantu Island this time was not to kill people. Soon, Kizaru then conveyed the general's order. Let the marine troops start packing their luggage as quickly as possible and leave Egghead Island on a warship. It only took less than half an hour. All marine units on the island were evacuated. Look at the marine soldier running so fast. Ning Chuan couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a well-trained soldier, even the retreat was so fast. After everyone on Dantu Island leaves, Ning Chuan began to ask the elephant owner to salvage something in the deep sea. That's a giant ancient robot that sank deep under the sea on Egghead Island. He was also Joey Boy's former comrade in arms. The elephant owner received Ning Chuan's order and slowly walked into the sea. The huge body bent down, and the huge nose stretched out like a detector in the water, searching for the sleeping ancient robot. Ning Chuan stood on the elephant owner's back and waited quietly. Suddenly, the sea surface began to fluctuate violently. The elephant owner's trunk was wrapped around a huge metal object. As the elephant owner began to exert force, the ancient robot was slowly pulled up from the bottom of the sea. Ning Chuan looked at this ancient machine with a smile in his eyes. Is this Joey Boy's robot comrade? Elephant Lord, wake it up. As Joey Boy's partner, the elephant owner naturally knows how to establish contact with this robot. Following the movements of the elephant master, this ancient robot that had been sleeping for hundreds of years seemed to slowly begin to revive. Its metal eyes lit up with a faint light, and its body made a dull roar, as if it was responding to the elephant owner's call. However, because there is already a lot of energy left, Ning Chuan did not let it act on its own. Instead, let it stay here until Vegapunk and the others come back to continue studying this ancient robot. Ning Chuan wanted to see if Vegapunk and the others could imitate more of this ancient robot. After all, there are such robots. From now on, New World will be equipped with both combat power and infrastructure. These robots can make a huge difference. Chapter 238 Send troops to the giant country Elbaf to prepare to unify the New World. After occupying Dantu Island, Ning Chuan stood on the commanding heights of the island, overlooking the entire New World. Egghead Island is an important base of the Marine Science Department and is now under his complete control. Next step, he has a clear goal in mind, the giant kingdom Elbaf. This place is close to the final destination of the Grand Line. The giant nation has always maintained a high degree of independence and has never truly succumbed to any of the 4 emperors' forces. Not even bowed to the world government. Giants are active throughout the world in the form of mercenaries. They even have their influence in marine. The giants are very powerful. As long as an ordinary giant lives to adulthood, he will have the strength of a lieutenant general. However, No matter how powerful the giant is, he will not be the opponent of his own Seraph Legion. Next, only the giant kingdom Elbaf will remain in the entire new world. After Ning Chuan muttered something in a low voice, he turned around and his eyes fell on Shanks and Hawkeye. The two men were standing behind him, seeming to be waiting for his next instruction. Red hair, Hawkeye, do you want to improve your strength? Ning Chuan asked suddenly with a smile. Shanks and Hawkeye looked at each other. Although they were already top experts, facing Ning Chuan's strength, both of them knew the gap between themselves and him. Therefore, what Ning Chuan said could improve their strength directly aroused great interest in the two of them. Shanks frowned and asked, what can you do? Ning Chuan did not answer directly, but smiled and opened the door to the GU training ground in Gerber World. The door slowly opened, and a strong wave of domineering energy poured out from the door, which was suffocating. The strong man's aura impacted the surroundings like a substance, making people hold their breath. This is the training place I prepared for you, Ning Chuan explained. There are already 3-4 emperors inside, Bullet and Rayleigh, 2 former deputies of One Piece Roger, and even 2 5 elders and the leader of the Knights of God. They are all fighting and training here now. This is the arena between the top warriors. Shanks and Hawkeye were both shocked and speechless. 4 emperors, Roger's lieutenants, 5 elders, leader of the Knights of God. These names are like thunder, but they are all gathered in this mysterious space, constantly fighting to the death. This made the two strong men's hearts beat wildly. They never thought that all the top experts who disappeared at sea would be captured by Ning Chuan in this GU training ground. No wonder so many top powerhouses have disappeared. It turns out you caught them all here. Shanks sighed, with mixed feelings in his heart. Hawkeye stared ahead with bright eyes. He felt the fierce battle between the strong men, and the desire to fight in his body was instantly ignited. He clenched the black knife, Yi, in his hand, and his fighting spirit rose. This is such an irresistible training place. I can't wait. Ning Chuan smiled slightly. If you are willing to stay here for a while, you can practice to your heart's content and then come out when you feel you have enough. Shanks and Hawkeye looked at each other, already making a decision in their hearts. Even though they are the swordsmen and one of the 4 emperors who stand on top of the world. But faced with this unique opportunity in front of them, they could not give up easily. However, before you decide, I have one more thing to ask. Shanks suppressed his smile and asked seriously, what are you going to do next? Ning Chuan smiled lightly and said without any concealment, I am going to take down Elbaf. This is the last force in the new world that has never truly surrendered to anyone. As long as Elbaf is captured, the entire new world will be completely unified. I will establish order in the new world and put an end to the so-called pirate era. Shanks frowned. Elbaf was a special place for him. He has a good relationship with the giants, and he does not want to see the giants of Elbaf completely destroyed. Despite this, Shanks also understood that Elbaf was extremely powerful in combat. They are never afraid of any foreign enemies, especially menacing strong men like Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, Shanks hesitated and said, the fighting nation of Elbaf will never bow to anyone. But, I can help you coordinate, but please give me a chance. I hope to avoid the genocide of the giants as much as possible. After hearing this, Ning Chuan thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I can give you this opportunity. But if you can't convince them, then I won't show mercy to them. Shanks breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew there was little hope for mediation, Ning Chuan gave him a chance. At least he can still try his best to prevent the giants from being exterminated. Hawkeye smiled faintly. He didn't have much emotion towards Elbaf. His interest is still in the battles between strong men. I'm going to stay and practice for a while. When you're ready to attack Elbaf, just call me. When Shanks heard what Hawkeye said, he reluctantly expressed his willingness to stay and practice for the time being. But he also made it very clear that if it comes to a situation that cannot be mediated, Ning Chuan wants to give him a chance. Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. After confirming their decision, Ning Chuan asked them to start practicing in the GU training field. Later, Ning Chuan used the power of the Menman fruit to return to the Sky Island base. Ning Chuan saw 3 scientists, Vegapunk, Judge and Caesar, releasing the 3rd batch of Seraph warriors. There are 1,000 people in this group of Seraphs. Each one has at least 5 kinds of devil fruit abilities, and their combat power is very terrifying. Since the last time Ning Chuan completely emptied the great prison under the sea, the devil fruit gene library at Sky Island base has been greatly replenished. This gives the 3 scientists more room to perform. After Ning Chuan inspected with satisfaction, he directly asked all these blazing angels to join his team. I just happen to be going to Elbaf next. These 1,000 people will become one of his important combat forces in conquering Elbaf. Vegapunk, Judge, Caesar, Ning Chuan said. The 3 of you have an important task next, to study the Elephant Master and ancient robots. I hope you can reproduce them. I heard Ning Chuan mention the Elephant Master and ancient robots. The 3 scientists' eyes suddenly lit up. The ancient robot Vegapunk knew. However, due to the Tianlong people, he had no way to directly contact and study it. And now, I finally have the opportunity to come into direct contact with this ancient robot. What's more, Ning Chuan successfully awakened it. At the same time, the elephant owner is also the one who allows them to conduct research. This is a creature even bigger than Poseidon. If the Elephant Master's genes could be obtained and successfully deciphered, then your research will make a lot of progress. After hearing this, the 3 scientists nodded excitedly. Ning Chuan found 100 Seraph warriors for them to protect their safety. At the same time, there are Seraph warriors who control the Gate of Space. It is convenient for them to move back and forth between the Air Island base and the Warhead Island. And Ning Chuan took 1,000 Seraphs, took the Pluton battleship, and headed straight for Elbaf. Chapter 239. So many Emperor-level combat powers. The giant prince Loki was shocked. Ning Chuan drove on the sea for half a day and finally arrived at the end of New World. Near the legendary giant country, Elbaf. The huge world tree stands in the center of the entire kingdom. There are many huge ships parked at the port. Although the giant's ship was very big, it was still much smaller than Ning Chuan's Pluton. Ning Chuan is preparing to block Ming Akoku at the port of Elbaf. Don't let a giant escape in a boat. Ready to fight, Ning Chuan gave orders to the Seraph behind him. 1,000 Seraph warriors are ready to go, each one exuding an extremely powerful aura. Be ready to launch a deadly offensive at any time under Ning Chuan's order. As the warship gradually approached the port of Elbaf, the guards of the giant kingdom have already discovered this huge ship, and all eyes are focused on Pluton. This is Ning Chuan's Pluton number. It's really amazing. The giant's eyes were filled with nervousness. Pluton's reputation spread throughout the world, and everyone knew it was a battleship capable of destroying islands. And the owner of the ship is the most powerful being in this era. There is no one from New World can match Ning Chuan. Seeing Pluton getting closer and closer to him, the guarding giant at the port immediately became nervous and took out a loudspeaker and roared. Get out of here immediately. Otherwise we will attack you directly. Ning Chuan stood on the bow of the ship, smiled slightly, and ignored the warnings of these giants. He just waved. Superior. The next moment, the 1,000 Seraph warriors behind him quickly swarmed onto Elbaf's land like a tide. The violent atmosphere instantly enveloped the entire port. Seeing that Ning Chuan was so bold, the giants directly sent troops to land at Elbaf. They immediately roared angrily. The port guard giants waved huge weapons and fired artillery fire, vowing to drive the invaders out of Elbaf. In an instant, the war broke out, and countless shells poured down, covering Ning Chuan's Pluton in flames and smoke. However, the Pluton's defensive shield instantly opened. All attacks were blocked without any damage. Faced with such tremendous pressure, the giant guards couldn't help but panic. But they still did not give up resistance, and the artillery fire almost never stopped. While the Seraph Legion advances, Ning Chuan was not in a hurry to take action, but returned to the world of songs first. According to the previous agreement, he was going to call Red Hair and Hawkeye. Soon, Ning Chuan found the two people who were fighting fiercely and said to them with a smile. We have already started a war with Elbaf, and it is time for you to join the fight. Upon hearing this, Shanks and Hawkeye immediately stopped holding their swords. Is there going to be a war with Elbaf so soon? This world is quite interesting. Hawkeye looked at the strong men who were still fighting in front and couldn't help but said. If you like it here, you can stay here in the future. Ning Chuan chuckled, then glanced at the other strong men. Who else wants to go out for some air? This time we're going to attack Elbaf. The strong men who were originally in the GU training field all looked sideways. Rayleigh, Bullet, Crocodile, and Enel all expressed their desire to participate almost in unison. Others also wanted to get some air, such as Whitebeard, Big Mom and Kaido. But they were helpless and couldn't get out for the time being. Because once they leave, their men might be beaten up immediately. But Rayleigh and the others are different. They are a temporary team and can be disbanded at any time. Just like this time, Ning Chuan glanced at it and then nodded. Decided to let these people go together. Okay, Rayleigh, Bullet, Crocodile, Enel, you come with me. After Ning Chuan finished speaking, he opened the door to the world of Gerger. When they reappeared on the battlefield of Elbaf, the scene in front of them was already very chaotic. The Seraph warriors fought fiercely with the giant guards, and the Seraph's ruthless attack made it difficult for the giants to withstand. The entire port has been ignited with flames of war. Although the giant's power is strong, it still seems a little powerless in front of the robot-like Seraph. The giants were retreating steadily, and the situation became precarious. When Ning Chuan appeared with Shanks, Hawkeye and the four strong men, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed. At this moment, standing at the top of the world tree of the giant kingdom, Loki, the prince of the giant kingdom. He was observing the battle below through the telescope. Originally, the giant guards had difficulty resisting Seraph's offensive, but when he saw several world-class experts behind Ning Chuan, he fell completely into despair. Redhead, Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Bullet, they're all here. Loki's heart seemed to stop for a moment. Each of these strong men's names is enough to shock the entire sea. And they actually appeared behind Ning Chuan at the same time. There are even two unknown strong men. Could it be that everyone is here to attack Elbaf this time? Loki looked at all this in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly. Elbaf was facing an unprecedented crisis. At the same time, Ning Chuan and several powerful men had arrived at the front line of the battlefield. The Seraph warriors continued to advance under their command, but the resistance of the giants had become weak. Ning Chuan looked around with a faint smile on his face. Shanks, Hawkeye, Rayleigh, Bullet, the rest is up to you, go ahead and play your best. I know some of you are friends with the giant kingdom, but how much you can save depends on your efforts. Ning Chuan finished speaking. Several people rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. Shanks' domineering power exploded instantly, red air waves swept across all directions, and the giants fell one after another. Rayleigh and Bullet were also not to be outdone. Conquerors was activated at the same time, knocking each giant out. They are using their own way to reduce the casualties of the giants as much as possible. Others don't care. Hawkeye's black knife, Knight, cut through the sky like a ghost, and every strike was extremely accurate, breaking the giants' defense line. Wherever it went, the giants were retreating steadily. Enel's thunder and Laosh's desert continued to sweep across the battlefield. Even giants can't resist their fruit abilities. Ning Chuan was not in a hurry to take action. He stood on the side of the battlefield and silently observed the situation. Although Elbaf has strong combat power, under the joint attack of Seraph and these powerful men, there is no hope of victory at all. Prince Loki, who stood at the top of the world tree, looked at the battle below, feeling helpless in his heart. He knew that although Elbaf was brave and good at fighting, but facing such an enemy, they were helpless. Even the retreat was blocked by Ning Chuan. How is that possible? Why are the combat capabilities of this group of people so terrifying? Hawkeye and the redheads are very strong, Loki understands. But the strength of the 1,000 identical-looking people brought by Ning Chuan turned out to be so terrifying. This is hard for Loki to understand. No match at all. Could it be that the giants have no choice but to surrender? Chapter 240. The giant country Elbaf is defeated and the new world is unified. In the giant kingdom of Elbaf, the huge walls of the palace are covered with flags symbolizing the honor of the giants. This was once the country of the oldest fighting nation in the new world. But everything changed today. The giants of Elbaf are known for their fighting. But facing the powerful legions and powerful men brought by Ning Chuan, the pressure was like a mountain on their shoulders. On the battlefield, the Seraphs attack the giants in an orderly manner. Their speed and strength are comparable to those of top warriors, and every time they attack, they will defeat the giants. As the front continues to advance, more and more giants fell to the powerful offensive of the Seraph warriors. The Seraph warriors, on the other hand, basically suffered no losses. Even if you suffer some minor injuries, you will be quickly healed by your companions. Despite the situation, the courage of the giants remained unwavering. Elbaf's giant warriors roared loudly and fought against the Seraphs with their huge battle axes and spears. They used their huge bodies to form human walls and launched a final defense. The leading giant Prince Loki has stepped down from the world tree and joined the battlefield in person. He wields a huge war hammer while fighting against the Seraph warriors. While commanding the giants to resist the invasion, the kingdom of giants will never surrender. Loki roared angrily, and the strong wind caused by swinging the war hammer made the air tremble. He hammered down and actually knocked a Seraph flying backwards. Seeing this scene, the morale of the giants was greatly boosted, and they began to rush towards the Seraph army and Ning Chuan. But Ning Chuan just smiled slightly and stood on the bow of the Pluton and watched coldly. He was not in a hurry to take action because he knew that no matter how hard the giants in front of him tried, it would all be in vain. The power of Seraph is beyond their ability to resist. What's more, red-haired Shanks, Hawkeye and others are already taking action. They can't resist it for long. Sure enough, it was just as Ning Chuan had guessed. In less than half an hour, the giants' last front had begun to collapse. The Seraphs' attacks are becoming more and more fierce. More and more giants fell near the final battle line. Although the giants are brave, they cannot resist these powerful Seraph warriors who possess the power of 5 devil fruits. Huge battle axes and spears fell on the Seraphs. Surprisingly, they can only splash sparks, but the counterattack of these Seraphs can easily knock the giant away. At this moment, Loki let out a long roar. Call on the remaining giants in Elbaf to gather together and prepare for the final counterattack. The giant warriors began to gather. They lined up in a neat formation, with a trace of anger burning in their eyes. Loki stood at the front, his warhammer raised high, and he roared loudly at the remaining giants who could still fight. Today, no matter life or death, we will fight for Elbaf. The giants responded to Loki's call and let out roars that shook the earth. They marched neatly and with heavy steps to launch the final charge towards Ning Chuan's army, trying to use the last strength to block it. However, this is all in vain. Even during the whole process, Ning Chuan didn't take any action. Let's do it and let them see that times have changed. Ning Chuan looked at Shanks beside him and spoke softly. Shanks sighed helplessly and walked out from behind Ning Chuan. He, Rayleigh, and Bullet had just used conquerors to stun many giants. It is equivalent to retaining some fire for the giants. Ning Chuan was already a little dissatisfied with his reservation just now, already forcing him to take action against the giants. Shanks pulled out the sword from his waist, and the blade reflected a cold light in the sun. Hawkeye also stood up at the same time, holding the world's #1 Black Blade Knight. He and Shanks looked at each other, and the two of them walked toward the battlefield tacitly. Facing the attacks of 2 top swordsmen, the giant Prince Loki looked solemn. He knew that it was probably the last moment. But Loki didn't back down. He knew that today's battle was unavoidable, and he had to fight to the last drop of blood for Elbaf. Shanks and Hawkeye were so fast that they arrived in front of Loki almost in the blink of an eye. Shanks said with a helpless smile, "Loki, surrender, I can guarantee your safety." Loki didn't respond. He roared angrily and swung his hammer at Shanks. Shanks ducked sideways slightly, and the sword in his hand struck back mercilessly, pointing directly at Loki's chest. At the same time, Hawkeye's black blade also stabbed Loki like lightning. Rayleigh and Bullet appeared beside Shanks and Hawkeye in an instant. Help them stop the giant warriors who are trying to advance. Loki reacted quickly and quickly raised his warhammer to block. But under the joint attack of the two strong men, his defense seemed feeble. The sword light flashed, and Loki's war hammer was shaken out of his hand. The huge force made his feet unsteady and he almost fell down. Too strong, hard to resist. Loki was shocked, he had never encountered such a powerful enemy. And there are two of them. Shanks and Hawkeye teamed up to put him in a desperate situation with just a few moves. Even a giant prince like him was helpless in front of these two powerful men. Ning Chuan watched all this coldly from a distance. He knew that the fighting spirit in Loki's heart had been exhausted, and soon he would have to make the final choice. Sure enough, with Shanks and Hawkeye's constant oppression, Loki could no longer resist. Watching the giant warriors behind him fall one after another, Loki also knew that the end was lost. As if he had lost his last breath, he knelt down on one knee and said dejectedly, on behalf of Elbaf, surrender. Stop fighting. I surrender. After hearing this, Ning Chuan stepped forward, stood in front of Loki, and looked down at him. You made the right choice. The soldiers of Elbaf are brave, I will give you a new way of survival. Loki lowered his head, he knew that today's battle was over. The giant kingdom Elbaf could no longer resist Ning Chuan's rule. This is the only time in the past hundreds of years that the giants have surrendered to others. Ning Chuan turned to face the warriors of the giant kingdom, his voice was calm but with unquestionable majesty. Starting today, Elbaf will become part of New World. I won't let you lose your dignity, but you must obey my orders. Whoever dares to resist will face attacks dozens of times more terrifying than today. The giants who had not fainted were silent. They looked at Prince Loki who was kneeling on the ground. It is clear that their fate cannot be changed. At the end of the battle, Ning Chuan left 200 Seraph warriors in the giant kingdom. Then he returned to the Pluton with the Seraph Legion and Loki, the prince of the giant kingdom. The soldiers of the giant kingdom Elbaf looked at the Pluton warship leaving and bowed their heads to express their surrender. They know that from today on, the glory of the giant country Elbaf has completely ended. Chapter 241 Install sea trains on all islands in New World. Ning Chuan stood on the bow of the Pluton, looking at the distant horizon, thinking about the next plan. The New World has been completely unified by him. The surrender of the giant kingdom Elbaf. It marked that the last independent force in the New World also submitted to his command. Currently, the first half of the Grand Line is still under the control of the world government. However, Ning Chuan has no plans to attack for the time being. He was ready to accumulate some more strength. Strive to bulldoze the entire world government in one wave. After all, the existence of Uranus, the counterattack of the five elders and the world government all need to be considered. He needs a more solid foundation. A foundation that will allow him to face the world government in the future without any worries. And this foundation is the New World that he has complete control over. There is no rush to attack the first half for now. The most important thing now is to make New World stronger. So powerful that you don't have to worry about the big flood that's about to submerge the whole world. Ning Chuan said silently in his heart. Use New World's resources and its technological power to completely widen the gap with the old world. Let New World become a more advanced and prosperous region and a central force in the world. First of all, it starts with transportation. Let the sea train connect all the islands in the New World. Soon, Ning Chuan's plan began to take shape in his mind. Ning Chuan used the power of the Gate Fruit and appeared directly in Master Tom's company in the Water City. This time when he came to the Water City, he planned to move all Master Tom's companies to the New World. After all, he has not unified the first half of the Grand Line yet. A frustrated IM might attack Tom in advance. Not only Tom, but everyone who has a relationship with Ning Chuan is ready to bring them to the New World. Master Tom couldn't help but hesitate when he heard Ning Chuan's relocation plan. After all, he has lived in the Water City for so long. This does not mean that you can just give up if you give up. However, when Ning Chuan said that he would put all New World on the sea train. As soon as Master Tom heard about this plan, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. As a master shipbuilder, this kind of large-scale project is what he is good at and what he dreams of. Although Ning Chuan's plans far exceed any of his previous projects, connecting the entire New World islands through sea trains, given the terrain and scale, this is much more complex than the sea trains I built before. Master Tom said with a smile. But I love the challenge. Ning Chuan nodded and showed a smile. I believe that only Master Tom can do this kind of project. New World's transportation must be improved, and the economic circulation of the entire region must become smoother. We not only want to break the past pirate era, but also create a new future. I will send giants and seraphim warriors to help you complete it as soon as possible. After hearing Ning Chuan's promise, Tom was even more excited than before. Soon, he discussed the details of this plan with Ning Chuan. For example, how to lay tracks, how to deal with dangers in the sea, such as Poseidon and natural disasters. Even how to mobilize New World's resources to support this multi-year project. To complete this project, we need not only craftsmen, but also a large number of technical personnel and resources. Master Tom pondered for a moment and said seriously. Ning Chuan nodded without hesitation. I will mobilize the power of the New World, and the leaders of all islands will participate in this construction. I believe they will participate voluntarily. Finished discussing the details with Tom. Ning Chuan asked several seraphs who had mastered the power of the Gate Fruit to stay in the water capital. Work begins to help with the relocation of Tom's shipbuilding company. He returned to the New World and prepared to hold a meeting of leaders of the major islands in the New World. Soon, all the leaders of the New World islands appeared in Dressrosa. Ning Chuan explained to them the grand blueprint of the sea train plan. Through various coercion and inducement negotiations, Ning Chuan successfully persuaded all national leaders to join this plan. They all, very willingly, contributed money to build a sea train that connects the entire world. After doing this, Ning Chuan asked them to leave temporarily. He's going to implement a new plan next. Ning Chuan's goals are far beyond that. In addition to the construction of the sea train, he also has a more ambitious New World construction plan. Soon, Ning Chuan summoned 3 top scientists, Vegapunk, Caesar and Judge. He hopes that the 3 of them can combine the power of Devil Fruit to develop more powerful weapons and equipment. Not only to improve the combat effectiveness of Seraph, but also to create an invincible marine fleet for the New World. Vegapunk has come up with some new ancient weapon research results. They discussed with Ning Chuan how to apply these results to actual warship and weapons development. Caesar and Judge respectively proposed research and development plans for genetically modified soldiers and advanced firepower weapons. Ning Chuan is very satisfied with this. At the same time, he decided to further expand the number of Seraphs. Deploy these powerful artificial soldiers to various islands in the New World, and later, sea trains everywhere. Make sure every place is under his absolute control. In this way, the construction project of New World started in a few weeks. In order to speed up the construction progress, Ning Chuan personally inspected several important islands. As long as the construction of the New World is completed, it shouldn't be difficult to take over the Old World in one wave. Since the sea train project started, Ning Chuan specially sent Master Tom to Dressrosa as the commander-in-chief of the project. The first sea train track will depart from Dressrosa, connecting several important surrounding islands. It will become the starting point of the entire transportation network in the future. 1 month later, when the first track section of the train is laid, Master Tom and Ning Chuan stood at the highest point of Dressrosa, looking at the construction site under construction from a distance. Master Tom's face was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Ning Chuan also showed a satisfied smile on his face. This is just the beginning, Ning Chuan said with a smile. The New World in the future will completely surpass the Old World. In every way, it would be best to attract the entire population of the Old World. Without the population, even the celestial dragons will have no one to rule. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Master Tom also smiled and said, I believe that within 5 years, the New World will completely crush the Old World. Then New World will no longer be a paradise for pirates, but the paradise that everyone longs for. Chapter 242 The battleship Tiandi leaves the factory, the concerns of the 5 elders. Time passed quickly. A year passed quietly. In this year, New World has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the silent waters of the New World, Ning Chuan personally stood on a huge battleship that had never been seen before. This battleship is called Tiandi. It has a body that is much longer and wider than Pluton. Its momentum and power are even better than the previous Pluton. Not only does this ship have power that far exceeds that of the ancient weapon Pluton, it also incorporates the latest scientific and technological achievements of Ning Chuan's 3 scientists, Vegapunk, Caesar and Judge. The Emperor of Heaven has the function of absorbing all energy, whether it is natural wind, waves, thunder and lightning. Even attacks from the enemy. The Emperor of Heaven can use it for its own purposes, converting it into huge energy to support the continuous operation of this battleship. Even if it is parked on the sea, it can use the tidal energy of waves to convert it into its own energy. Today is the day when the Tiandi officially leaves the factory. Ning Chuan specially invited leaders from various islands in New World to come and observe. As the Tiandi slowly sailed out of the harbor, the audience on the island burst into exclamation. Ning Chuan stood on the bow of the Tiandi and raised his hand to signal. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying purple thunder struck from the sky. It hit the Tiandi's hull accurately. Then everyone was surprised to see that the lightning did not cause any damage to the Emperor of Heaven, but was directly absorbed by the Emperor of Heaven. The lines on the surface of the Emperor of Heaven instantly lit up with a dazzling light. The ship made a low roar, seeming to be very satisfied with the power of this thunder and lightning. Ning Chuan said to everyone with a smile, "This heavenly Emperor has infinite energy. It can absorb the power of lightning, sunlight, and even waves and use it for its own use. Today's display is to let you know that New World is no longer the place that was subject to storms in the past. In the future, there will be more ships sailing on this sea that are not afraid of the power of storms and lightning." Hearing Ning Chuan's words, the leaders of various islands in the New World applauded and nodded, praising the power of the new ships. Many people have even begun to expect that ships with the capabilities of the Tiandi can be like sea trains. It's all over the New World. Soon, the display ceremony of the Tiandi came to an end. Ning Chuan arrived at the central castle of New World, preparing for the completion of a more important project. This project is the maritime train track system between New World islands. Led by Master Tom and 3 top scientists, solid maritime train tracks have been laid on all islands in New World, and the train system is fully open to traffic. The island of Dressrosa where Ning Chuan and the others are located has become the core of the entire New World. Here, you can go to all places on a sea safari. Goods from various islands in the New World begin to circulate. The various islands also made a lot of money. Since a year, Ning Chuan's team of scientists overcame New World's complex climate and harsh marine environment. The three leading scientists, Vegapunk, Caesar and Judge, also contributed important technical support to this end. A special protective shield they developed. It can keep the train running smoothly in storms and huge waves, while resisting attacks by sea monsters. Their next step is to prepare the Tiandi's technology that can absorb various energies to be used on these protective shields. Really self-circulating defense. After the sea train passed smoothly, Ning Chuan turned his attention to another grand plan, the revolution of communication equipment. In the past, the world could only rely on telephone bugs to transmit information. But this method of communication is no longer suitable for the new era controlled by Ning Chuan. At Ning Chuan's request, Vegapunk began to develop new communication equipment. Similar to a phone bug, but smaller and more powerful. It's called smartphone. Currently, smartphones have entered the trial phase. The next step is to launch New World's first satellite. This satellite will not only provide comprehensive network coverage for New World. It will also replace the phone bug and become a tool for people's daily communication. More importantly, the satellite will have monitoring capabilities. Ning Chuan can use it to grasp the dynamics of the entire world in real time. The upcoming launch of the New World satellite has successfully attracted global attention. Under Ning Chuan's instruction, Morgan's news agency immediately reported comprehensively on New World's huge progress. The title is shocking and straightforward. The Rise of the New World. The fusion of technology and power, Ning Chuan's future has arrived. The report described in detail how Ning Chuan completely changed the face of New World through the power of science and technology. As well as the power of the Tiandi, the operation of sea trains, and the innovative technology of satellite communications. Even the affluent lives of people on various islands in New World now. All of this was seen by the world through Morgan's newspaper. Soon the report reached Marine headquarters. Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face turned pale. He realized that Ning Chuan had built an unshakable empire in the New World. The threat of Marine's power to Ning Chuan is getting smaller and smaller. Warring states and the five generals exchanged helpless looks at the meeting. They knew that if they continued to let things go, Ning Chuan's power would be completely out of control. But what made them feel helpless was Marine. They can't even enter the New World now. Don't say it's them. Now even pirates can't enter the New World. All entrances to the New World are guarded by Seraph warriors. Seraphs are constantly patrolling even near the windless zone. If Ning Chuan is allowed to successfully launch a satellite again, then New World will truly be built into a steel bunker by Ning Chuan. When all the Marines had a headache. The new five elders are also holding an emergency meeting in Pangu City at this moment. They have already felt the huge threat brought by Ning Chuan's technological revolution. Saint Vochuli, the legal warrior god in five elders, said in shock. Ning Chuan's scientific and technological power has far exceeded any part we control. If he is allowed to continue to develop, the foundation of world government will collapse. According to investigation, hundreds of thousands of people have migrated to New World in the past 3 months alone. If it continues to develop on this scale, the consequences will be disastrous. On the void throne higher up, IM felt a serious crisis for the first time. Even Joey Boy back then had never made her feel such a terrifying sense of crisis. No, we can't let them continue to develop. Im's eyes widened, and then he looked at the new technological martial god. How is the development of our own reformed warriors? It's time to go out and have a try with Ning Chuan's group of seraphs. Chapter 243 Advanced Seraph, Vulnerable World Government Transformation Warrior. Ning Chuan had the same idea as Yi Mu. At this moment, he was standing quietly on the bow of the Emperor of Heaven, overlooking the endless sea. The newly manufactured Tiandi, the entire battleship is like a behemoth from the future, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression. Ning Chuan was naturally quite satisfied with this battleship. It is a more powerful battleship than Pluton. However, battleships are not just for viewing. Ning Chuan was going to drive the Tiandi to take a walk near Marigio. Give an order. 5,000 improved new generation Seraph warriors were neatly arranged on the battleship deck. They wear the same style of armor, and their eyes are calm and sharp. After all this is ready, Ning Chuan gave an order, and the Emperor of Heaven roared instantly. Go, target, Marigio. After the Tiandi sailed through the new passage under the Red Earth continent, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku received urgent information. Ning Chuan left New World with his Tiandi and is heading towards Mariehoya. This piece of information exploded like thunder in Sengoku's office. Warring states frowned, and after a moment of silence, he immediately summoned 5 generals and many lieutenant generals. Now Marine has a deep understanding of Ning Chuan's strength. Previous attempts to stop him failed. This time, he faced his brand new battleship and a large number of Seraph legions on the battleship. Warring states felt a little uneasy. What's more, this time Ning Chuan didn't pay any attention to their Marine. Instead, he headed directly towards Mariehoya. Fleet Admiral, do you want us to send troops to intercept it immediately? Akainu looked at Sengoku and was the first to break the silence. Sengoku nodded. Just when he was about to give the order, the phone bug on the table suddenly vibrated. After the call was connected, Warring States heard the familiar and deep voice of the army commander Gangu Kong. Sengoku, you Marine don't need to intervene in this situation. Cyborg Kong's voice was full of unquestionable majesty. Commander-in-Chief, Ning Chuan and the Emperor of Heaven are approaching Marijoa. Don't we, Marine, do anything? Sengoku couldn't help but retorted. I have deployed the world government's secret force near Mariehoya, and the reformed warriors will deal with him. Speaking of this, Cyborg Kong's tone suddenly became more serious. You Marines have already lost a lot of face at his hands. Don't let you become the laughingstock of New World again. You can just watch the battle this time. No actions can be taken without authorization. When Warring States heard these words, he couldn't help gritting his teeth. Although he was dissatisfied, he did not dare to disobey Cyborg Kong's order. After Cyborg hung up, Sengoku threw down the phone angrily, turned around and said to many Marine generals and lieutenant generals. In that case, let's see if the world government's secret forces can stop Ning Chuan. If they are no match for Ning Chuan, then I will laugh at them as hard as I can. At this time, the Emperor of Heaven had already passed through the Great Line and arrived near Marijoa under the Red Earth continent. The huge battleship moved on the sea, and the Seraph warriors on the ship were silent and determined. Everyone is waiting for Ning Chuan's order. Ning Chuan's eyes were indifferent, looking at the Red Earth continent in the distance, with a smile on his lips. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sea. Immediately afterwards, countless reformed warriors flew out from the Red Earth continent and rushed straight towards the Emperor of Heaven. These modified warriors were secretly developed by the world government, combining the fruit abilities of the 3 marine generals with the physical skills and bodies of Garp and others. Combining speed, strength, and fruit abilities. Looking at the transformation warriors in front of him, Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Obviously, the world government has not been idle this year. They put a lot of effort into these transformed warriors. The transformation warriors immediately rushed towards the Emperor of Heaven. Suddenly the air was filled with the power of various devil fruit abilities. Laser, lava, and frozen energy intertwined and hit the Emperor of Heaven fiercely. Seraph warriors quickly attacked and rushed forward to resist these attacks. Interesting. Take action. The corners of Ning Chuan's mouth raised slightly, and then he gave an order. 5,000 Seraph warriors launched an attack together. The new generation of Seraph warriors is no longer a single combat unit. They can combine their own fruit abilities to form a more powerful joint attack. Seraphim form dozens of squads. Each uses different fruit abilities to quickly respond to the attacks of the world government's transformation warriors. As the battle unfolds, the power of the transformed warriors becomes apparent. A transformed warrior with the ability of lava fruit suddenly erupted into a huge flow of lava, trying to drown the Seraph warrior. However, the Seraph warrior immediately combined the power of the frozen fruit and the fluttering fruit. First, he solidified the lava into solid ice, and used the Piao Piao fruit to lift the transformed warrior into the air and kill him instantly. Although the world government's transformation warriors showed super strength in the attack, but the Seraph warriors defeated them one by one with their exquisite tactics and super fighting power. Compared with Ning Chuan's Seraph warriors, world government's ability to transform warrior fruits is much simpler. After all, they don't have a devil fruit gene pool as large as Ning Chuan's. Not to mention the research results of Vegapunk and others. Therefore, their reformed warriors were brutally tortured by Seraph warriors. Warring States led 5 generals and lieutenant generals to watch the battle from a distance. Watching these reformed warriors being defeated one after another on the battlefield, my heart was filled with complicated emotions. Although he had already known the outcome of this battle in his mind, after seeing the secret forces of the world government being brutally tortured by the Seraphs. The facts before them made them feel powerless. They completely suppressed the transformation warriors. Akainu frowned, his tone full of shock. The cooperation of those Seraph warriors is simply perfect, and the fruit abilities are so closely combined. Even if we take action personally, it will be difficult to defeat them. Fujitora murmured, his expression solemn. At this moment, the Emperor of Heaven made a low roar. Ning Chuan stood at the bow of the battleship and watched the battle coldly. Soon, the Seraph warriors completely suppressed the world government's transformation warriors. Although these transformed warriors possess powerful individual combat capabilities, but facing the attack of the Seraphs, United Fruit, their advantage was completely destroyed. Eventually they were defeated one after another. As the battle ended, the battlefield was covered with the remains of the transformed warriors, and the air on the sea seemed particularly silent. Ning Chuan looked at all this and was quite satisfied with this training. But what made Ning Chuan dissatisfied this time was, before the Emperor of Heaven under him could successfully test, the world government's army was defeated. This left him speechless. After all, he didn't expect the world government's troops to be defeated so quickly. Everyone come back, show them a trick. Ning Chuan gave an order, and all the Seraph warriors returned to the ship. Afterwards, each of them was seen using their devil fruit abilities with all their strength to bombard the Emperor of Heaven. This scene made the Warring States and others who were watching the battle a little confused. What's going on? Why are those Seraphs attacking their own ship? Just before they figured out what was going on, suddenly, who was sitting on the void throne watching the battle, suddenly felt something bad. Without hesitation, she pressed the button that fired the Uranus. At the same time, the Tiandi's main gun muzzle also condensed a ball of terrifying energy. Chapter 244. Mary Joa absorbed Uranus's attack and was flattened. Today, let Mary Joa disappear from this world first. Ning Chuan whispered to himself, as if everything was already doomed. Charge, target, Mary Joa. Ning Chuan gave the order. The Tiandi's energy storage system began to operate, and the energy absorption device inside the hull began to operate at high speed. The Emperor of Heaven can absorb energy on the sea, in the air, and even from the enemy, and convert it into its own attack power. The energy muzzles of the entire battleship began to flicker, releasing a dazzling light. On the ship, 5,000 Seraph warriors lined up neatly and used the power of their devil fruits to charge the Emperor of Heaven. Seeing this scene, I.M. suddenly felt heart palpitations. She directly used the power of Uranus to prepare before the Tiandi fired the shot. Directly completely destroy the entire Tiandi. On the other side of the Red Continent, Mary Joa's Uranus has also begun to activate. Maximum power, block the attack from that ship. IM's crazy voice sounded in the hull, with a hint of coldness. Although she knew that her desire to destroy the Emperor of Heaven in one blow was just a luxury. Have the previous experience, she knew that as long as Ning Chuan resisted, the Emperor of Heaven would remain unscathed. So this time his goal is not to destroy the Tiandi. He just wanted to borrow the power of Uranus to directly block the attack of the Emperor of Heaven. However, what IM didn't expect was, at this moment, Ning Chuan suddenly waved his hand. The Emperor of Heaven, which was still gathering energy just now, suddenly stopped. I am not sure what happened. She wants to stop Uranus's attacks. But it's too late now. Uranus's most powerful attack has gone straight from the sky to the muzzle of the Tiandi. A dazzling beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky of Mariehoya, and Uranus's attack tore the sky apart, hitting the Emperor of Heaven with devastating power. The entire atmosphere seemed to be cut open at this moment, and terrifying energy surged toward Ning Chuan's battleship like a torrent. Ning Chuan looked at this terrifying attack without any panic. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer. Let me lend you a shot of Uranus. The next moment, the Tiandi's core energy absorption device is fully activated. The oncoming Uranus beam was quickly absorbed, and huge energy poured into the interior of the Emperor of Heaven, converting it into its own energy reserve. The light from the hull became more and more dazzling, like a small sun burning on the sea. As expected of Uranus, charging is so fast. The corners of Ning Chuan's mouth raised slightly. At this moment, not only did the Tiandi not suffer any damage, but it absorbed Uranus's energy and converted it all into its own attack. As this energy was integrated into the battleship's energy storage system, the Tiandi's attack power increased to an unprecedented height. Since you've already beaten me, it's me next. Full firepower, target Marigio. Ning Chuan decisively gave the order to fire. The Tiandi's main gun muzzle began to flash with a dazzling red light. The energy in the air rushed toward the battleship crazily, and all the power converged into a terrifying beam of light. This power far exceeds Uranus's attack, and seems to be able to tear the world apart. The Seraph warriors also felt the terror of this power. However, they were not afraid, but instead transmitted their power to the Emperor of Heaven with greater intensity than before. Wait until the Emperor of Heaven has absorbed all the energy around it. Ning Chuan waved his hand directly, pointed at Mary Joa at the top of the Red Earth continent and spoke loudly. Fire! Boom! Following Ning Chuan's order, the Tiandi's final blow was released. An energy pillar thicker than the Uranus beam instantly rushed towards Mary Joa. The Red Earth continent was shaking violently at this moment, as if the whole world collapsed under this attack. The Emperor's beam hit Mary Joa directly, and the entire city was instantly engulfed by this energy. Wherever the beam of light passed, all the buildings and palaces, including those celestial dragons living in Mariehoya, were instantly reduced to ashes. The noble Tianlong people had no time to react. He disappeared without a trace in this unprecedented attack. Only the celestial dragons who were close to IM and the 5 elders escaped this catastrophe with their emergency rescue. All other Tianlong people were reduced to ashes under this beam of light. How is this possible? IM stood above the void throne, looking at Mary Joa under him, which was now in ruins. There was an incredible look on her face. She originally thought that Uranus's power would be enough to withstand the Celestial Emperor's blow. But the reality shocked her. Not only did the Emperor of Heaven not confront Uranus, but it used the power of Uranus to launch an even more terrifying counterattack against Mary Joa. At this moment, Mary Joa was in ruins, and the celestial dragons she was in charge of were also dead. However, what IM couldn't even imagine was, in the first battle of the Tiandi, Ning Chuan had already contacted the News King Morgans to report the whole process. At this moment, the whole world was in shock and fear because of this attack from the Emperor of Heaven. The world is watching people live. After seeing Mary Joa being bombarded into ruins by Ning Chuan's Tiandi, I don't know how many Tianlong people died under this cannon. Their mood is naturally quite complicated. People who have been oppressed by the celestial dragons. Naturally, I feel quite relieved. A guy who follows the celestial dragons to bully others. At this moment, I have begun to worry about what will happen if the rule of the Tianlong people ends. What will be their fate? At this moment, Long and others, the leader of the revolutionary army in the New World, are far away. After seeing Ning Chuan flatten Marie Jioya with one shot, there was deep shock in his eyes. This is a place he dreams of leading troops to attack, but he never thought that Ning Chuan could level this place with one shot. Shang and Ivankov looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Revolutionary army, you can disperse by Shikai. This is impossible. Warring States couldn't believe his eyes. He knew that Ning Chuan's new battleship was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Even Marie Joa was destroyed in one blow. Not only the Warring States period, but also marine executives and world government officials were in extreme shock and panic. They realized that Ning Chuan's current threat was far beyond their understanding. In just 1 year, he has become a being that scares the whole world. If Ning Chuan is given some more time to grow, then I'm afraid it won't be long. The whole world, whether it is the four seas in the southeast, northwest, or the Great Sea route. They will all fall into Ning Chuan's hands. Chapter 245. The world government declared war on Ning Chuan, and the warring states period took the lead in surrendering. After Ning Chuan leveled Marigioha with one shot, he gestured his middle finger disdainfully in the direction of I am in the sky. Then he calmly glanced at the Emperor of Heaven behind him, turned around and left. As if all this is just a daily operation. The Emperor of Heaven is still lying across the sea, and the powerful force that destroyed Marigioha is still rippling in the air. After Marigioha was bulldozed, some of the surviving Tianlong people had already been rescued by I am. None of the remaining Tianlong people survived. The highest symbol of power in the entire world government was completely destroyed with one shot. The first expedition of the Emperor of Heaven has been successfully concluded. Ning Chuan didn't stop at all and drove back to the New World with his 5,000 Seraph warriors. Soon, news of Ning Chuan's departure quickly spread within world government. Everyone in world government breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that Ning Chuan came this time to completely break up with the world government and prepare to start a fight. However, after Ning Chuan left, Im's face was extremely gloomy. She stood in front of the void throne, with uncontrollable anger flashing in her eyes. Marigioha symbolizes the superior power of the celestial dragons. But now this symbol has been blasted away by Ning Chuan. This is not only a challenge to the authority of the world government, but also a humiliation to her. But she felt helpless, because she knows that even now she takes action herself. It may not be possible to win Ning Chuan. If you want to defeat him, I'm afraid that's all that's left, the power of the Nika fruit. Thinking of this, Im's eyes showed a stern look. Nika fruit, where are you? Soon after, I am called an emergency meeting of the five elders. This Ning Chuan, we can no longer give him any chance to breathe. I am said through gritted teeth. The five elders exchanged glances with each other and fell silent on the spot. They knew that if no action was taken, Ning Chuan's power would develop to the point where it was completely uncontrollable. Now it is no longer a matter of suppressing Ning Chuan, but of completely annihilating him. Kill his power and end his threat to world government. Now, there should be some hope. Give him a few more years to develop. I'm afraid it will be completely difficult to resist his attack. Use all your strength to attack New World at all costs. After thinking for a moment, I am said directly. Lord I am, do you want Marine to attack first? Saint Wuchuli asked cautiously. I am snorted coldly. Marine is a bunch of trash, they are totally vulnerable. But we can let them be cannon fodder first and rush to the front line, so as to give us time to prepare the army. This time we must attack with all our strength. We must solve this problem in Ning Chuan as soon as possible. At the same time, do your best to find the whereabouts of the Nika fruit. Soon after, inside the Marine headquarters, Sengoku received orders from the world government. As Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had already expected this day to come. But when he actually received the order to lead the army to attack Ning Chuan, he still felt a little heavy in his heart. He understood that this was no ordinary war at all. Rather, it is an action that will completely send Marine to the guillotine. Ning Chuan's strength is far beyond what Marine can resist. The past few battles had already made warring states aware of this. Now, the world government is asking Marine to attack first, which is basically asking them to die. In addition, the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Gang Gukong, was sent as the war supervisor of this attack. After he arrived at the Marine headquarters, he began to urge Sengoku to assemble the army as soon as possible and prepare to set off. His ruthless attitude made Sengguo feel even more helpless. Privately, Sengoku felt helpless, but he knew he couldn't just watch his soldiers die. While ostensibly obeying orders and preparing to organize the army, he was secretly trying to contact Ning Chuan. Warring states already had an idea in his mind. If Ning Chuan agrees to let the Marines surrender collectively, he might be able to save his 200,000 Marine soldiers from death. Soon, Sengoku contacted Momosuke privately through code words. He knows that Momosuke has a close relationship with Ning Chuan, and maybe she can help him deliver the news. When Momosuke received the secret order from the Warring States period, he was also shocked. She never thought that Zan would have such a plan. But she has been with Ning Chuan for so long, and she knows what will happen if Marine is treated as cannon fodder this time. She has feelings for Marine and feels that this may be the only way to avoid mass casualties. So Momosuke contacted Ning Chuan as quickly as possible and conveyed Sengoku's thoughts. When Ning Chuan heard the news, his face showed a little surprise. He did not expect that Sengoku would have the idea of asking all Marines to surrender. However, a smile appeared immediately. Ning Chuan knew that the Warring States period was not stupid. Faced with such a huge gap, Warring States' choice was actually the most rational one. After Ning Chuan thought for a moment, he smiled and said to Momosuke. Since the old man from the Warring States period has such a consciousness, I can accept their surrender. However, we have to act more realistically this time, and we can't let the five elders see any flaws. Momosuke nodded and conveyed Ning Chuan's thoughts to Sengoku. After receiving Ning Chuan's reply, Warring States breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although the situation at hand was extremely dangerous, Marine's power might still be preserved through this method. So, in the final Marine combat meeting, Sengoku publicly stated that he would personally lead 200,000 Marines to charge at the forefront and engage in a head-on battle with Ning Chuan. Warring States' determination and consciousness shocked all the senior generals present. The 5 generals and many lieutenant generals even felt deep respect. They had fought with Ning Chuan for a long time, so they naturally knew how terrifying Ning Chuan was. But even if you know that the enemy is difficult to fight, you still have to attack the enemy. Deeply moved everyone present. They did not expect that this former Buddha of the Warring States period would be involved in this battle that was destined to be full of blood. Still showing the responsibility as Marine Fleet Admiral. However, only a few people at the scene saw something was wrong with Warring States. One of them is Garp. As an old friend from the Warring States period, naturally, he knew that Warring States had always liked to watch 3 steps and do 1 step. It is impossible to lead an army of 200,000 to die. It was obvious when he did this. There is fraud in it. The 5 elders and Cyborg Kong were also a little surprised when they heard that Sengoku was willing to personally lead the Marine attack. They knew that Marine was no threat to Ning Chuan. But at least it can last a while. Give the world government time to prepare for a war. Originally, they thought it would take a long time to persuade Warring States to get him to agree. But no one expected that the Warring States period would take such a risk. So impassioned. Did we underestimate the Warring States period? This old guy seems to have been completely aroused by Ning Chuan to win or lose. Several 5 elders looked at each other and guessed in their hearts. Chapter 246 Sengoku took Marine and surrendered to the enemy. The 5 elders were shocked. Early the next morning, under the sky of the Red Earth continent, Warring States stood on the command ship of the Marine fleet, his eyes extremely firm. He has divided Marine into 5 brigades, each led by 5 generals, ready to go. The Warring States period knew that this action was destined to shock the world. According to the established plan, he will lead the entire Marine to attack. When the time comes, cooperate with Ning Chuan to secretly transfer 200,000 Marines to his Gurgur world. Warring States looked at the Red Earth continent in the distance quietly, but his heart was very uneasy. As Marine's fleet admiral, he has a deep affection for his soldiers. He did not want to see these loyal soldiers die in vain in this war that had no chance of winning. Therefore, he chose to cooperate with Ning Chuan to give these soldiers a way out. Ready to go, Warring States ordered in a deep voice. The 5 generals quickly commanded their respective troops to move forward. A huge fleet composed of hundreds of warships began to sail to the other side of the Red Continent, with a mighty and astonishing momentum. At the world government's headquarters, the 5 elders nervously monitor the Sengoku's movements through telephone bugs. When they saw the entire Marine fleet heading towards the other side of the Red Earth continent, they felt a little confused. What the hell is Warring States doing? Didn't you mean to hold them back and fight a protracted war? One of the 5 elders asked with a frown. Perhaps he wants to build up his momentum and make Ning Chuan fearful of world government's determination. They may also be preparing to outflank Ning Chuan's army from the rear. Another 5 elders guessed. I have never seen before that this guy Sengguo has such a decisive side. However, as the Warring States fleet got closer and closer to the new channel on the Red Earth continent, the 5 elders gradually felt uneasy. What is he doing? The third 5 elders were puzzled. Is he planning to have a direct confrontation? This doesn't look like Sengoku's style. The other 5 elders couldn't help but frown. Don't worry, that old guy Cyborg Kong is also on board. With him here, you don't have to worry about any small moves from Warring States. However, what all the 5 elders did not expect was, when the entire Marine fleet arrived on the other side of the Red Earth continent, something unexpected happened. 200,000 Marine soldiers and a huge fleet all disappeared in an instant. What happened? Everyone disappeared. The eyes of the 5 elders suddenly widened, unable to believe what they saw. This is impossible. How could so many people and ships disappear in an instant? Another 5 elders shouted in shock. They immediately ordered to use all surveillance methods to find Marine. The results can be either satellite imagery or remote monitoring. All systems are unable to trace Marine's whereabouts. While the 5 elders were anxious, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Ning Chuan stood in the sky, condescending, with a touch of sarcasm in his eyes. Thank you for the Marine gift package. I will accept this unceremoniously. Ning Chuan's voice echoed throughout the sky. Seeing Ning Chuan suddenly appear, listening to his words, only then did the 5 elders realize that they had been deceived. It turns out that Warring States and Ning Chuan had already joined forces to perform a double act. Using Ning Chuan's Gurgur world ability, the entire Marine force was transferred to Ning Chuan's Gurgur world. 5 elders, it seems you have miscalculated again this time. By the way, Warring States wanted me to bring you a message. If I want to send someone to die, I might as well go back and drag you to kiss me. I, the Warring States period, will not watch my soldiers die. The 5 elders were extremely angry. Only then did they realize that the Warring States period had betrayed the world government and sided with Ning Chuan. At this time, they were angry and powerless. For a moment, I didn't know how to deal with it. At the same time, in the fleet, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies Gang Gukong discovered something strange. He saw that the scene around him suddenly changed. In front of him was no longer the familiar Red Earth continent, but a strange world. This world is vast and empty, as if it is a brand new world. Where is this? Cyborg Kong frowned, feeling something was wrong. He walked towards Warring States silently, his fists already secretly clenched together, and he asked with confusion on his face. Sengoku, where exactly is this place? Shouldn't we be in the new world? Warring States smiled slightly and said calmly. Steel-framed fleet admiral, welcome to Ning Chuan's Gerger world. Cyborg Kong was shocked when he heard this. He never expected that warring states would betray the world government without hesitation. Bringing the entire marine team into Ning Chuan's world. You are betraying. Cyborg Kong was furious. He grabbed Sang Guo's collar and glared at his former subordinate. Warring states did not resist, but said calmly, Fleet Admiral, you know that our soldiers cannot win the war with Ning Chuan, so is there any point in sending them to death? Rather than letting these loyal soldiers die in vain, it is better to give them a way to survive. Ning Chuan never wanted to take the lives of these soldiers. He just wanted to deal with the world government. At this moment, Gang Gukong was stunned. The anger in his heart gradually cooled down, replaced by a sense of powerlessness and heaviness. He knew that what warring states said was true. Ning Chuan's power has left the world government helpless. No amount of Marines' manpower can change the situation. However, it was still difficult for him to accept that he had been deceived by the disciple who taught him personally. You handed us all over to Ning Chuan. Gang Gukong's voice was low, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Warring states did not answer, but gently patted Cyborg Kong's shoulder and sighed. Fleet Admiral, first didn't betray Marine, I just wanted these soldiers to survive. As for Ning Chuan, he has his own plan. Perhaps he is more suitable to control the world than world government. Gang Gukong stared at warring states blankly, speechless for a moment. At this moment, Ning Chuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. He looked around at the marine generals around him and said with a smile. Everyone, welcome to my world of songs again. Again, Cyborg Kong instantly grasped this key word. He looked at warring states in disbelief. Warring states shrugged his shoulders and instantly relaxed a lot. I've been caught by this kid once before. At that time, it was not just me, but all Marine senior executives were arrested by Ning Chuan, but they were all released by him in the end. No, except for Momosuke, who was obsessed with the T-Pig. Having said this, warring states suddenly looked a little strange, and then spoke. However, Momosuke seems to be living quite well in Ning Chuan. I heard from her that Ning Chuan has even performed immortality surgery on her. When it comes to immortality surgery, even the Marines' fleet admiral from the warring states period couldn't help but feel a little envious. Chapter 247 Physical Skills Crush the Steel Bone Kong. When Sengoku and Cyborg Kong were chatting, Ning Chuan suddenly appeared near the two of them. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Sengoku and Cyborg Kong not far away with a smile. Soon, 200,000 Marine soldiers surrounded the battleship into a huge circle. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center, and there was a tense atmosphere in the air. Ning Chuan waved his hand and instantly transformed the surrounding ocean into a piece of land. In the world of Gerger, Ning Chuan is the god here. He can change the terrain at will. Ning Chuanlu's move immediately made all the Marines shocked. Watching Ning Chuan suddenly appear, another insult to everyone. At this moment, Gang Ji Kong's expression was extremely ugly. He could not accept this sudden and huge change no matter what. As the supreme commander out of Marine, he has always been confident that he can lead Marine to complete this mission. But today, he didn't even have a chance to fight, and was easily taken into this mysterious space by Ning Chuan. Together with Marine's 200,000 troops, they fell into the opponent's control. It's really frustrating to lose. Gang Gukong clenched his fists and stared at Ning Chuan. He couldn't stand this feeling of failure. He had never been so powerless, nor so angry. Ning Chuan, Gang Gukong said in a deep voice, his voice full of unwillingness. Are you so sure that you can control all of us? We have an army of 200,000. Ning Chuan smiled slightly and answered calmly. It's not that I'm sure, but I've already done it. You are all in my singing world now, and I can decide whether you stay or go at any time. Even your life and death. Gang Gukong's face became even more gloomy. He was a proud man, how could he accept such humiliation? He took a deep breath, stared at Ning Chuan coldly, and suddenly said loudly. I am not willing to give in. If you want to be defeated, you must also defeat in a dignified manner. Ning Chuan, if you are really capable, come to a fight with me. I want to see why you are so confident. Ning Chuan smiled when he heard this, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. Gang Gukong is worthy of being the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and his fearless spirit is worthy of admiration. Ning Chuan nodded. Okay, I accept your challenge. But in order to convince you that you lost, I will only use physical skills to fight you. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding Marine generals all looked surprised. Ning Chuan is actually willing to give up his powerful fruit ability and engage in a pure physical showdown with Cyborg Kong. You know, Cyborg Kong is the strongest person in Marine's physical skills. Even stronger than Garp. Good, since you dare to say that, I naturally can't lose to you in terms of momentum. If I can't defeat you, I, Cyborg Kong, will be at your mercy from now on. Hearing this, Gang Gukong's fighting spirit suddenly rose, and his whole person seemed to have returned to his peak state in an instant. His fists were clenched tightly, and the muscles all over his body bulged instantly. Conqueror's domineering energy also surged out like a landslide and tsunami at this moment, bringing with it an extremely powerful sense of oppression. The aura in him surged toward Ning Chuan like a substance, and the air seemed to tremble under his domineering force. Ning Chuan smiled slightly, put his hands behind his back, and remained motionless. At this moment, he seemed to have reached the state of returning to his original nature. He didn't show any arrogance. But that calm attitude made Gang Gukong feel a more powerful pressure. Come on, Cyborg Kong, let me see your strength. Ning Chuan said calmly. Kong didn't say anything more, stepped on his legs, and rushed towards Ning Chuan like a cannonball. The fists, mixed with terrifying power, hit Ning Chuan's face hard. This punch brought all his strength, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this punch, making a low explosive sound. Ning Chuan was still standing where he was, seeing Cyborg Kong's fist already in front of him. He slowly raised his hand, and his domineering energy instantly covered his arm. Bang! The two fists collided, and a domineering shock wave exploded in the air, instantly setting off a strong wind that shook the surrounding marine soldiers back. Kong felt that Ning Chuan's power was extremely powerful, and his arms went numb. But he did not flinch, but instead gritted his teeth and attacked more ferociously. He punched out continuously, each punch carrying the aura of destroying the world. Ning Chuan was unhurried and easily received Cyborg Kong's attacks every time, his body barely moving a step. Every counterattack he made was extremely precise. The domineering fists carried thunderous power, and every blow made Cyborg Kong feel his arms numb and unbearable. The battle between the two was extremely fast, and the fist-to-fist showdown left the surrounding marine generals stunned. It would be difficult for a lieutenant general without the strength of a general to catch the movements of the two men. Their speed has reached the extreme. Everyone in Marine knows Cyborg Sora's strength, knowing that his physical skills have reached their peak. But now, Cyborg doesn't seem to have even the slightest advantage when facing Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan's physical skills have become stronger again. The Marine General Kizaru next to him frowned and murmured in disbelief. He's a monster. Fujitora sighed softly. Senior Cyborg is already the pinnacle of our Huxia physical arts. Even he can't suppress Ning Chuan. It seems that Ning Chuan is indeed invincible. Aokiji clenched his fists and said helplessly. In fact, the most powerful thing about this kid is not his physical skills, but his age. How old is he now? If we give him some more time and space to grow, then he might. Garp looked at Ning Chuan, who was fighting with Cyborg Kong, and gave everyone some advice. Warring States looked at the situation on the field, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. He had known for a long time that there was no suspense about the outcome of this battle. Ning Chuan's power had already exceeded all of their expectations. Finally, after a fierce battle, Ning Chuan made a sharp dodge. The speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. He instantly appeared behind Cyborg Kong and punched him hard on the back. Bang! Kong's body flew out like a kite with its string broken, and hit the ground heavily with a dull sound. He struggled to stand up, but his body no longer obeyed, and all the strength in his body seemed to be drained out at this moment. Ning Chuan walked up to Kong easily, looked at him condescendingly, and smiled. You are strong, but not strong enough. It's as easy as playing 5 elders. Cyborg was lying on the ground in the air, with his fists clenched and cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He knew that he had been defeated, completely defeated. At the same time, after he heard that the unit of measurement in Ning Chuan's mouth turned out to be 5 elders. Most of the energy in Steel Bone Hollow disappeared instantly. A guy like Ning Chuan who views 5 elders as a unit of measurement for strength. He really felt powerless. You win. As agreed, I will listen to you in everything from now on. Kong's voice was low, with a hint of helplessness and admiration. Ning Chuan smiled, patted his shoulder and thought to himself. That's all these old guys are good for. They keep their word.